Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Mastering Abundance Summit. We have people from around the world that are here. And first thing I wanted to do is bring up the comment from Smiley, who is joining us at 2 a.m. from New Zealand. Smiley, you are the trooper of the day. I know we have a ton of Australians joining in as well. We have some people in the Philippines and Asia and all over the world. This is your moment to do a shout out from where you are tuning in from, because I'm seeing here we got Shruti coming in from India. We have Early Bird coming in from Calgary, Canada. We have Nance coming in from Northern California, and so many people from around the world. So let's make this interactive. The first thing I will encourage you to do is to use the comment box and tell us where you're tuning in from. And if you want to share the time of the day as well, I see we got Lori coming in from BC, Canada, Jacqueline from Austria. We got somebody here, Bridget, coming in from the East Coast. We are all here together. And hey, I don't know what you guys are having, but I'm assuming there's maybe some coffee drinkers. I'm personally going to be a tea drinker, and I'm coming to you live from Bali, Indonesia. So for me, not like Smiley, but it is 9 p.m. and we're going to be going straight for 9 hours. We have an incredible lineup of speakers, teachers, authors, transformation people that have worked their lives at helping people master abundance. And for each and every one of you who is showing up here fully present and ready, I want to honor you. I want to say welcome. And I am so proud of you for making the decision to commit your time, your energy towards doing this summit. Quick backstory, which I'm not going to take too much time here. I want to get rolling with the abundance, but I've been spending my last month speaking to each of these speakers, learning the secrets of abundance. And I've already started to see some massive shifts in my own life. I mean, I'm already here talking to you from Bali, Indonesia. I have my wonderful fiance, which I had to make sure she was ready, taking care of the little cat, the little dog. Really great things are happening in my life. And the level of gratitude and appreciation I've had for the things in my life and the kind of opportunities that are coming more and more as I'm learning these secrets towards mastering abundance is just a preview of some of the incredible stuff that I know is going to happen for each and every one of you. So why this summit? Me and one of my great friends, where I used to work at an organization called Mindvalley. If any of you are familiar with Mindvalley, personal growth giants, we've always stayed in touch. We've always contacted, cheered each other on as we were going out there and doing about our own business. And we've always thought about doing a wonderful project together. And finally, as he knows so many of the speakers in the field, so do I. I love interviewing people. I love hosting summits. And he's amazing at gathering people from around the world to come together. We're like, we need to do a summit on mastering abundance because 2025 is off to a interesting start. There's a lot of stuff happening in the world. And we're like, what if we can do something that is going to be a gift for everyone, regardless of the situation that they're in, that they can tune in and learn from these masters for absolutely free. And this is a gift that comes from hosting something like a summit. So we're so grateful that you've all chosen to be here, that you're choosing to go towards mastering abundance because the world is in a crisis of leadership, a crisis of people that are carving their own path, learning the secrets, and really choosing to be their most abundant self. And you're going to hear from these speakers that the moment you take those actions, you make your life better and you create a ripple effect that creates abundance for everyone else around you. And I can't wait to hear the stories of transformations that are going to come on the other side. I'm seeing we still have some people tuning in from around the world. We're going to be looking at that chat. We'll be interacting with you. And I do have some housekeeping items before we get started with our first speaker. And just at a general shout out, you've seen a preview of some of the speakers that are coming up. You guys want to shout out some of your favorites or the ones you're most anticipating? Drop that into the chat as I'm going to walk you through some of the house items that I want to make sure we clarify before I pass over the reins to our first speaker. We have a lot to cover today, and I want to make sure that you are all ready and well prepared. So here they are. This is the one. For those of you who love taking pictures, this is a good time to take the picture. You'll get an idea of what is going to be the flow on a daily basis. So every day we have 11 sessions. In between each sessions, we're going to have a 5-minute to regroup. And then at the middle place, maybe after like 5 or 6 talks, we're going to take a 15-minute breaks so we can grab a quick snack, make sure we come back, recharge, re-energize, ready to go for the afternoon. So we're going to split it kind of a morning afternoon. I know those of you in the Americas time zone, you know that this is going to give you a space for just having a quick snack. And for those of us in the middle of the night, maybe it's going to be just a moment to move our legs and get re-energized as well. So during the live stream, the second point here is you're able to discuss and comment using your YouTube ID. And well, I'm looking at my screen. I have another screen here. I'm seeing all the comments coming in. So we got Harumi coming in from Japan. We have Alejandra, very excited about Marie Diamond, which was one of our preview sessions. So if you had a chance to see the preview sessions, you probably have a taste of what Marie has been sharing already. And so know that we're going to be looking at this chat. We'll be interacting with you. We have some people behind the scenes that are also making sure to support you throughout. So if you guys want to give a little shout out to Kim and Natalia, they're working just as hard behind the scenes. I just get to be the person guiding you on the camera. The talks themselves will remain available for 24 hours. So when you're on this page and you're seeing the comments, you're seeing the video, it'll remain there for about 24 hours. An hour before the next talk, we'll be swapping it over for the day 2 session. So you do get a little extra time there, but nothing beats the live experience, especially if you've scheduled it in, which I do highly recommend that you take this as your time. And so, nonetheless, life can get in the way. You'll have 24 hours. And then for those who have the VIP upgrade, well, you guys get to be a little more patient, and I'll share more about that later today. For the rest of the time, have you guys joined the Facebook group? This is a place that we've created for anyone who wants to continue having conversations, get to ask the questions maybe after you've had a chance to digest some of the information from this session. There's going to be a lot you're going through today. So if there's something that's an aha, something you're like, I wasn't too clear on, use the Facebook group. And one of the things you're going to see, a little spoiler alert from what you're going to hear from some of the speakers coming up, is there's going to be some of them talking about when you connect with people that are also on a journey towards abundance, they happen to be supporters as opposed to people trying to drag you down. And so you might find some of the most enlightened peers in that group as well. Do you all have the link to join on that Facebook group? I'll ask the team to drop in a link into the comments so that you guys can click on that. You can join the Facebook group, and that'll be just an extra avenue for us to stay connected, make sure that this isn't just about spending 3 days together, but it's the first 3 days for the rest of your life where you're getting new learnings, you're getting new behaviors, and you're getting new connections in the process. So make sure to go check that out. And then the big question here is, have you upgraded to VIP? We've made an offer for those of you who want to get a copy of the recordings, the transcript, and tons of bonuses. And you'll hear me in some of the sessions. We even have speakers that have donated some incredible gifts for those of you who have upgraded to VIP. I won't take some time right now to tell you all about it. By the way, those who are already VIP, you can shout out VIP in the chat. And we just want to acknowledge you for supporting the event. The more of you who upgrade, the more we get to do these kinds of events and support attracting more people who want to come and join and choose to master abundance. We get to attract more people. And this is a great way of showing support. And it's got tons of bonuses and products available for you, available for just $99. So definitely check that out if you haven't upgraded already. And with that, I think we have a pretty good start of clearing all the important information. It's 3 days. We got 33 experts, 9 hours. This is going to be a marathon, and we're going to be getting started very shortly. But I do have to do the call out. Are we excited? Are we ready? I'm seeing coming up here. We got Smiley excited for a bunch of them. Smiley, I featured you once. I'm going to feature you twice. That's a great comment right there saying Jack Canfield, Marcy Shimoff, Mary Diamond, John Asrath. Well, Smiley, can you guess who the first one is? Because it's somebody on that list. Marcy's going to be the one kicking it off. And so very, very excited for that. And I'm just going to see if there's other favorites that have been shared into the chat. I'm seeing a lot of shout outs from around the world. And so I think we are ready to go. And so with that being said, my name is Jason Mark Campbell. I'll be your host throughout these 3 days. As I've mentioned, I'm going to be tuning in from the middle of the night. I'm coming here from Southeast Asia, and it's an honor and a privilege to be the host that's going to be here to connect with you between the sessions. Make sure you guys are ready, well supported. And as I've mentioned, I went through these talks. I know what you're in for. And so without further ado, let's go ahead and welcome the first speaker that we're going to have, which is Marcy Shimoff. Now, #1 best-selling author, renowned transformational speaker, and expert on happiness, success, unconditional love, has been featured in The Secret. Happy for No Reason is one of her TV shows and the book. And now you're all going to get to hear from her on this incredible summit kickoff session with Marcy. Let's bring her to the stage. Here we go. Of mastering abundance, we have a legend in the field, someone that has literally been shaping the space of personal growth with publications, talks, movements that you may have heard about, such as Chicken Soup for the Soul around women, Inspiration for Women. The author of the book, Happy for No Reason, Love for No Reason, she is the woman's face for the biggest self help book phenomenon in history, co author of 6 books in that Chicken Soup for the Soul series. The woman has been speaking on stages to companies around the world, the Fortune 500s, teaching them around happiness, success, empowerment, unconditional love. And on the session today, she's going to be sharing so much more around how to master abundance as we go and dig deeper, maybe breaking some of the misconceptions people might have, looking at abundance in a different way. We're so happy to have Marnie Shimoff, who's going to be joining us today on the summit. Marcy, it's a pleasure and an honor to have you here.
Thank you, Jason. I'm happy for great reason to get to be with you today and sharing about this really fascinating topic.
Absolutely. And, we're going to dive into deep. I know we're going to break some rules, maybe bring some new light to the word abundance itself, but we'd really want to understand your story. You've been in this industry for a few years and, abundance, how much did it play a role in your life in shaping your own story?
It actually played a big role in shaping my story. And I'll tell you how that happened. I was born depressed. I came out of the womb with what I call existential angst. I had a really great family, great upbringing, but I had this dark cloud around me. I just felt pretty stressed out from the get-go. I now think it was maybe some ancestral trauma that I was carrying, that I've been carrying. But my solution to my unhappiness when I was a kid was sugar. I figured that could make me happy, and it did temporarily for, half an hour. So I kept going after the sugar highs. And by the time I was in high school, I was about 35 pounds overweight, even more depressed. So when I was in my early 20s, I did, Jason, what I think a lot of people do. I set goals for myself, figuring that once I reached those goals, then I would be happy. And I had 5 goals, and I'll share them with you because I think a lot of people can relate to these. I wanted to have a successful career helping people and making good money at it. I wanted to have a wonderful husband or life partner, a fabulous home, wonderful friends, and the equivalent of Halle Berry's body. Now, I got 4 out of the 5. I do not have Halle Berry's body, but but I have a healthy body, for which I'm very grateful. And I worked really hard, Jason, to get all those things to line up. And I had a turning point moment. And that turning point moment was in 1998 when I had all of those things on my list. In fact, at that time, I had 3 books in the top 5 on the New York Times bestseller list at the same time. Everything was flowing in. Had a great partner, great home, great everything, great. And I had just finished giving a speech to 8,000 women. And I had just autographed 5,432 books. The client had hired a massage therapist to keep on massaging my hand so I could keep on autographing. So I felt on one hand like an author rock star. And after I signed that last book, I went up to my hotel room, which was the penthouse suite that my client had gotten for me. They had brought me over in a limo. They got me the penthouse suite. And I walked over to these huge windows overlooking Lake Michigan. I was in Chicago. And I took in that view, and I turned around and I collapsed onto the bed, and I burst into tears. And I burst into tears because I realized that I had everything that was on that list. I had everything that I thought I needed to be happy. And I still felt that emptiness in my heart that I had felt as a kid. And I realized this was the end of the line. I could no longer fool myself into thinking that just that next thing was going to do it. And I realized I can't buy that anymore. I've gotten it. I've seen that doesn't do it. And so I made a commitment to myself in that moment that I was going to delve into happiness. I was going to figure out what it took to make me happy. And I interviewed all of the researchers on happiness, and I interviewed 100 unconditionally happy people. And I started doing what they were doing, and it worked. For the first time in my life, I was finding true and deep happiness. And that was the beginning of my journey. And that's why I ended up devoting, a decade to doing the research and writing the book, Happy for No Reason. And so coincidentally, with all of that, what I found is that we have it backwards in our society. We think that abundance is going to bring us happiness. It is the other way around. The happier you are, the more abundance that you will have that goes along with the fulfillment. You can, well, I'll let you comment on that before I go into this, but I am passionate about this subject because I have seen it firsthand. All the abundance that I got before didn't bring me the fulfillment I was looking for.
Marcy, I very much appreciate you sharing that story. And I think it's going to come to a shock for a lot of listeners who are like, wait. I even signed up to this summit thinking that that goal list that you just shared, that's exactly what I want. That's exactly what I'm going to be chasing. Now you're telling me that even at that moment, things weren't there. So I think having that definition of abundance with what you've discovered, and even the fact that you've shown that the happiness and the abundance are very correlated, often misplaced. Could you give us that definition and maybe allow us to let that sink in? And we'll take some steps to get there after.
So here's the thing. You can go after abundance and you can get it and be miserable. We've seen if fame, money, looks, success, all of that were the key to happiness, we'd have a lot more happy people in Hollywood. We have miserable people in Hollywood. We have billionaires who are utterly miserable, who are totally depressed. In fact, the research shows that once you are over the poverty line, no amount of income will make you happier. But the research also shows, so yes, we need enough to be, survival and all of that. But if you think that abundance is going to make you happier, it's misplaced. I am all for abundance. I love abundance. I love that. But what I have found is that when you go for the happiness first, you raise what's called your happiness set point, which I'm happy to talk about in just a minute. When you raise your happiness set point, you are so much more likely to create success and abundance, but from a place that will bring you the satisfaction that you wanted from it anyway in the first place. So it won't be empty abundance. It will be fulfilling abundance. And that's all the difference in the world. I had empty abundance and it was empty. I've had fulfilling abundance and it's fulfilling. And that's what people really want.
Well, I'm glad that we're adding this fulfilled abundance. I think for everybody listening in, that's the ultimate goal. That's really what we want to go for. One of the thoughts that came to mind, maybe it's an intruding thought, you can tell me, but there's a part of me that thought, wait, if I go and chase happy, that's going to sabotage my success.
You're right about that. Chasing happy is not the way either. Chasing is not the way. There are certain ways. So let me just tell you, because to me, this was like the most phenomenal piece of research that I found when I was doing the research on happiness. They have found that we have a happiness set point, and it's like a thermostat setting. And so no matter what happens to us, whether it's good or bad, we will tend to hover around our happiness thermostat setting unless we do something consciously to change it. And that's why people who win the lottery, and you think, oh, all I need is to win the lottery and I'll be happy. They are happier for a short period of time. But within a year, they have crashed down to their original happiness set point. The same is true of people who have tragedies. Generally, within a year, they return to their original happiness set point. So the set point is the key to it all. So you go, okay, well, how do I change my set point? Well, let me tell you, here's how the set point is determined. It's 50% genetic. You're born with it. So I was not born with the happy genes. You think, bummer, but I'll tell you about that in just a little bit. It's only 10% your circumstances. Now that's what everybody is so busy trying to change in order to be happy. But that's only 10% of the pie. Not a great place to put all of your energy. The other 40% of your set point is your habits of thoughts and behavior. Now that's where you can really move the lever to raise your happiness set point. Now I'm going to take this a step further and to say that piece that was the genetic, 50% that's genetic, Researchers in the field of epigenetics, like Dr. Bruce Lipton, who wrote The Biology of Belief, they will tell you that when you shift your habits of thoughts and behavior, you can also influence your DNA or your genes. That means that 90% of our happiness set point is something that is changeable, something we have control over. I say, hallelujah, this should be taught in all the schools. We've cracked the happiness code, and it's not changing those circumstances. It's changing those habits of thoughts and behavior. And when you change those habits of thoughts and behavior, you will change your life circumstances as well. So you're not chasing happiness. You're actually learning the habits of happiness. You know, in the U.S., it was the declaration that said that it's for life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Back in those days when it was written, the pursuit of happiness, pursuit actually didn't mean to chase after. It had a second meaning. And the second meaning was habit, to create habits of happiness. So that's what I'm here to tell you about is habits of happiness that ultimately will affect your abundance. Because as you are happier, there's all kinds of benefits of happiness. You're healthier. It's been shown you're 3 times, you're 35% less likely to get sick. You on average live 9 years longer. On average, you make more than $1 million over your lifetime than people who are not happy. I mean, who do you want to do business with? People who are uplifting to be around or people who are a total bummer to be around? I'd rather do business with people who are uplifting to be around. So there's so many relationships. You're much less likely to get divorced or have challenges in your relationships. There's so many fringe benefits of being happy.
I love that it's almost like this predictor indicator for everything you want abundance to be is you're working on this. It's like the first step, the one domino that seems to move everything else. You've been preaching this to the world, and I'd be curious to know, because I often ask the question, if you could wave a magic wand and make an abundance related shift in the world. It seems like you're already on the path of making that shift, but what have you noticed from the thousands of people you've had them understand this set point? What is it you've noticed them shifting in the world and in themselves when they start understanding about this, happiness set point and making changes to it?
I would say there's 2 steps or keys that I have seen people do that have really made shifts. And the first one is around what I call soul-based living. Most of us come from the ego. We set our goals from a place of ego. And the way you know you're setting your goals from a place of ego is that it comes with a feeling of pressure, of should, of have to, of obligation, my family told me I should do this. It's not aligned with the soul and you feel contracted. The ego based in goals or intentions make you feel contracted. When you live more aligned with the soul, your true, deeper inner guidance, I would say, then you are, it feels expanded. You feel joyful. Your intentions are more, and they are much more likely to come true. Much more likely to come true. And this is a very different way of setting goals, I would say, than most people make. Most people come from, I want this, so I should do this, and I have to do this. That's coming from the outside in. I'm talking about coming from the inside out. What am I called to? What feels right to me? And can I give you an example of this? So I've been a speaker for 45 years. We were just talking about that earlier. I knew when I was 13 years old, I saw my friend's parents took me to see Zig Ziglar speak, and I saw him walking across the stage. It was 1971. Yeah, so for those of you doing quick math, I'm 67. So I've been around a while. And so I come home from seeing Zig Ziglar speak, and I go, that's what I'm supposed to do with my life. I just know it. I saw myself traveling around the world speaking to large audiences. So I went home, told my parents that I was going to be an inspirational speaker. They'd never heard of that. They wanted me to be a dental hygienist because my dad was a dentist. And there's nothing wrong with being a dental hygienist, except it wasn't my calling. My mom used to tease me. She said, honey, you sure talk enough. Might as well get paid for it. So anyway, I started in the business as a speaker, and I've traveled all over the world speaking in many, many countries. And in 2013, I had taken a course on money, actually. And I had just made a commitment. It was with a dear friend of mine and a mentor of mine, Lynn Twist, who wrote the book, The Soul of Money. And I had made a commitment during that program that I was not going to do work that I didn't really feel drawn to or like. I was going to say no. No sooner had I made that commitment than I got an email out of the blue from a client of mine from China, whom I'd spoken for before, offering me a $500,000 contract to go speak in China over the next year. Well, that was a big contract for me, a $500,000 contract. And there was only one problem with this, and that is I really, really, really didn't like going to China to speak. And the idea of going to China successive times over the next year to speak, I felt this real big ugh in my gut. And I had just made the commitment that I wasn't going to do something that really felt like a no to me. And so I said no. That was the most courageous thing I've done, I think, in my career. I said no, having no idea what was going to come along and take the place of that. Well, a week later, I call it my sacred no. A week later, I'm in the kitchen making lunch with my assistant, as we often did. And she says to me, so-and-so just started a mentoring program. And this light bulb went off and I went, mentoring? Oh my God, that's what I'm supposed to be doing next. So we sat at lunch and I said, what do you think I should mentor people in? And I realized that I was living a miraculous life. And I saw that there were certain principles that help people live a miraculous life. And I could help people in that. And I started off this program. I thought, okay, I'll mentor 8 people. I got applications for 1,100 people for that. And so I ended up, that was a high level program, high ticket program. I ended up opening up a whole program at a lower level for the masses. I now had 5,000 people a year, some years through this program. It's called Your Year of Miracles. I've had over 40,000 people in this program on living a miraculous life that all came out of me saying no to something I didn't want. And it has come back, many fold over with that in abundance.
I love this story and thank you so much for sharing it. There's something I found curious in it as well, is that as someone makes a commitment towards leveling up their happiness level and living in alignment with it, in a part of, going towards abundance, it seems like you were thrown a test of commitment. Does the universe usually do that to people who make a decision of making a change?
I so love that you picked up on that, Jason, because absolutely, yes. I believe that this is a lesson. The Earth is a school. We're in Earth school, and we all have our own individual lessons, and we get tests. Okay, you want to learn the lesson of living from the soul? Well, then here you're going to get tested in that, and that's exactly what happened. And we all have tests. We all have tests of persistence, tests of belief in ourselves, tests in self-doubt. And that's not that you're doing something wrong. That's that you're doing something right. You're up for that test. You're up for whatever you're being tested in. The purpose of business is not to win the golden ring. It's for who you become in the process of that. What amazing lessons you learn in the process of doing what it is you're here on this earth to do. And the lessons that we learn, we keep on learning them. They just come back to us at higher and higher levels. I'd say from the very get-go, one of my big Earth school lessons has been a lesson in self-doubt. And you think, oh, Marcy, you can't possibly have self-doubt. Yeah, that's kind of been my little lesson, my curriculum track that I've been on throughout this lifetime. And, it started off, I would be nervous to speak in front of 10 people. Then I'd be nervous to speak in front of 100 people. Now I've spoken in front of 10,000 people at a time. And it's not that don't still have self-doubt. It's just that I have so much more experience in, okay, I've come through the other times. I can do this. It's just, I think we spiral up where our life lessons lead us.
Wait a second, Marcy. You're telling me that you didn't overcome the self-doubt before taking your first step? That's all I've been working on without going out there and taking steps. I had to figure these things out in my little cocoon before I put myself out there. What's going on? This is breaking my reality.
Yeah, that is the biggest thing that keeps people back, is they think that they're supposed to be over the fear, over the self-doubt, know all the answers before they jump in. No, if you're being called to something, you jump in now. And all of that stuff will get worked out in the process. And yeah. Jason, one thing I think would be super helpful for people would be for me to just share some of the happiness habits that raise your happiness set point. Would that work?
Well, that's exactly where we're going to head out, because we want to make sure people can have tools, habits, or practices that they can practice and bring that set point up. So if this is the direction we're going, I'm all aboard, and I think everybody else tuning in is too.
Great. To me, the practical is where the rubber meets the road. I'm totally into the practical. So I want to give people some practical ideas. Before I do, I want to just share what are the main areas of happiness. And then we'll go into a few of these more deeply. What I've found is there are 21 main happiness habits that people can practice to raise their happiness set point. And I found that they fall into 7 main categories. Now, I know it's hard for people to remember 7 of anything, so I created an analogy or metaphor. I call it building your inner home for happiness. Now, home has 7 main areas. It's got a foundation, it's got 4 corner pillars, it's got a roof, and it's got a garden. And here's how that relates to these 7 main areas of happiness. And as I go through these, I really ask everyone to look at these in terms of your own life and see, where are you the strongest? And more importantly, where are you the weakest? Because wherever you're the weakest, that's your Achilles heel, and that's where you want to start. So here are these 7 main areas to raise your happiness set point. The first area is the foundation of your home, and that is about taking responsibility for your life and your happiness. That's about not showing up in life as a victim. You're a victim when you're blaming, shaming, or complaining, but showing up in life as a victor, showing up in life as, hey, I might have had a really crummy past, or I might be having really crummy circumstances right now. But regardless, I still have responsibility over my life. I can still raise my happiness set point. I am not at the effect of life. Okay, so that's the foundation, is not showing up as a victim. Then there are 4 corner pillars, and the first pillar is the pillar of the mind, your thoughts. Do you have happiness robbing thoughts? Or do your thoughts support your happiness? The second pillar is your heart. Do you have an open heart? I have never met a happy person who had a closed heart. That means, do you have enough kindness, generosity, forgiveness, just lovingness towards others and towards yourself? Then there's the pillar of the body. You can't be happy. It's very hard to be happy when you don't have the right chemistry, biochemistry of happiness. Do you have enough endorphins, serotonin, dopamine, oxytocin? These are happiness chemicals. And if you don't have enough of those, it's really a struggle to be happy. And I will tell you, that was my Achilles heel. That's where I had to start. I did not have the happiness biochemistry. Then there's the pillar of the soul. Do you feel a connection to the greater energy of the universe? And I don't care what you call it. I don't care if you call it God or the divine or nature or creative intelligence, doesn't matter. Do you feel connected to the bigger energy of the universe? Then there's the roof. The roof of your home for happiness is your purpose or passion in life. Are you living an inspired life? Are you doing what it is you're here on the planet to be doing? Oops, my light just fell down at that moment. So I guess something was meant to happen there. Shining some more light on that. So are you doing what it is you're here to be doing on the planet? And I've talked about that earlier. Are you listening? Are you being led by the soul and doing your purpose, inspiration? And then finally, there's the garden. And that is, who are you surrounded by? Are you surrounded by people who uplift you? The roses and gardenias of your garden. Or are you surrounded by a lot of weeds, the people who drag you down? Because we are affected by the people around us. So those are the 7 areas. There's the foundation, which is taking responsibility for your life and your happiness. The corner of the mind, your thoughts, the heart, your feelings, the body, your biochemistry, the soul, your connection to spirit. The roof is your inspiration or passion, purpose in life. And then the garden, who are you surrounded by? So Jason, I'm going to put you on the spot. And I'm going to ask you, what do you feel is your weakest one of those 7?
I would probably go around the pillars, the mind.
The mind.
Yeah. So sometimes I find myself being drawn towards a lot of information that's not helping with the happiness. So it's almost, and since we're talking about habits of happiness, there's habits of me that's always seeking more information. So I'll turn on the news or I'll watch YouTube around stories that will have shocking content. And I'm aware that it's not something that's quite aligned to helping me, but it's probably more like the weeds, as you say.
Yeah. And Jason, I'm so glad you brought that up. By the way, of all of the 7 areas, I found that the one that's weakest for most people is the habit of the mind, is that pillar of the mind. And, the reason that you're going to the news or all that bad, shocking stuff is it actually is giving you some extra dopamine, and it becomes addictive. And we get addicted to that feeling. It kind of gives you a rush and the dopamine. And so you go, okay, that's going to feed me. And it does feed you, but it doesn't feed you the stuff that's going to help you. And I'm not saying that we should be living, with our heads buried under the rug. We have to know what's going on in the world, but we don't have to continually feed that to ourselves in order to be of most productivity to ourselves and to the world. Just getting sucked into that doesn't help. So, but, I would say that a lot of people, as I said, they say that the mind is the hardest one. I don't want you to beat yourself up for it, for everybody out there who's saying, oh, well, yeah, that's mine too. The average person has 60,000 thoughts a day. And for the average person, 80% of those are negative. It's called the negativity bias. We inherited it from our caveman ancestors who had to remember the negatives in order to survive. We no longer have that need. And yet we are still carrying that tendency unless we do something consciously to change it. And what I've found is that happy people have created new neural pathways in the brain for the positive, for the life affirming. And that's what they start to see more of. And can I give you a simple technique? Super simple. To change your thoughts to create more positive neural pathways in the brain. A friend of mine is a guy named Rick Hansen, and he wrote a book called Hardwiring Happiness. He's a neuropsychologist. And he uses an analogy. He says that our minds are like Velcro for the negative. The negatives just stick to us like Velcro. The positives slide off of us like Teflon. And what he says that happy people do is they reverse it. The positives stick to them like Velcro. If you're given 10 compliments in a day and 1 criticism, what do most people remember? They remember the criticism. Happy people remember the compliments. That's what they remember and they focus on. So here's a simple way to change the brain from brain science. Number 1, be on the lookout for the good. Pretend that you are an investigative reporter looking for all the good that is out there. And I want you to find 5 great things that happen to you, around you, for you every day. One of the women I interviewed for Happy for No Reason said that she pretends that she's the Academy Awards committee, and her job is to give out 5 Academy Awards a day. So she'll be out for a walk and she'll see a cute little fluffy white dog and she'll say, oh, that dog gets the cutest dog of the day award. And so she's on the lookout for the good. Then step number 2, savor the good for at least 20 seconds. It takes at least 20 seconds for the good to sink in deeply enough to start to create a new neural pathway in the brain. Nowhere near that for the negatives. The negatives are so ingrained that you just reinforce it all the time in a few seconds. But to reinforce the positives, you've got to savor it. That means you don't just see the cute dog. You walk up to the owner and you say, you know, your dog gets the cutest dog of the day award from me, or something where you're focusing on it for 20 seconds, or you see a sunset. And instead of just noticing it, you go, and you take it in to the body for 20 seconds. So that's the second step. Then the third step is to go for a 3-to-1 ratio. 3 positives for every 1 negative. The negatives are going to happen. They're just automatic. Don't beat yourself up for them, but replace them with something else that you can really appreciate in that moment. And everybody can find something in every moment to appreciate. So those 3 steps will create new neural pathways in the brain.
Well, I know given that this was my weakest pillar, this seems something that's very accessible to me, and I can make a commitment towards doing a lot more of that. Then I can imagine how much it brings a smile to my face every other day, brings up the set point, and now I start attracting a lot more of the positive things. Are there any other pillars and associated tips that you see are very common for people to find them maybe weaker in today's age more than ever?
Yes. The pillar of the soul, the pillar of the feeling of connectedness to all of life, that life is good, that life is supporting me, that life is on my side. You know, Einstein said that the most important question you can ask is this a loving universe? And happy people will always answer yes. That doesn't mean everything goes their way. That means that they believe that life is for them rather than against them. If something isn't happening the way they think it should be happening, instead of acting like a victim, they say, okay, if this is happening for a higher purpose, this is happening for my higher good, what might that be? So anytime you find yourself with, you know, okay, you've gotten a bunch of no's. Well, why is that? Maybe it's to build your persistence muscle. Maybe it's to build your shifting direction muscle, your intuition. You know, find what is the lesson or the gift in that for you. And then also really, really listen to your inner yes and no. And that has to do, for me, with being connected to the soul. So let me just tell you another quick story, if I may. There's a little formula that I learned in my 20s for manifesting. And I love it because it's simple and it rhymes. It's 3 steps for manifesting. And they run: intention, attention, no tension. Intention, be clear about what it is you want. Attention, put your thoughts, your words, your feelings, and your actions behind it, your life force. But the third step is the step that most people miss: no tension. Be in a state of ease. Be in a state of peace. Be in a state of what I call happy for no reason, which is an inner state of peace and well-being, no matter what is going on around you, no matter what your circumstances are. So I was really good at that first step. I knew my intention. I knew I wanted to be a speaker. I wanted to travel around the world, you know, changing people's lives. Attention, I was really good at that. I'm a dog with a bone. I put my whole energy, my life force behind it. I was out there working really hard. The no tension piece was the piece I was not good at. And one day in 1994, a dear friend of mine came to me and she said, Marcy, you look terrible. But she didn't use that word. You look like. And she said, you are burning out and you need a rest. I'm going to take you away with me on a silent 7-day meditation retreat. And I looked at her and I said, you're crazy. I'm a speaker. I haven't been silent for more than 2 hours in my life. She was very convincing. Her name was Janet Atwood. She wrote The Passion Test. And so off I went with her. She said, you really need this. So off I went with her in silence, went into silence and meditated for 7 days. And on the 4th day, in the middle of a meditation, a light bulb went off and I saw the words, chicken soup for the woman's soul. Now, nobody had ever thought of a sequel in the Chicken Soup series. The only book that was out was the first book. And as soon as that idea came to me, I felt like it was a gift from the divine. As soon as it came to me, I knew that was it. I knew that was what was going to lead me to world stages. There was only one problem with the scenario, and that is I still had 3 more days of silence. And I couldn't tell anybody my great epiphany, my great idea. As soon as the silence was over, I ran to the closest payphone. This was before cell phones. And I called up Jack Canfield, who was my mentor. And I said, Chicken Soup for the Woman's Soul. He said, oh my God, I can't believe it. He called up the publisher and he said, what about Chicken Soup for this Woman's Soul? And the publisher said, oh my God, I can't believe it. Nobody's ever thought of that. That's such a great idea. What a brilliant idea. And a year and a half later, I had my first book out, Chicken Soup for the Woman's Soul. It came from me going inside, being quiet, connecting to spirit. When people don't have that inner guidance, that inner quiet, they are missing the key to the greatest inspirations in their life. Every great idea that's come to me has come from deep meditation and silence.
Let that sink in. What a powerful message. And you're right, especially, I mean, you've seen how we have internet now, we have devices in our pockets, there's media everywhere. Those opportunities for silent introspections are few and far behind us. So like we need to consciously set that because it seems harder today than ever. Would you agree with that?
I agree that people have more distractible possibilities than ever. And what I also know is that the people that have fulfilling abundance, that abundance that comes from that soul-based abundance, they are regularly, daily connecting in with what it is that helps them really feel the soul, the meditation, and it doesn't need to be long periods of time. It can be, 10 minutes, 20 minutes. It can be 2 minutes breaks during the day to really stop and take your attention off out there and come inside. That's where the gems are. The real abundance comes from inside here.
Marcy, if somebody wanted to go deeper into these foundations for happiness that really want to move the needle on other parts of raising that happiness set points to attract even more abundance, you've already given us 2 major areas to work for him. One from my perspective, which happens to be the majority, and another one that you think around the soul that many people can benefit from right here. But if someone's going deeper and they want to go beyond, where do you usually bring people towards?
And by the way, with the soul also, that's where you get your sacred yes and sacred no about whether to go forward in one direction or another direction. Listen inside. People can go to happyfornoreason.com. And on there, I actually have, I said there are 21 happiness habits. I have a workbook with all 21 happiness habits and a practice that you can do for each one. And there's also an assessment, a free assessment that comes with that, where you can see where you are on the Happy for No Reason spectrum. And you can see where are you the weakest and where should you start. So all of that is at happyfornoreason.com as a gift to you.
We're going to have that gift made available for everyone. We'll make sure that you have that in your hands because honestly, Marcy, it's been a fantastic session. You've shared the powerful stories and a lot of practical ideas and tools that we can put in place so that we can attract and master more abundance. And as we're coming towards the end of our conversation, which has went by so fast, would there be anything you'd like to share for people to really take away? I think you've already given us so many amazing takeaways, but if I'm going out there, I'm looking to, take a powerful step. It might not be the perfect step, but it's the step I'm doing right now. What would be the things you would share when it comes to bringing more happiness as well as having more abundance in our life?
So first of all, I just want to say that I really believe in what I call 200% of life. 100% inner world, 100% outer world. But it must start from the inner. So I would say that the place to start is by cultivating what is it that you feel in your heart is yours here to do. What are you called to do? Be kind to yourself in the way you treat yourself, in the way you treat your desires, your intentions. Come from the place that feels more expanded and loving rather than the place that feels more contracted and fearful. And I will I want to end with this, Jason, and that is people always say, isn't this selfish? Isn't it selfish to want to be happier? Isn't it selfish to want abundance? What about the world? Don't we need to consider the world? And my answer is the least selfish thing you can do is to be happy inside yourself. Because the more the happier you are in here, the more you're affecting your family, the people around you, your community, and ultimately the world. We are emitting chemicals into the atmosphere all day long based on how happy or how miserable we are. And I will leave you with this proverb. It's a Chinese proverb that sums up why I'm so passionate about this. And it goes like this. It says, when there is light in the soul, there will be beauty in the person. When there is beauty in the person, there will be harmony in the house. When there is harmony in the house, there will be order in the nation. And when there is order in the nation, there will be peace in this world. And my prayer and my wish for every single one of us is that we know that light in our own souls, that happiness in our own lives. And through that, we help create peace here on this planet of ours.
Amen to that. Marcy, it's been an absolute joy of a conversation with you. So many insights, takeaways, and gifts for everybody, not just from what they're going to be able to go grab the workbook and do the assessment, but the gifts of just everything you've shared in this conversation has been absolutely wonderful. We're grateful for your time, your knowledge, and your work that you've done raising happiness set points around the world and making it a little more peaceful and abundant in the process. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jason. It's been a great joy to be with you.
And there you have it, everyone. Our first conversation. Let's give it up for Marcy in a big way. It was a wonderful conversation. And it seems I asked which one of the pillars was the ones that affected you the most, as I was used as a guinea pig. The mind was the one that affected me. So I'd be curious to hear if there was one of these areas that you thought is the one that you want to work on the most. Now, there was an incredible link that was shared by Marcy. I see it's been put into the chat, but all the links, all these things, we're going to actually put them in the Facebook group. So have you joined the Facebook group already? If so, you'll be able to go ahead and get access to that right inside the Facebook group. We'll make sure that you have access to all those things over there. Also, I'm just going to make sure that everyone is very well set up. So I was being a little distracted because I want to show you when you go to happyfornoreason.com, you'll just want to go and scroll right to this section. And this is where you're going to find the tool that was shared, the 21 ways to raise your happiness set point, the questionnaire, and some quotes for happy for no reason. So you'll get a chance to grab all of the wonderful bonuses from Marcy. Give some love for Marcy. Find her on the socials. Grab a copy of her book. She was a wonderful guest on this summit, Happy for No Reason. We've put the link to her website as well right here on the slide. So take a picture of that if that's what you want to make sure to capture. And out of curiosity, since we want to integrate, like this is a great interview you got to witness, but what's the takeaway? And I'm going to be asking this on most, if not all, the sessions. And I want you to take the moment to participate. So this is not just couch learning, but this is us actually integrating. And so what were your biggest takeaways from this conversation? Drop that into the chat so we can actually have a few little pullbacks from the conversation that we had today. Again, if you wanted to have the link to get the bonuses, it's happyfornoreason.com. You'll be able to get the 21 happiness habits right from there. Again, if there's anything that you have taken away the most from this conversation, take a moment, think on it. Was it around understanding the different areas to find happiness? Was it about breaking and finding fulfilling abundance, not just empty abundance? What were some of your key set points? If you're journaling in your own pad, that's fine too. If you want to take a moment to actually share into the chat, that makes it much more inclusive for the hundreds of people that are on the summit with us right now. And I'm going to get a chance to pull up a couple here. So first off, I want to say, Candy, thank you for joining us. Great to see you. Be intentional about being happy and positive in the beginning, and then it will come naturally to you. Isn't that fantastic? Like the moment you tune into that, it starts becoming a lot more abundant. We have here learning that we have a happiness set point. That was a concept I had never heard before as well. So Alejandra, thank you for joining. And yes, this is a really powerful concept. And here, the reason why people are addicted to the news is the dopamine rush. Yeah. And quite frankly, like this is the decision. And like from what you've learned, you might want to think of a little thing you can change in your life if you're already taking action and grabbing, the 21 checklist. For me, I have this channel I love listening to on YouTube. The man covers the news 4 times a week. And gosh, I don't really get value from that. Like, I don't think it's making me happier. It's making me more sad. And so these are small decisions that you can make. Removing that from my feed will be a powerful one there. So with that, guys, no tension, intention. I think it's attention, intention, no tension. Those are the 3 little things we want to focus on. So that was our first talk for the summit. Are you guys feeling good? Is this off to a good start? We still have so much more to cover. And the next guest speaker I'm bringing on is actually going to be one that is a very practical session. And you will even get a chance to practice a breathing meditative exercise. So here's a little reminder for everyone here. You definitely wouldn't want to be distracted while tuning into this summit. If you're sitting at home, I'd hope you're on your computer because you're going to get a moment where you will be closing your eyes and doing an embodiment practice in the next session coming up. So make sure you are well set up for this session. This is going to be with Anthony Abagnano. He's just about to release his book, Outer Chaos, Inner Calm. He is on a mission to bring life-changing effects of applied breath work to the world. He's the founder of Alchemy of Breath. He's the only breathwork training institution recognized by the Federation of Holistic Therapies. He has graduated thousands of facilitators from his internationally accredited academy. I can't wait for all of you to hear from this incredible gentleman, and it's going to have a very powerful embodiment practice. So make sure you are well set up, seated, grounded. And with that, I'm very ready for our second session of the day, Mastering Abundance Summit. Let's bring on Anthony to the stage and kick it off with our second talk. Session on our Mastering Abundance Summit. What a joy it is to have a person that has been a pioneer in the space of breathwork, has been working with individuals, helping them build their own practices with over 1,000 practitioners who have been certified under his academy, the Alchemy of Breath, which has been around for over 10 years. It is the only breathwork training recognized by the Federation of Holistic Therapies. And we have none other of Anthony Abagnano, who is joining us today. His signature program, The Inner Journey, has helped practitioners of all levels self-discovery through breathwork, helping us do inner child retrieval, and so much more. And we're going to talk about how this tool and other ways of looking at our consciousness, looking at how do we evolve to bring more abundance in our lives. What does abundance even mean? What can we do as we build our practices as well? The different ways that we can be more abundant. I'm so excited to have him come share on our platform. Anthony, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Jason. It's a pleasure to be with you and with you all as well. You're going to have to stop me talking more than get me talking because this is my passion. I'm in my passion vein when I talk about how we can use the breath to change our lives. So
we are going to be making the most out of our time together. I mean, you have had an incredible journey. We were just having a conversation before the session about how you've actually opened multiple properties, cafes, retreats around the world that are all in alignment of living a more abundant life. It's an entrepreneurial journey as well. And this is where I wanted to start the conversation, is to just hear a bit more about your journey and what role did abundance play in your lives?
it's a great question. Thank you. And I'm going to start by taking a breath just to drop into that question a little bit and feel it inside. I think my discovery of abundance was entirely based on my ability to receive. And I think that has been based on my sense of self-worth. So there have been times in my life, and perhaps you can relate, times in your life where you didn't think much of yourself, things were going wrong, you were depressed or feeling low. And the portal to accept that abundance simply exists gets smaller. It doesn't change the abundance of sunshine or clouds or nature, or it doesn't change anything outside, but it's just that our ability to receive gets diminished and we close down on noticing. And I think for me, my experience of abundance has been directly related to how much I believe I'm worthy of abundance. So that filter of self-worth has really been the gauge of how abundant I feel.
Why do you think it is that this self-worth seems to not start at a full level? Like, it seems like for a lot of us, the default setting is we have low self-worth. And it seems like it's something we need to rediscover or something that's hidden from us. What's happening there?
I think you're absolutely right. I think it's one of our fundamental beliefs is that as humans, we're not worthy. And in my experience and with all the people that I've worked with, it's really about how, as youngsters, we learned to export the measurement of our worth to other people. So in simple terms, if mum and dad weren't happy with us, we felt unloved or unworthy. And things like that get embedded in our subconscious in those first 7 or 8 years of life. So we learn that that actually becomes normal. And it takes quite a bit to break out of that normal, that process of actually reclaiming the innocence that we originally came to this planet with can be quite a journey. And for some people, it takes a breakdown or a crash or a crisis. And my work is about helping people to engineer that process in advance rather than pretending that we're worthy and then finding the substructure of our sense of self-worth falling to pieces, that we actually go down there and build the proper foundations upon which we can become more self-referenced in terms of how we value ourselves rather than relying on the outer world to validate us. I think that's a really important process, is to reclaim, when we reclaim our innocence, we also reclaim our ability to respond to situations rather than react to them, which is what we did when we were little babies. We reacted. Does that make sense?
It does make sense. And I was going to ask, based on the moments that you've reclaimed your self-worth, I'd be curious to know, how would your day unfold differently before and after you've had that realization and you've made that shift?
I do love your questions. They're different than the usual ones, so I enjoy them. I meditate every morning, and if I'm not feeling worthy, there's something in me that stops me meditating. I don't know, perhaps some of you out there have experienced that before. And one of the wonders of meditation to me is that it's counterintuitive. You know, when we really need it most is when we're least likely to want to do it. So there's something in there that is mysterious, but also includes an element of paradox. So no matter how dark our world may feel and how little abundance we may be aware of, there is something else that's waiting to happen. And we know that in life, right? We know that day follows night and night follows day, and the seasons change and the tides go up and down. We know that there's a rhythm and a flow that exists in life. But when we are in a non-abundant state, we don't notice it. It's not that it has changed, it's that our perception has changed. So then it becomes a question of, well, how can I manipulate my perception? How can I notice differently? And this is difficult if you're feeling hopeless or feeling that things are all going pear-shaped or wrong. So there are processes and different kinds of meditations that can allow us to, I like to say, reclaim our imagination, because that kind of got pummeled out of us as children. I remember at school being told, he's always looking out the window. If only he paid more attention, he'd do so much better. And I never realized that I would think of it as a compliment later on in my life. At the time, I felt awful when I was told that. So because I was failing, and I learned to understand that therefore I was a failure. So all of these things would hack at my self-confidence, that natural, robust ebullience of childhood, where you just are so totally in the moment and your face is covered with mud and you're giggling and laughing, and then someone comes up and says, "Oh my gosh, you look shameful," and it all kind of crumbles. It takes a little bit to rewrite those stories that we've accepted as normal. And the reason I love breath work is because it changes our perception so easily and so quickly.
I am very grateful for tools like breathwork, particularly breathwork itself. It seems to be such a direct access to the state shift. And you mentioned earlier, like doing meditation feels the hardest when you need it the most. I'm wondering if you have any self-assessment or kind of if I'm listening to this and I don't know if I'm the person that needs to do it the most, are there certain things I would witness around me that makes me realize, oh my God, like I need to do a state shift. I need to really do the breath work, or I need to meditate.
Yeah, I think there are some key symptoms that we show when we're at a loss with life, and they include the simple, more obvious ones are where we blame the outer world for the way we feel. If that hadn't happened, I'd feel better. The more subtle ones are just feeling like we're listless and we can't get a grip. We don't feel causative. And I think one major one is that the more anxious we feel, the more anxious we feel, the less range of choice we experience. Our vision just starts to get more and more narrow and myopic. And anxiety, I believe, the level of anxiety that we have learned to live with is the measure of the distance between our true inner being and the way we're actually living the moment. That's a really important thing to absorb, that the level of our anxiety is the measure of the distance between the truth of our inner being and the way we're actually playing out life. And unfortunately, we've been taught to play out life according to other people's standards and measurements. And as soon as we began to accept that as normal, we began to distance ourselves from who we truly are. So when I train people to become therapists and work with breath work out there in the world, it's really a large part of this training is undoing rather than constructing ways of handling situations. It's undoing the old ways, and in the absence of that architecture that we learnt to build in order to protect ourselves, in the absence of those old coping systems that we clung to, we begin to find something else underneath that's actually resplendent and bright and already knows. Have you ever had that feeling like, oh, this meets something inside me? When you hear something from outside that resonates inside you, it's often a sign that it's something that is familiar. It's something that you actually already knew, but you forgot. Perhaps you can remember a relationship where you meet someone and there's a sense of recognition, even though it's the first time you ever met them. I believe that this is what's actually going on under the surface. And these are the things that we've lost the ability to notice as our intuition has kind of been squeezed out of us.
I also feel, we're talking during this summit as well about how in 2025, it seems like more and more things may be coming out of our control. The anxiety seems to be a pressure cooker as well. And so this sense of powerlessness has seemed to be permeated across a lot of, my God, the world events that are happening. And it seems like if you glue yourself to the media, I know for me, in the times that I felt the highest anxiety, I would always look for some information and I'd get glued to news. I'd get glued to social media. And you're speaking about going and doing practices that are healthier. Those have been my biggest indicators that, oh my God, a shift needs to happen. And so I'm glad that we're coming here and bringing that awareness forward. And, you, beyond just the breath work, have also been helping so many people build their own practice in doing breath work. And I feel like some of the mandatory things that you need to do to build your own practice is there's a lot of abundance blocks or barriers that you need to overcome, which would bring me to a question of what are those types of barriers? What are those types of blocks that you mostly see for people who are striving for more abundance and kind of need to overcome before they get there?
That's another very powerful question. And I think, part of me, when you were asking the question, part of me was going, well, actually, I want to talk about the bits that are easy rather than the blocks. But we do see them as blocks when we don't feel abundant. When we feel abundant and we look back and we go, oh my gosh, it was so simple. It's that concept of something else wanting to happen. And if we don't allow ourselves to believe that's possible, it cannot happen. So you don't know that there's a red car going past your building right now, outside the room that you're living in, because you don't see it. And it works the other way around. If you're not willing to see it, it won't happen. So I think of this as a quality of attention that we need to provide, and understanding the nature of what the word attention means. Attention comes from the Latin attendere, or in French attendre, and that means to wait. It doesn't mean to force. It doesn't mean to go beyond the limits of your own ability, but it does mean to be forceful in your waiting and the quality of attention that you give. And as you give more attention, you become more aware. And as you become more aware, then you begin to notice that there are things that you didn't notice before. And as soon as you're able to notice them, then they can happen. So that's why abundance exists. It's not that we know intellectually that abundance exists. There's an abundance of health, there's an abundance of problems, there's an abundance. It's an independent energy. It's neither good nor bad, it just exists. But we do tell ourselves stories about it, that I haven't got it and he has. And in for example, the old paradigm, in order for me to have it, I've got to take it from you. That was the way we used to think. And thankfully, these days, we're beginning to understand that abundance is totally available to all of us. So when you talk about dropping into the news, I don't go to Facebook very much myself, but I saw a link and I went in there just yesterday to see a conversation about the state of affairs and the geopolitical platforms. And what's the first thing I notice is the strength with which people oppose each other. And I believe that unconsciously becoming a part of the polarization that exists in the world is what is causing our mental poverty and our lack of awareness. And I feel that's one of the symptoms of pushing abundance away, is falling into that argument. There is another conversation. There is what I call a miracle matrix that exists above this mundane matrix that we've accepted as our normal. But if we keep our feet rooted in these kinds of issues and these kinds of conversations, then we can never achieve the loft with which we can get overview and understand that there are other choices. It's the same thing when you're anxious or you're nervous or you're traumatized. We know you lose your choice, right? It's fight, flight, or freeze. So how do we expand that beyond those three options? We expand it by making a choice. That first choice, the most simple choice of all on the pathway to any abundance, is to choose to take a breath. And that's actually the second choice, because your first choice is that you're here right now listening. And what's important here is if you don't acknowledge yourself for that, you are slipping up already. So I would say take a breath, acknowledge yourself for investing your time here in a world of possibility rather than one of diminishment. Now take a breath, and as you take that breath, inquire into whether you need more breaths. Make that your next choice. Maybe I need another 3. And during those 3, then you can create another 10. And what you're doing all the time is creating space. You're allowing your awareness and your alertness to become more distinctive and also more discriminatory. You're choosing more what you want to notice, and then changes can happen. And this is connected to our reticular activation system, the RAS system, which is a little this size thing in the back of our brain. And this is a filter that has been designed to stop us being overwhelmed by the amount of data that we receive during our day. And we can actually work with this reticular activation system to help it focus on what we want to focus. So I'll give you a very simple example of the red car again. If you're going to buy a red Alfa Romeo and you are waiting for it to be delivered, I'll bet you start noticing how many red Alfa Romeos there are out there. But if you were going to buy a blue Ford, you're not going to notice the red Alfa Romeos at all. And that's how your reticular activation system works. So really what I advocate, if you want to experience more positive abundance, because be specific, you want positive abundance, not negative abundance, and start to train your brain how to notice it. And the way you're going to do that is you're going to start to import the chosen data that you want and bring it into your awareness so you can work with it. Now, what does that mean? In the biggest picture of all, that means if the world's a shit show out there, how can I retain my calm? There are things I can do, and there are things I cannot do. If I get involved in the argument, I will be part of the problem. If I want to be part of the solution, I need to create a safe space in which I can work in my own laboratory without all this other energy coming in. And when I say that to myself, I'm already creating the filtration system that I need to be able to choose what it is that I want to be abundant with. It's a big statement, so you might want to rewind and replay that.
We're going to make sure that's part of the workbook for everybody as well. I actually wanted to go into choosing that abundance. I'd love to have what your definition of abundance is, to give us an idea of like, what is, from your perspective, the ideal good abundance that we could be chasing for, because sometimes our scope could be limited to just financial abundance. And I feel like there's so much more to abundance.
Yeah, thank you. I think there's something worthy of double clicking on about this story of abundance, is that the first likelihood when we consider the positive abundance that we seek, whether it's financial or in relationship, or a sense of vivacity, of feeling alive and positive, or creative abundance if you're a musician or a writer or an artist of any kind, all of those things, the first trap that we're likely to fall into is that when we desire something, we're actually creating distance between ourselves and what it is we desire. If we desire something, we're putting it over there, and then we have to get to it. But we also know that abundance already exists. It's actually in the right here, right now. So we need to watch out for the trap of desire, lest it distances us from where we really want to go. And I think that's one key thing that we can understand. So it's not that I want abundance that's helping me get abundance. It's actually the opposite. The more I want it, the more I'm declaring that I lack it. So therefore I am saying it will not exist in my life. I'm unconsciously affirming that it won't come. When I say we're going to take it into our own laboratory and stop it being about what's happening in the outside world and stop it from being distant from where we are, that means that to bring it into my own laboratory, I need to understand that it's not distant. It's actually right here, right now. So what will it take for me to be right here, right now? What would it take for you to stop the thoughts that are listening to what I'm saying and running around thinking, well, it could be that and it could be that. What will it take for you to come right here, right now? And the more you do, the more you realize that you're actually bathing in an ocean of abundance already. So don't push it away with desire. That's number one thing. You can definitely identify what the things are that you wish to be abundant in, but don't fall into that kind of materialist trap that it means that I've got to go somewhere or I've got to accomplish something. It's more unaccomplishing than accomplishing. We don't create presence. Presence exists, and we need to slow down in order to be able to appreciate that it's there. The next thing I think that is fundamental in achieving abundance is that we have learnt to think sequentially. We've learnt that logic is an important tool for us to understand the way the world works and how we can navigate our way through it. And it's true. It does work, and it's very functional. But if we attach ourselves too much to it, there are other things that we can't notice. So one of these is time, for example. It takes time to do things. We try to squeeze a lot into a short period of time. We don't have enough time. It's going to take me time to get there. We think of things in terms of linear time. But there are many ways of interpreting time. And there are many ways that we can become more causative in our experience of time. For example, if you do an activity that incorporates more use of your right brain, you'll let go of time. So if you're an artist and you're painting, you might come out of an experience of painting and realize, oh my gosh, 2 hours have gone by. Now think about that. There have been times in your life, even if you're not an artist, that you go, wow, where did the time go? And that's because your right brain is more activated and your left brain, which is more calculating, has kind of taken a little break and slowed down a bit. So you've lost your concept of time, the concept that you are normally attached to. When abundance, if we accept that abundance is, that the definition of abundance is what is, if we can accept that, and if we can accept what I said earlier, it's up to me to notice it, then are you able to accept that you can manipulate time with your awareness, because we know we do manipulate it unconsciously. Our perception of time is changing all the time. So if we actively participate in that we can actually do what we would normally call create abundance. Again, what I'm saying is we're not creating it, we're becoming aware of it. But by manipulating our concept of time, that we can actually understand that it's happening right now. So I'll give you an example. Imagination is our primary tool, and we don't have as much as we used to when we were little kids. So this takes a little bit of exercise and a little bit of stretching into opening our bandwidth to imagine with. And actually, that's a lot of fun. It's not work. It's like, oh gosh, yeah, I can afford to imagine what it would be like if. So what I would love to do with you today is to explore a little meditation for 7 minutes or so, where we can use the power of our imagination. We can settle into our imagination and allow ourselves to accept that this abundance is here now. So imagine that you already had what it is that you dream of. And then I'm going to ask you, when we're in this meditation, I'm going to ask you to start imagining how it feels in your body too. How does it actually, if you inhabit that place, how it feels in your body to imagine yourself looking at that sunset, from your penthouse apartment, or being arm in arm with the love of your life, or whatever it is that you would seek to happen in your life, to actually embody it. And then as we do that together, you'll be able to discover that you are actually living it. You're creating the destination you choose with your imagination. And you're actually manipulating time. It's happening right now. You're experiencing it in your body right now. And when you do that, the magic can happen. You can make yourself available for the miracle that actually is happening, and you can have it happen to you too. You can be included in this miracle of life. So if you'd like to try that, I'd love to get set up and we can do it together.
We love to get a chance for all participants to experience this. So I will make sure to remind everyone at this part of the experiential is make sure you should already be at home, focused and concentrated on the summit, but this is going to be an experiential part. And so make sure you are seated, you are undisrupted, as you're going to get to experience this as we continue with the summit. Anthony, I'll be ready to play the cue whenever you're ready.
Thank you. I'll give you the cue in just a second. And just as a reminder for any of you that might be operating machinery or in a car right now and you're kind of fitting this in, please wait and see the recording afterwards so you can do it safely in your own space. And yes, let's begin. And let's begin with that one breath. The ability to choose this one breath. The exhale of that. Make a sound. Reminds you of your body. Reminds you of your body. And what the body itself can do remind you. Make a sound that helps you water. And now gently allowing your eyelids to close. Following the rhythm of your breath. There's no particular breaths you need to do. It can be through the nose, and one that brings you comfort and ease. And see if you're able to sense anything that's going on in your body. Scan your body as you breathe, noticing any tension or energy, and just breathing and witnessing. Noticing that each time you choose a breath and you stay aware of it, that you are becoming more present to what's here right now. And now I'm going to ask you to consider what it is that you would wish to have in your life in terms of abundance. Be as unreasonable as you want. And always breathing. See if you can allow your imagination to float. And knowing the mind will wander, just come back to your breath, come back to allowing yourself, giving yourself permission to return to that imagination of actually being in the situation that you wish to receive. Could it be the flow of love, the wealth of any kind, some outcome that has avoided you in the past? And just allow yourself to imagine it being true. It'll come perhaps in glimpses at first, and that's enough to work with. Just being here, being willing, right now, is your beginning. And so as you breathe and as you play in this imagining, what are you noticing? What are you feeling? Imagine the satisfaction after all this time of having what it is you truly seek. Imagine you've arrived and bathe in it as if you were bathing in an ocean of abundance. Notice any sensations that might be in your body, like a warmth in your heart, a softening in your belly. And allow your attention to go there more, receiving those sensations from your body. A sense of completeness, of arrival, of deep inner peace. And we'll simply be here. When your mind wanders, bring it back gently, kindly, softly, and allow yourself to have that experience right now, in this moment, as you use your breath to be more present with the abundance that's already here. Know that your mind will wander, and that's okay. Just gently bring it back again. And we'll take 5 more breaths. Let stillness be true as much as you're able. And before we come back to the room around you again, just say a thank you. Thank you to this body that helps you, that does remind you. And when you're ready, you can begin to open your eyelids again, and we can come back to the room.
Well, that feels wonderful.
Yes. And that would be definitely abundant, wonderful, full of wonder. I just want to say, because, when I do this meditation, there's always somebody that goes, I hang on, I just got a little, I didn't quite get anything. I'm not sure that something happened. And I want to offer a little bit of comfort, because it may happen in one meditation and all of a sudden things will unfold beautifully for you. But it's in your willingness to keep showing up that really the results can be guaranteed. because they're there, and you're now beginning to work with your own power of noticing. So listen to the recording when you can. And another way to look at this is to do this every morning, first thing when you wake up, and to do it every night, last thing before you go to bed, and make this normal. Redescribe your normal, because the normal that you've learned to live with is probably not natural. It's natural to be imaginative, and it's natural to be in the flow of life. So the invitation is to return to that normal that you once knew and loved and played with, so we can be children again.
Anthony, I think that's a beautiful way of concluding this wonderful session we've had together. Thank you for the experience. Thank you for the message. Some of the key things I know I've taken away from it is rediscovering the self-worth. I think that's a big thing that we all have to realize that we've had with us. We seem to have lost it in our upbringing, and when we rediscover it, we get to see that abundance is all around us. I love how you've mentioned how we have to choose abundance. It's not about that being there, it's with us, and the power of the breath in the process to just be that practice that we can use at all times. If there's anxiety, there's stress, and it's just one breath. And I love how you've broken it down into something that is accessible for everyone, regardless of where they're at, is to realize that, hey, in the times that you feel that things are at their grimace, that it feels like it's inaccessible to go do these we're feeling anxiety, no time. It's a one breath step that starts an upward spiral, as opposed to in the stuckness that we might be at. And so all of these I find are so accessible, so powerful. And to be able to have this experience of choosing abundance, feeling abundance, unlocking our imagination, just leaves me with such a great feeling for this session. And I'm so grateful for everything you've shared today. I'd love to just throw it at you and maybe share some closing words you'd love to give for everybody who is part of this Abundance Mastery Summit before we move on to our next session.
Thank you. Yes, we've just opened the door a crack, and we do say that no matter how dark the room is, one crack of light is the opening to a whole new truth. And I encourage you to study the breath, work with it in every way you can. It's not just about the conscious, connected breath. Lean into the best friendship you could ever have, the best intimacy you could ever share, and that's with your own breath. And if you want to know more about breath work, or if you want to practice it more, we at Alchemy Breath, we do weekly sessions on Sundays. If you go to alchemybreath.com, you can find out more and register. It's a completely free experience, and you'll get to breathe with a community of 700 or 800 people that are breathing together and see what happens. And if you are interested how to create calm in this world of outer chaos, please watch out for my book, Outer Chaos, Inner Calm, which is really all about developing the robustness and the resilience that you need to navigate your way through rather a complicated world without having to become brutal or harsh or reactive. Remember, you're either a part of the problem or you're a part of the solution. So may that choice be a conscious one for you.
We will make sure that all these resources are available to you. If you look into our groups, we'll make sure it's shared there. Anthony, once again, thank you so much for your time, your wisdom, and the experience. And for everybody tuning in, I think I will echo the words of Anthony earlier, which is, you've already made a great choice by choosing to learn about mastering abundance. We're going to add in the breath and continue your journey with Anthony. We'll have a link to his website as well. And this was an incredible session. So thank you so much.
You're so welcome. Thank you for allowing me to be with you all.
Welcome back, everyone. And so Anthony Abagnano, alchemyofbreath.com, you can see it on the screen right now, is the link that you can have to join some of his meditations. And as it was asked in the chat already, you will have access to these sessions for the next 24 hours. And for those of you who are VIP, this meditation will be a part of your toolkit. And for any of you who haven't already upgraded to VIP, you can do so for $99. We'll make sure to share a link in the chat as well for those who want to make that step into the VIP side. Big thanks to Anthony. How are we feeling? What is our takeaways from the sessions of the time? I got to do this meditation twice now. So some people were asking like, oh, how is this going? So I had a chat with Anthony a couple days ago, and now I got to do it all with you once again. And so it's an amazing, amazing piece to bring you present. And again, for me, the takeaway from this session is at any time that I'm feeling uncentered, unregulated, unabundant, I can take one breath. If it's not enough, I take a second. And this washed feeling of calm, peace, amazingness. I'm going to go here and bring up Susan's comment here saying like, what an amazing feeling, Anthony. Thank you so much. We had Rudy here going like a whole journey on sea, all sunshines and love. Rudy, Susan, great to see you on this summit. And we also had Raison d'être talking about so beautiful feeling, as well as Smiley sharing about how this was an amazing and lovely experience. So for those who are just tuning in, I'm seeing we're close to 500 people that are on this live, and tons of you are watching the replay. I'll just bring up the house information just as a quick reminder for everyone before we jump into the next one, which is we have 11 sessions today. We've already done 2, third one coming up very shortly. Take a quick 5 minutes in between each session. I'll come in and share, get us a chance to integrate as well. And then we'll have a mini break happening after the 6th session today. During the live stream, are you all on the page commenting? I'm seeing all the comments. It's coming from the wonderful page where you're all accessing these sessions. And so be sure to be on that space, particularly for those of you who are watching on Facebook. I'll tell you this, Facebook actually will cut out after 8 hours. So make sure you're coming onto the proper link. We'll make sure the team is sharing the link for the watch page of this summit so you can actually jump in, join on the major conversation. If you're on the Facebook group, it's going to be more conversations that happen after these sessions. So make sure you are a part of that group. Talks will remain available for 24 hours. And if you are upgrading to VIP, you get the recordings, the transcript, a lot of bonuses, including Anthony's meditation is going to be thrown up in there. And so with that, I think we're ready for our next speaker. Are you guys enjoying yourselves so far? We're 2 speakers in of the summit, and we're just getting started. Next up, we're going to have Danny Morel, who's going to be joining us. Now, Danny, you'll hear the introduction I give him on the summit itself, but he's a life coach, a spiritual leader. He has this incredible event that are truly transformational happening around the world to really help people shift their limiting beliefs and step into a very abundant mindset. So we're going to get started with our 3rd session for today. If you're just joining us, welcome. If you've been here from the start, we are going to keep going. We've had 2 amazing speakers so far. Danny's going to take it away for the next session, and I will go ahead and get it started. Let's give it up for Danny Morel.
Back to our Mastering Abundance Summit session. I have an incredible individual here who's really going to paint a path, a journey that's going to show you what it looks like when you are looking for abundance, mastering abundance, whether that's in the financial realm or becoming very aware of what are all the different types of abundance you want to include into your life, particularly spiritual abundance. Danny Morel is joining me, and if you're not familiar with him, he's been doing some amazing events and incredible education, originally in the real estate field, and now his events that he does, Awaken Your Higher Self, is the world's leading spiritual awakening event. It's a masterclass on unlocking your higher potential. Thousands of people come in and have genuine transformation when they come together for this event. And what we're going to be sharing on the session today is a bit of that journey towards abundance. What does it look like? What are the key areas of wealth you want to be focusing on to make sure that your life truly is a masterpiece? Danny, it's a pleasure to have you here. What an honor.
I'm glad to be here. It's awesome to be here. Hopefully we could help people unlock the abundance code within them.
You've been helping so many people through your own events, through your own education. And so one of the things that would be beneficial for everyone who's on this summit is to hear about your journey. I think it's particularly fascinating because you've been down a path of financial focus and you've had some changes into really looking at awakening a higher self. I want to hear that story. I want to hear what role did abundance play every step of that journey to bring you to where you are now.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I mean, I think that everything started for me. Obviously, it starts when you're born, right? And one of the things that I like to teach people about life is that everything that you've experienced in your past has been perfectly called in by your soul to get you to this point and where you are in life today. And the reason why that's so important is because I was born to a mother whose mother died when she was only 13 days old, and a father whose father disowned him when he was born. And so my father never received masculine leadership guidance. And as a result, he had a masculine wound. And my mother didn't receive maternal love from her mother. So she had a feminine wound, which when I was born, and we have to understand this about life, we look up to our parents and our survival is dependent on them. They are literally, in our eyes, the masculine and feminine representations of God, basically, right? And so what I didn't realize as a boy is that I had a deep masculine wound and a deep feminine wound. And so when I was growing up, all I wanted was to be successful. Because not only did I have these wounds, I lived in America. Because of the color of my skin, I was told that I was a minority, right? And so I had all of this energy within me where I wanted to be seen and I wanted to experience love because I didn't really get it the way I wish I would have from my parents. And I didn't know that consciously. I knew that unconsciously. So what did I think the remedy was? Well, we as human beings, when we do not experience love, we will go out and find ways to experience love in different avenues. Some of us do it in relationships. Some of us do it in our physical bodies, and others do it financially. We want to feel power. We want to feel successful. We want to have the nice car and the nice house, right? And so that's where I put my focus and my energy towards. Well, what happened? I had the big house. I had the big car. I had the millions of dollars. I had everything that everyone in this world tells you you need to get to be happy. And then my mom died. And when my mom died, it's like I was brought to my knees. And these deep, profound questions started to come to me, questions that I always knew I was afraid to answer because I already knew the answer to them. And the first one was, are you happy? And when that question came to me, I remember feeling like, oh my God, I don't even know what happiness is. Here I am, I'm go, 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 go. I'm always going to try to get to the next goal, the next objective, the next $1 million. And I'm not even happy. And that's when things started getting real for me. And it's what led me to my spiritual journey, quite frankly. The fact that I had went and my entire life, I did what the world tells you you need to do to be happy. And when I had it all, I wasn't happy.
This is incredible, in the sense that you've had these wounds and they've created that material success. And it seems like for a lot of people, the material success might have even been what drawed them towards coming on this summit, thinking
Yeah.
about abundance in this way. And I'd be curious about, what does it look like if you are in that chase of abundance, which is fueled by a wound,
Yeah.
versus a chase for abundance that might be fueled by, my God, is there a different fuel that I don't even know what that is?
Well, here we go, Jason. Let's get deep here. Okay. So, number one, you cannot chase what you already are. Abundance is not something outside of you. Abundance is not something that you achieve. Abundance is not something that someday you're going to become when you have the right business or the same amount or the right amount of money or the right body or the right house. Abundance is who and what you are, not only from the day you're born, but from even before you were born, because you are one with the frequency of abundance. And that's where I think that we have to like wake up to the reality of the truth. The truth is that society and this world has been telling us all along that abundance is something on the outside. Abundance is something that someday you'll get to. Ladies and gentlemen, I will let you know right now that if that's what you think abundance is, you ain't never going to get there because nothing outside of you can ever fulfill you enough. all of what you've been looking for is inside. Yeah. And so what I like to do is I like to tell people that when society and the world tells you that abundance is out there, I'm going to flip it. Abundance is actually in here. And everything out there is just a reflection of what is happening and what you feel deep in here. The money you make is energy. It's just a reflection of the energy that lives inside of you. The relationship you're in, even that is energy. It's a manifestation of the energy that you feel inside of you. The partner that you attract, the clients that you have, the career that you have, the money that you have or you don't have, the lifestyle that you live or don't live, all of it comes from within. Here's the kicker. Most people in society today achieve financial abundance. And this is what the event is about, right? Financial abundance from lower frequencies. Here's what that means. It means that deep inside of ourselves, there's a wound. If you look at all of the high achieving people that we look up to, they probably make the most money, they drive the nicest cars, they have the biggest house. And by the way, they're happy to tell you about everything that they have, right? All of those people, I can guarantee you, at least 95% of them, if you ask them, tell me about your relationship with your mother, everything starts there. What I have found is most successful people in this world are deeply unsuccessful within. And the reason that they are successful in the world is because when they were a little boy or a little girl, they did not receive their mother's love the way they wished they would have. So they created a subconscious story that says, someday I will get what I was looking for as a kid, and I'm going to get it in financial success. And so my challenge to everybody listening right now is be careful who you look up to. Because some of us are looking up to some very unhappy and brokenhearted human beings.
Ooh, yeah, that's an investigation to be completed, because every single person that's got that intense, almost insatiable drive feels like it's coming from an unsustainable fuel source.
Jason, I'll pause you right there. Every single person that is coming from an intense, unsustainable, and insatiable drive, those people that make you think that there's something wrong with you because you're not like that, let me let you know the secret. The secret is there's actually something wrong with them. Because you're not meant to be on the go all the time. You're not meant to be constantly striving to go and get the next goal or achieve the next thing. As a matter of fact, I'm going to tell you what that is. That's a deep disconnection from the frequency of peace. So sure, look, on Instagram and on the outside, you could have the money, you could have the car. Heck, I'm living proof of this. You could even look like you have the perfect life with the perfect wife and the perfect kids, and you take the pictures, and every year you have the perfect outfit on. I'm telling you, it's all a show. And why is it a show? It's a show because that's where you think significance is. That's where you unconsciously think validation is. That's where you think unconsciously love is. And so what do you see happen for people like that? And for myself, what happened is that eventually, if you're constantly on the go, something's going to give. Maybe it's your relationship, or maybe it's your health. And until you have that moment, you'll never wake up to realize, my beautiful brothers and sisters, that you are not just a human being. You're a soul having a human experience. And your soul is here to heal some things, to get you to vibrate at a higher level, to remember who you really are. Remember that you are not separate from abundance, that you are one with everything that you want. And most importantly, to remember that you, myself, you, God, we are all one. That's the most important thing you can understand. Because when you get there, your goals are no longer separate from you. Everything you're working so hard for, everything that even maybe the thing that you came here looking for the answers for, you're not separate from it. When you understand that you're not separate from God and you're not separate from life, well, then you can't possibly be separate from the very thing that you want. As a matter of fact, the fact that you want it is all the proof that you need that it's in you and it's calling you. All you have to do is heal the parts of you that don't believe in yourself. The parts of you that are constantly doubting yourself, the parts of you that are constantly worried, the parts of you that are constantly negative, the parts of you that are afraid to be seen and be heard. Because here's what I can guarantee you, none of that is the real you. That's the wounded version of you. So when you heal the wounded version of you, when you have the courage to go back to that little boy or little girl who didn't receive their mother and father's love, who was scared, who saw them in stress, so therefore created a story that life equals stress, so therefore you keep attracting stress. The little boy or little girl who saw their mother and father not in love with each other, so therefore you created a story that love isn't available to you. Therefore, you keep attracting emotionally unavailable partners and relationships who don't give you love. The little boy or the little girl who saw your mother and father, money in particular is a father wound. You saw your father make it and then lose it. Or you saw your father constantly worried about money, holding on to money, right? Well, you create a story. And whether you like it or not, your dad's energy is still living inside of you. And that's why, Jason, I know people who make $1 million a year and spend $1 million too. And do you know what's happening? What's happening, what I discovered is happening, is there's a wound inside that you get to go back into and heal. And when you heal the energy on the inside, I can guarantee you this, you will heal the life on the outside.
Well, Dania, this is a moment of introspection because from what you just shared, there's a situation that I realize there's a third path, because if you're in your current situation and you're not liking perhaps the reality of your health, your relationship, or your material wealth, then obviously there's something that's creating an itch to change. And if we're looking at the wrong role model and we realize the chase and the insatiable desire comes from a wound, then there's a third path if I want to change, which seems to be involving this aspect of healing. And so I'd be curious to know what some of the first steps look like if I'm here and I'm realizing, yeah, I want to choose the third path. I want to feel what true abundance is. I want to be that connected with one. I want to feel this abundance. How does that journey begin?
I love that. It's a 3-step process. I call it awaken, heal, transform. And part of awakening is becoming aware. Like for many of the people that are listening to me right now, I guarantee you no one expected this kind of a conversation. But it's because no one is having this kind of a conversation. And I want to make sure you know, please listen to me. You could make $1 million a week. You can make $1 million a year. You can make $1 million a month. You can make it. This is not about not making money. As a matter of fact, on the contrary, I'm here to tell you, you can make more money than your mind can even conceive in half of the effort, in way more peace and joy. This is about what is the energy inside of you that is blocking you, that keeps showing up, that keeps keeping you from the very thing that it is that you want. That's what this is about. Because until you hear this, I'm telling you, you will find a way to make the money and lose it. Because the story and the energy is still stuck inside of you. As a matter of fact, it's in your body, it's in your DNA, your cells, right? So the first part is to awaken. The sad thing, my friend, is that sometimes what it takes people to awaken is a death. Like for me, it was my mom. An illness. All of a sudden, your body's been holding on to stress. You've been taking pills. You've been injecting yourself with all this shit that the world tells you need. And cancer shows up, right? A job loss, a career loss, a breakup. Sometimes these are the things that it takes to get us to awaken. What I'm here to share with you is maybe, just maybe, you can allow this to be the moment that gets you to go, whoa, time out. There's something here. This guy is saying some things and they're resonating with me. Yeah. And then you just start to become aware. And you go back to when you were a little boy or a little girl, and you just start to like write down, what are the ways in which I wasn't seen? What are the ways in which I wasn't heard? What are the ways in which My mom and dad didn't give me the love that I wish I would have had, right? And obviously this is really deep, intimate work. This is what we help people through. And then you can ask yourself something along the lines of, like, how is this showing up in my life today? Like, and you could start connecting the dots, and you can start going, oh my God, no wonder that, right? And so then, and now you have like, okay, I got to heal this, then the second part is to heal, right? And this is the part that gets a little tricky, because I'm just going to be honest, like in the world, it doesn't really exist too many people that are helping with this, which is why I genuinely, from my heart, tell people to come to my event, Awaken Your Highest Self, because healing is not something that you can do through reading a book. It's not something that you can do by even listening to this conversation. This conversation, some of you are crying. Some of you are starting to unlock. Some of you are starting to remember some things, right? But you got to go into it and heal it. And the only way that that happens is by literally doing the opposite of what the world tells you. It's not by listening to me. It's not by reading a book. It's not by going on a podcast. It's not by anything. It's by actually quieting your mind, connecting to the spirit world, opening your heart, and allowing yourselves to heal energetically. And that, the only way that I know on this planet to do, is through a plant medicine ceremony or at Awaken Your Highest Self. This is why I created it, basically.
I'd be curious to know what you feel the role of therapeutic sessions is in the path of choosing this.
Like therapy?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, okay, the best way that I can describe this, and not just me, if you were to go on my Instagram right now and, story highlights and just click Awaken, you'll see what people say for themselves. But we describe Awaken, our 3-day event, as 30 years of therapy in 3 days. That's how powerful it is. As a matter of fact, if it's not as powerful, I'll pay off your house. That's how confident I am. And I'm going to tell you something. It's not that I'm confident in me or my event. It's I'm confident in your power to heal yourself. You see, therapy is wonderful. And yet therapy only deals with one aspect of your life, your mind. It doesn't go into the heart, and it definitely doesn't give you an energetic release so that the energy that's trapped inside can be released from the body. Yeah. So it's only kind of like putting a little Band-Aid, albeit for some people, it's a very powerful Band-Aid. I'm just here to let you know there's deeper work to be done, basically. And so I think it plays a role. But I'll put it to you this way. Therapy, like a pill, like anything outside of you, is external. What you want is you want to find the answers with it.
I'd be curious to know, once I've went through this healing process, how does it shift? Like, for all the people that go through and have this kind of transformation, what does a daily routine start looking like differently? Like, how does showing up in life look differently so that I can have an understanding that maybe I'm getting closer to the answer?
I'm laughing because I'll tell you what will actually happen. This is depending on how deep you want to go. What will happen is, first, you're going to go through a really, I'll just say it, it's scary. It's a scary journey, because when you've been living from the mind for so long, everything you know and every construct about life is up here. And what happens is you want to reconnect to here, which means for many of us, we have to do the thing that we promised ourselves as little boys or little girls unconsciously we would never do again. I'm never going to return to my heart, because the last time I was in my heart, I got hurt. And so we have to reconnect to our emotions. Our emotions are the window to the spirit world. That's where you get all the healing, right? And so I laugh because part of what will happen is you may not want to work as hard as you do right now. And you may not want to have a routine. It may look like you'll be more in flow. And there's a season. This is what we kind of guide you through this process. There's a season because you're going to return. I've taken some of the most high powered, high freaking go entrepreneurs and helped them go to a place where they're like, Danny, I don't know if I ever want to work again. I go, okay, now we're getting there. But I know that's only happening because they're returning to their heart, and it feels great. It feels like you're literally living heaven on earth. And then what'll happen is it's like a recalibration of your mind and your heart. And that's when you become your highest version of yourself, because now you're using your vision, your mind, your drive, your ability to plan, to see, and to execute, along with, this is the kicker right here, your ability to receive, which is the feminine. Like many of us, if I told you right now you could make 10 times the money you're making right now and half of the effort, many of you wouldn't even believe that's possible. But then that's the very thing that's blocking you from doing it. And the reason why we don't believe it's possible is because our hearts are closed. You see, the feminine receives, think of sex, right? I know we live in a society today where they're trying to confuse us. Listen, the masculine gives, provides, and enters, and the feminine opens, allows, and receives. If it wasn't for that, you would not be here alive today. Literally, all of creation and all of life, there's a positive and a negative. There's a masculine and a feminine, right? So as a result, take a look at that. And when you think of your business, think, I could go. Yeah, I could do that. Those one day I drop dead. Or what if I could heal the need to go? What if I could heal the part of me that always needs to be achieving something else? And what if I return to my heart and allow myself to receive? And that's where the magnet that you are starts to come online. Because I cannot express this enough. You all have what's called soul power. And that means that your soul literally has the ability to attract into existence whatever it is that you need in this world. This is not the law of attraction. This is you. The law of attraction is something outside here. I think they had it half right when they called it that. It is literally, it's not a law. It's you. You are the creator of your life. So my message for everybody is we can either be creating from lower frequency energies, forcing ourselves through life, or we can be creating from our power. And that's when life gets really beautiful.
Well, I like that vision. And what I keep imagining when you said this is that it's almost like a magnet that's been demagnetized, you know? Like the fact that you have like the north and the south, and then it's like if you've completely forsaken one, you're not even magnetic anymore. And I think that's
it.
okay. I think we're on to something here.
Market Jason, I like it. That's exactly it, man. That's exactly it.
Your process and what you're sharing here, and I understand the event is obviously the best thing, and for everybody, I wanted you to go check it out. We're going to put a link so you can discover the event. I think it's happening in Texas, right?
Well, we've got one coming up in London. We've got one coming up in Anaheim, California, Denver, Colorado, Austin, Texas, and London. Yes, so that's where we can have mine.
We're going to make sure anybody who's interested in going through this powerful transformational event, there's going to be a link for you to discover more, register, and get your tickets. I also, Danny, want to make sure that for anybody who's on this summit and are looking to take some initial steps, it might not be as deep as you said, plant medicine, or it might not be as deep as the event itself, but I would love to know if somebody's choosing abundance and understands the concepts, wants to resensitize this magnetism about themselves. What are some of the initial steps or things that we could start doing now? Maybe it's something that takes 5 minutes a day that can at least perhaps work on the first step, which is to start becoming more awake and aware of what's going on.
Okay, I would say number one, the most powerful thing you can do, and yet sometimes the most difficult, is to go look at yourself in the mirror. You can never see someone else until you first see yourself. You can never love someone else until you first truly learn how to love someone else. You can never be with someone else until you can first truly learn how to love yourself. I cannot express to you how much of money is all about working with other human beings. You know this. We all know this, right? And so if you're afraid to sit with yourself, I'm telling you right now, part of what could be happening with your money is that the people that you are attracting feel that fear in you. And as a result, they're being repulsed by that energy. Start 5 minutes a day, guys, and just look in the mirror. And sometimes tears are going to come up. And sometimes your mind's going to go, well, why? And sometimes you won't be able to do it. That's what happened to me, right? But just sit there and send love to yourself. And I know that the word love might be uncomfortable to you, but that's exactly what I want you to do. Send kindness and love to yourself. The second one is we are not meant as human beings, we were not created to be walking around planet Earth with shoes blocking our connection to Earth. You have to ground 15 to 30 minutes a day. Go sit in some grass. Go look at nature. Heck, go jump in a river. Go feel the wind. Go let the sun touch you. This is so important for you as a human being. I cannot tell you how powerful that alone is. And then the third, I'm going to do something else because I am aware, even though people come from all over the world, I am aware that like flying to an event might be difficult. I put together my spiritual master class, and it's only $9. It's like as good as it gets because I want humanity to heal. And so for that, I'm going to take you deep into your mother-father wounds and starting the process of healing all of that. You just go to DannyMorel.com/awaken and the letter U, and you can sign up there.
That is incredible. Thank you so much, Danny. And what I wanted to ask, as people are on this path and they're going towards abundance, there's a lot that you spoke about. We need to reconnect. There's a lot of times you can see it's coming from that negative, wounded energy. And so as we're on this summit, we are hearing a whole lot of ideas around abundance, and we're all looking into different aspects of abundance. And I wanted to know, is there one of the things around abundance that you think is a myth, is a lie that we have to make sure is not a pitfall that we fall into as we go on a journey towards mastering abundance?
Yeah, I think it's simple. It's what I said earlier. It's that abundance is outside of you. It's that abundance is something you need to. I mean, I just got goosebumps because if you just get this, you get everything. Abundance is not a destination. It's not something that you have to achieve. You are abundance. You are the very thing that you seek. You are the very thing that you want. And when you truly understand that, your life will change forever.
Danny, thank you so much for coming on the summit and sharing. For me, I'm definitely taking inventory as to what do I naturally tend to look at for role models, and realize that perhaps I need to reassess a lot of that and start realizing that there's a lot more I need to look within. I love this idea that even as you think that the second path is, well, if I'm not looking at all the things I desire and it's a wrong path, just in my current state is not also the answer, that there is a third way. And I think that's the most beautiful and abundant mindset I get from this conversation, is that third way, looking through a path of healing, realizing that some beliefs needs to shift, that within we are already so abundant, and that when we start investigating within the mother wound and the father wound, that there's so much peace. And peace is a big value for me, and it's something that I always want to bring more of into my own life. And the fact that it's not that if you choose peace, you forsake abundance, is that it's all connected, and you're living proof of that possibility. And I think you've made transformations for people around the world to also accept this abundant truth, which is, with peace doesn't mean the sacrifice of abundance. It actually becomes an enabler. I'd love to ask you for any closing words, things you'd like to share before we log off, as we send people off towards their more sessions on abundance. And your contribution, your wisdom, your time is so appreciated. Any closing thoughts?
The greatest one I could leave you with is that you are one with God. You are one with your brother, with your sister. You're one with nature. You're one with everything. And as a result, you're one with everything that you want. So it's not separate from you. And the journey is about returning to oneness deep in your mind, heart, body, and soul. And when you get there, everything that you want will simply be drawn to you.
Danny, thank you so much. For everybody on the summit, we have some awakening within us to do. Danny, thank you so much for being the catalyst.
Thank you, Jason.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. We had Danny Morel. Let me bring him up one more time here. man behind the higher self. You can go to his website, dannymorel.com. We don't have the specific link that he shared earlier. I did try to type it in and it didn't work, but if you go to his main website, you can see some of his resources that are there and navigate on. And of course, on the Facebook group, we'll go and put some relevant links once we've sorted out exactly what that link is and how you can get access to it. So, guys, takeaways, insights. I'm already seeing a ton. I'm seeing here we have a feedback here coming from Alan saying, thank you. Awesome little talk with great thoughts. We also had some profound truth coming in from Light Griffin. Alan, I think I know who you are. If you're based in Estonia, I want to say a big shout out. I know you guys aren't getting too much sunlight there, but with all these abundance talks, I'm sure you're being a ray of sun yourself. All we have here, Ariana, sharing, thank you, Danny. You brought so much to my life in these minutes. I'm grateful for you. We're talking about grounding as well. So those of you who haven't had a chance to do some grounding, we're going to have the next talk start in about 2-3 minutes. So if you want to just go outside, do a little walk, touch some grass, feel some groundedness, and feel some of the abundance as we're 3 talks in and we're just getting started for today. Any other takeaways, gratitude, all of that stuff? And I'm going to call out something. Have you noticed a theme starting to emerge? Have you started noticing patterns in abundance? See, we're bringing a lot of different speakers who are helping you master abundance. And one of the things that was a question to ask when we first started is, are all the messages very different? Or do we see some commonalities between those who are teaching abundance, those who are living abundantly? What are these clues that keep coming up and are being repeated with these speakers, experts who have not had contact before coming onto this summit and are sharing some interesting insights? And so start picking up on these. And this is one of the biggest takeaways as I was going through these interviews, is I started to reprogram myself with these common threads, and there are plenty of them. And so very, very excited. I'm going to repeat here what Alejandra is sharing into the chat, which is, we are abundance. There's no chase. There's no out there. Mastering abundance is here. And if you are ready to keep going with our next talk, I'm so excited for who we're going to be bringing on next. A dear friend, someone who shares an important message for those of you who might have an abundance block when it comes to money. What is the relationship you have with money? Lady that is coming up is Sarah McCrum. She's an extraordinary woman who wrote the book Love Money, Money Loves You. And I'd be curious to hear what came up for you when you hear something about you should love money. She's going to challenge a lot of misconceptions, break patterns and ideas when it comes to your relationship with money, which can alter your entire relationship with abundance itself. So with that, are we ready for our 4th speaker, Sarah McCrum, who's going to be joining us? She's an incredible woman, and I can't wait for all of you, if you haven't been introduced yet, to get to learn from her insights. Let's put her on the stage and enjoy our next speaker on this Mastering Abundance Summit.
Session 4. Excited to have this session talking about a definition of abundance that's really going to help you take your life to the next level. We're going to look at our relationship with money. We're going to look about finding the energy required to build that life of abundance. And I'm so excited to have Sarah McCrum as our guest for today. If you're not familiar with her, she is a teacher, a coach, helps people transform their lives and their relationship with money. It is a big topic. Our relationship with money often finds itself being the biggest sabotager or enabler to finding abundance, not only in our financial life, but in other aspects of our life as well. If you're not familiar with her work, she's written several books, including Energy on Demand and Love Money, Money Loves You. And she's been talking about the concept of the mosaic economy. We'll go deeper into that as well. Has been practicing for over 30 years, 22 of those being with Chinese masters and 2 decades of business coaching. So she has been in this field for quite a while, has a background in BBC Radio, doing a lot of reporting, sharing stories, and bringing in the practical on how you can apply concepts to bring abundance into your life. Sarah, welcome. It's such a pleasure to speak with you again.
Thank you so much for inviting me. It's great to be here.
So we are starting these sessions with a question that allows us to dig deeper into your story, how abundance has played a role in that. So would you be able to enlighten us a lot more about your journey, and how much did abundance play a role in that journey?
Well, abundance was absolutely not part of my story in my early life. Not that we grew up poor or anything. I grew up in a middle-class family where you just don't talk about money. That was the British way. Never, ever talk about it. So it just wasn't a topic. But my real money story started rather dramatically in a funny kind of way. I had a business failure in London. I'd been running a business that was supplying energy, like life energy, to people in the banking system, funnily enough, and in the financial services. So that was quite ironic, really. But we failed during the recession in 2008 to 2010. And soon after that, I found myself literally writing a message from money. It was like money was talking to me through my pen. I was journaling, was not my words. And the very first thing it said to me was, I would like to tell you to love me, which was surprising to somebody who was very switched off from money. And it ended, I wrote for about 2 pages, very fluent script, no crossings out, no mistakes, none of my own words. And it ended up saying, don't wait. Just take me, I will love you. And after that, I thought, that was a very interesting experience. It was very touching, it really touched my heart because it was so beautiful what it said. It said, I'm an energy, I'm very powerful and beautiful. I'm here to serve human beings and to connect you in your creativity. It showed it was all about contribution, how we contribute to each other. And it's kind of like the energy that makes that work. And so I started writing more messages from money. Every day I just sat down and said, what have you got to say to me today? And wrote shorter and longer messages. And they are the content of the book, Love Money, Money Loves You. And then the interesting thing in terms of, you asked about abundance, not money, was when that happened, I was absolutely broke. Writing the book didn't change very much. But a couple of years later, I actually had to start to apply the book because I was still broke and I'd moved to another country and I had to start a business very, very quickly to be able to pay my bills. And I just literally started applying what the book was telling me, sometimes to pay the rent, sometimes to get something that I really, really wanted, or to travel, where I hadn't got the money to buy the flight ticket to get home to see my family or whatever. It was that kind of thing. And that's where I did my training, if you like, was learning how to pay the bills and how to get through my life in a strange country where I didn't know anybody. And all I had to rely on, some experience, but more than anything, was this book, which was about loving money and how money loves us. And so the thing I would say about abundance is, at least in my story, it's kind of more like a life story. It's not a thing. I think we think of abundance as kind of like, well, I get to that train station and then I'm arrived. I just don't see it like that. I see that abundance is something that's very multifaceted. It's something my soul really likes. It loves to experience it. And I grew up with a lot. It's like there are a lot of things that little by little, I've needed to change in order to experience greater abundance. Or I talk about true wealth, to feel my life is wealthy. I'm living a rich life, not a poor life or a life of scarcity. So that's what abundance is for me.
That's very beautiful. And there's a moment there. You mentioned you moved to a different country. It sounds like you were in a capacity to take a leap of faith, and I'd be curious to know how much of that attitude was contributing to you attracting abundance in your life.
That's an interesting question. Yes, I think I have had to do that quite often, but funnily enough, I don't recommend that in my teaching. I think some people, at some points in their lives, they're built that way, or they have to. I had to. I had to move from where I was. I had virtually no money and I had no income, and I had to create income, and that was the way it went. But I've seen a lot of people put themselves into a huge amount of stress, especially people who identify as entrepreneurial. And they actually do themselves a great deal of harm by this kind of heroic entrepreneurial journey, trying to be like Elon Musk or something, sleeping on his sofa and being almost bankrupt. It's not a recipe for success. It's just that sometimes in life we need to do it. And when you do need to do it, it actually can work. And I experienced that.
That's very interesting because, in these conversations, we often talk about what are some of the biggest lies when it comes to attracting abundance. I'm wondering if you feel like that's one of them.
Well, I think almost everybody who experiences increasing abundance, whatever your level is, you experience that once you have some money, it's easier to make more money. So actually putting yourself into a situation where you're absolutely desperate is almost the hardest place to get out of. And it can take a long time. Like I have seen people very entrepreneurial, but spending years, just bobbing up and down in this drama of I'm an entrepreneur and I can start something from nothing. And I've been in a situation where I was the sensible one. I had another business. I ran that business. I had income all the time. I ended up supplying income to everybody else who didn't have it. And I was the one who came out stronger from that than anybody else. And I think it's because I was actually sensible. So if you have to do it, yes. What I've learned is that money is always there and it is always possible to solve the problem. Whatever the problem is, it's always possible. But if I want to make more money, I love to have some money in the bank already. It feels so good. It's like, oh, I want more. I want to grow this. Not, oh my goodness, how am I going to make it? Am I going to make it? Am I okay? You're not dealing with that grinding anxiety that sits underneath everything when you're short of money. And there's no question that, once you're appreciating even a little bit of abundance, that appreciation is what grows it. What you appreciates is definitely true. So having something makes it easier to grow something more.
I love that you bring the aspect of gratitude. It's a vibration that's been echoed through this summit. And I think it's always a great reminder that I want to make sure it's not a coincidence that you're going to hear this word many times through this summit about the power of gratitude. Now, you've already mentioned about true wealth, and I think that makes it very interesting because when we speak about mastering abundance, that could be a very different definition for a lot of people. I'd be curious to know, what is your definition for mastering abundance?
Well, I started exploring true wealth because I have met and worked with so many people who thought that their wealth was their, what can we say? Or thought that their money was their wealth, but they didn't seem to me to be wealthy. I've met people who are very wealthy in financial terms and very anxious and unhappy in life terms. I've known people who are suicidal whilst being extremely wealthy. We all know of examples in the media of people who are ultra, ultra wealthy. But can you really say that's a wealthy life if their relationships are falling apart, or they're just clearly miserable, or they're alcoholics, or, whatever it is? There are many different forms. So looking at that and then working with people on a daily basis around their relationship with money and their life and things like that, and you start to say, well, what is wealth actually? And actually what got me started is because I'm interested in money now from having written my book and done all this work, I was thinking, okay, so what is an asset? What is a currency? What is capital in this new world where I love money and money loves me? The instructions I got from money. I was thinking about currencies, and I thought, if you have money as a currency, let's say you get good at growing that currency, that contributes to your wealth. But if you only have money wealth and you don't have anything else, you don't feel wealthy. Imagine having lots of money, but you have no time. You're constantly run off your feet. You'd never get everything done that you want to get. That's not wealth. That's just pressure with lots of money. Or supposing you have lots of money and you've mastered your time. Let's say the example I often think of is, you're in real estate. You make your wealth from rent. So you don't really have to do very much. Every now and then you just, have to deal with things, but you're not having to work every day. So you've got time and money, but supposing you don't have any good relationships, that's not wealth. So I had to add time in as a currency. I want to experience abundance in my use of time. When I invest in time, I want it to grow my wealth. Then I had to add relationships as a currency of wealth. When I invest in my relationships, personal and professional, does that grow the wealth of my life? Without question, if I'm doing that well, it does. And if I don't have good relationships, it actually drags energy out of my life. It drains me. It doesn't contribute to wealth. But then I thought, well, there's something else, because if we have, let's say, abundance in money and abundance in time and abundance in relationships, but we have no wisdom, we don't make wise decisions, we make short-sighted decisions, or we make lots of money and we kind of, we live a life, but it doesn't have any meaning for us. There comes a point, and this is happening to many wealthy people now, where they say, well, what was all of that for? I spent all my life building widgets or bits of software or whatever. And yes, I made lots of money and I've done some cool things, but why? And what I find is that when we can answer the why question in our own life, why am I doing what I'm doing? What do I really value and stand for? And can I work in that space? Then we feel a wealth that you cannot get just with money, time, and relationships. So those are my 4. And a lot of people will say, well, what about well-being? Well-being for me is the foundation of wealth. So well-being sits underneath everything. When you experience true well-being, the only thing you really want to do is share well-being with others. You make businesses and things to contribute well-being and create wealth. Not really for yourself. You create wealth for others, which creates wealth for you. That arises out of well-being. So for me, well-being is the foundation of all of it. It's not even a currency. It's kind of like just must. Like I must experience well-being. And on top of that, I can build my currencies that creates true wealth, which is a wealthy life.
Could you paint us a picture of what does the life when you achieve that true wealth look like?
Well, like I said before, it's not an arrival. So for me, for example, but I can talk a little bit actually about myself, because I see myself very much on that journey. But I have 2 businesses, one where I teach the thing that I absolutely love doing, which is around the topic we're talking about now, and the other where I wanted to make an example that it's like a business example of doing what my book is talking about, which is bringing wealth and well-being together. So I have another business which is about bringing wealth to regenerative farming, to the people who actually take care of the ecological well-being of our planet. And so that is a tremendous wealth for me in a way, because I wasn't satisfied with just being a teacher. It was challenging for me. It was difficult for me to say, I want to make this business that's an example. It's much easier to be a teacher and influencer, but I knew I needed to do that. So wealth for me there was learning a lot of new stuff, having a whole lot of challenges, but growing so much because I'm doing something that I care about deeply. That for me it's a game changer. If we can create models of how to turn our economy towards a well-being economy instead of an economy that focuses on death and illness and it makes money out of death and destruction and illness and things like that. To me, that's really what I want. That's what came out of everything that I've learned. So I'm already working on the thing that, if you like, is my dream. In the meantime, because I'm doing this, I would say I've really reflected on this the last few days even, that my relationship with my husband, it gets deeper and broader. I can just say we love each other more and more. And I see with many couples, especially at our kind of age, they love each other rather apparently less and less. So for me, there's a tremendous wealth in knowing that I have that very stable character in my life. I don't have kids, but that gives me a wealth because we have the kind of the attitude and the tools to be able to handle the times when we fight. And we have disagreements like everybody else, but we come out of them differently. And every single time it deepens the connection between us. And that's beautiful. I want to experience that. What I've also discovered over the last few years is around my work, more than anything, a community forming where originally it was just, Sarah's the teacher. But now more and more, I feel like some of my students, like we're really working together. Some of them are now working in the business with me. And it's such a beautiful thing to see something that you've wanted to create little by little by little coming into form and fulfilling something that I could not have dreamed. I couldn't have done the vision board for what I have. And look, I have plenty of problems like everybody else. Business always produces problems. And the more you do, the more problems you need to solve. So it's not like a dream life. I don't choose to live a dream life. It's not a vision board life. Because a vision board is what I can imagine. But what has actually happened to me is that something beyond. So I have to, yes, imagine the things I want. If I launch a new program, I want it to be successful or whatever. But far more important for me is to feel that kind of aliveness, that kind of magic in my life as well, that there's something way beyond my own mental and energetic capacity that's working here with me. That is a tremendous wealth in my experience.
I would definitely agree that seems like a great place to be, because there's a vision of something pulling you forward. You've got your essentials and thriving in every area, and it's not sacrificing anything. And for everybody tuning into this summit are looking to get closer to that desired state. Now, there's probably a set of barriers, perhaps, from where you are now to achieving a state to where you are. What do you think are some of the biggest things that are holding people back from being able to start stepping into something that's more close to true wealth or mastering abundance?
Well, the biggest thing without question for me is our understanding about what money is and our relationship with money. So most of us, and me when I was younger, we have a relationship with money that is built around a fundamental conflict, which is that if I stand in my values, or if I have a purpose, I want to do something that's purposeful and meaningful, I have to sacrifice money. And that if I want to make money, I have to sacrifice my purpose, maybe some of my values. I know many people who really sacrifice their integrity in order to be successful, and it's a very painful thing to do. And the problem with this conflict is that it is largely hidden for most of us. So I see people who want to do a business that is really connected with their purpose. And they won't say, I have a money problem, but every single step they block themselves because they're so afraid that if they get successful, or if they even just take some steps, they don't even know what they're afraid of. But, if you've been told that a rich man can't go to heaven, and we could expand for a while, or that the most virtuous people in the world are monks with begging bowls who don't own anything. It's a very, very scary thing to really engage with money and business. And so people just have this kind of allergy to business. And then the business people, so many conversations I'm in, you start to touch towards purpose, and you can see it's just the defenses go up because it's not a safe subject for them. Now, we are breaking that down, but I think that it's a very, very strong undercurrent of our entire culture. This is not an individual experience. It has nothing to do with whether you were brought up a Christian or not. It is in our Western and Eastern cultures in different ways. And the only way that I know how to resolve that came through the messages of my book, which is to understand that money is not and has never been the root of all evil. Money is energy. It's part of life. It is actually an energy of love, because all of life, in fact, is an energy of love. It's not different from that. For people who are more religious, if God is everything, money is part of God, because money is part of everything. It doesn't matter which way you do it. It still comes to the same thing. Money is an energy of love. If people do bad things with money, that's because they're making bad decisions. It's not because of money itself. Money is also an incredibly powerful energy. I think of it as the energy of manifestation and materialization, so wish fulfillment, if you like. And I'm sure some of your other guests have talked about it in that way. When we talk about manifesting, we're talking about how do we make our wishes come true for real. The energy of money is actually the energy that sits behind that makes that system work. So when you have some understanding of what money really is, rather than what we've been taught, which is, it's an instrument that is largely based on debt and scarcity and therefore produces a lot of fear, has a lot of conflict around it, and is often used for very, very bad purposes. It's like, is it any wonder that people feel just very confused about money? So I think that's the most important thing. And then the other thing that's important is the way we identify ourselves in relation to money. Many of us feel like, if I have more money, somehow I'm a better person. And if my money situation is low at the moment, your self-esteem or your self-worth goes down. So you are actually identified with money. And that's not right. We need to be in a relationship where yourself can grow, even if your money situation is difficult at the moment, it's down. We don't want, when my money goes down, I go down. When my money goes down, I need to be stronger. And when my money goes up, I also need to be stronger. Because actually, money is a beautiful part of our personal growth journey, if you like, our journey as a human being. And I have to say, for me, business has been by far the best stimulus for my own growth of anything in my life. And therefore, the desire and the need to actually face money and finances and wealth, all the other things that go with it, that has probably pushed my buttons more than anything else and grown me more than anything else.
I'd be curious to know, what is a behavior example that changes once you start shifting that mindset around money from root of all evil to I love money, money loves me?
Well, the very first thing that changes is that you relax about money. This is what I hear all the time from people. They say, oh, I actually feel relaxed about money. I may still have very little money, or whatever money I've got. Maybe I've got lots of money and it was stressful before. I feel relaxed about money. And that creates an environment where we can start to make better decisions about it, because we're not driven by stress and fear and worry. And then they start to enjoy money. And once you're enjoying money, we can all learn how to do business. We can all learn how to make financial decisions. But if we're driven by emotions, we often make really bad decisions. If we're relaxed, we're enjoying generally our relationship with money, we make better decisions. And that's actually the important outcome. When you free up your energy, because when you relax, you free up your energy. It's not all tightened into this kind of hard knot of worry. You're relaxed, you're open, you're receptive, you make better decisions. What happens? You get better outcomes. It's so simple, it's almost stupid. Except that, people say, well, how on earth can I relax about money? I don't have enough.
Well, that misses the point, doesn't it?
I mean, I just say, even if you don't have enough, you don't have enough. Well, let's face it. If you don't have enough to pay your bills, you don't have enough. If you're in business and you don't have enough to invest in the next piece of gear, whatever it is you want, you don't have enough to invest in that next piece of gear. Okay, yeah, that's a fact. Now you can relax about it, or just relax anyway, because that's just how it is. It doesn't mean you're never going to have enough. It doesn't mean you're never going to get that piece of gear. It just means right now, the truth is, I don't have enough.
How much is a sabotage towards abundance just this fact that we're worrying and spending energy without actually changing the situation?
I would say there are two key factors to sabotage. So one is that, along with, old beliefs and stuff we've learned when we were kids, which they all sit in that worry and stress and, just internal conflict. I don't know what to do, can't make up my mind, all of these things. That's one part. There is another part that's very important, and it's very important for people who want to be successful. And that is what I call karma. So we're going into a little bit deeper territory here, but it is enormously important. What I have found, and this is because I experienced so much of it myself, is that we can get into situations where people, for example, cheat us, manipulate us, defraud us, betray us. All these really terrible behaviors that can happen to very nice, very good people who are just going along, trying to do the right thing, trying to have integrity, trying to be honest with everybody, do good business, sell with love, whatever it is, all these things that we try to do as generally good people. But things happen to us sometimes that feel very, very unfair. And there is no amount of meditation or relaxation that will help you with that. You actually can't relax or meditate that away. You can feel better, but the roots are there, and it creates an energetic charge, and it causes a kind of powerlessness or victim. You might hide that from yourself, and it has a devastating effect on business. It's the ultimate self-sabotage, really. It's like your motor stops, and you get confused, and you don't know what to do next. It's a horrible experience. And what I was taught, and what I've taught a lot of people, is that happens for a very specific reason, which is that you have done similar kinds of things to other people, in my language, normally in a past life. And this is actually really important, because if you can accept that we have previous lives, which I think many people do now, that might have been hundreds of years ago in a much more primitive society, that you did something that you caused harm to people in that life. Very likely you caused financial harm, or you used your power in some way to hurt them, and you never resolved it. And it's so common. The problem is that unresolved harm gets carried through in your energy field until it gets resolved. And some of us come into this life determined to be good, determined to be successful, and having made up our mind to deal with all that stuff that we never dealt with before. And then we experience extreme self-sabotage and extreme sabotage from other people. And when you have the right techniques, that's not something I can really explain here, but when you have the right techniques, you can dissolve that entire pattern. It takes about an hour to an hour and a half, which is really remarkable. And it's like something that might have caused you pain all your life, practically. You just have peace. You have peace in that area, and you never need to deal with that again. So I'm talking about it because it's so common, and people don't talk about it. People don't know that this is an issue. And I meet people who've been very successful, who've been so betrayed and so hurt on their business money journey that they retreat into themselves in the end, and they don't want to be out in the world anymore because it's just too painful. And I think that's a great pity, because they're often really good people and they want to do good things, but they just don't have the knowledge to be able to grow. It's like it folds your spirit. It's like your spirit can't stand up strongly anymore when it's been beaten that often. But when you learn how to deal with it, your spirit, it's just like gets stronger and stronger and stronger, and you feel more and more kind of capable in yourself. And you don't need any bravado, you don't need any spin, you don't need to pretend that you're awesome or amazing. You just are who you are, but you have capability and capacity.
Is there a tool or a something we can give to anybody who might be feeling that they're resonating with what you just said, that they could take at least a first step by being aware from this conversation?
I do have an ebook. I'd be happy to share that with you if you want to put it underneath. The ebook it does kind of get you started. It is something I prefer to teach because it's skillful, deep work, and you can learn how to do it. But the ebook does actually pretty much unpack everything.
Perfect.
So that would be a good place to start. It's difficult to mention it and not provide a solution. It's difficult not to mention it when I think it's likely to be relevant for so many people.
Well, we'll make sure that we have that resource made available to everybody on the summit. So you'll be able to thank Sarah for that, so that if you feel like that is in the way, you'll at least be able to take some first steps as being a participant of this summit. One other thing I wanted to ask is that, we have some people that are listening here, and they are looking to create massive breakthrough, maybe transformations in their life. They're realizing I'm ready to take the next step. I'm wanting to reprogram things. I want to change my relationship with money. Are there some practical things that you can tell people they can start doing? Maybe it's something they can do 5 minutes a day so they can start cultivating more abundance into their life and continue to be more aligned with their goals.
The number one thing that I get everybody to do before anything else is to practice relaxing. I mean, I literally train people to relax, but to spend 5 minutes or 10 minutes actually relaxing, that is a game changer, to the point where if you're in a stressful situation or you've set yourself a huge challenge, you want to make massive change, not because you're desperate, but because you have this great desire to be different. It's a positive challenge, but it puts a lot of pressure on you. There's no question about that. If you can relax in that pressure, it will completely change your trajectory.
Do you have a particular stress relieving practice? Are we talking meditations, walking, or is it different for everyone?
I could probably give you something else if you want that you could put underneath. I've got a little, I call it the 5-day energy charge. It has a series of 5-10-minute relaxations. So you can actually do it, actually practice it. We'll just need to remember, I'll give you that. I'll give you a link to that.
Perfect. We'll bring all those resources together. One of the things I wanted to bring in the conversation is a bit of a projection of what's happening now. Times are changing. We're here in 2025, and there seems to be a lot of transformation, which also comes with a bit of chaos. But you speak about a future which is moving towards mutuality, thriving, more love focused. I believe you call it the mosaic economy. And I'd love for you to speak more about that, of what you see in the future and what does that mean for every individual who is on a journey for abundance, being aware of that.
So nowadays I call it the well-being economy, which really speaks for itself. So as I mentioned earlier, our current economy actually makes money, a lot of money, out of people being sick, out of war and weapons and death, out of life insurance, which is actually death insurance, and out of disasters. So the economy wins actually when we lose. To me, that's completely upside down. We need to have an economy that is focused on the well-being of the participants in that economy. It's so obvious, like every human being would agree, except there are some people who do make a lot of money out of those other things. They won't agree. So, but if you think about it, it could really be possible that we make it valuable, for example, instead of just to strip whatever we can out of nature, we could make it valuable to grow and enhance nature. Doesn't mean we can never take food from it. We could do that while growing food. People are doing that already. And we could make that something that is investable, is economically viable. We could start to shift our economy so that it actually matches our real values. Because we value well-being, we tend to value love and family and connection and social connection. We don't really value having people living homeless. We don't want the streets to be full of homeless people. We want people to be well housed as far as they want that themselves. And so it seems to me, for me, I talk about the well-being economy. What I picture is an economy that is based on and aims to support the thriving, not only of a few, but of all of its members, on the fundamental principle that the more we thrive, the more we thrive. And the more well-being we experience in that economy, the more we want to share our well-being, because when you are well, you want to share. You don't want to keep everything to yourself. You don't need to. You naturally want to share. So to me, there's a natural economy in there. And it's an economy that feels good, even to think about it and talk about it. The way I see it is that we start that inside ourselves. So I started exploring what is true well-being. And I started to experience that. There's this ground of well-being inside me, which is such a beautiful thing. And from there, I started to say, okay, so what is an economy of well-being inside me? And I saw that it's all about relationships. It's like, oh, well-being is a state, but if I bring an economy into my body, how do my organs share things with each other? How does my blood flow around my body? How does the air nourish all my systems? How do all these pieces connect together? And it's like, oh, that's what an economy is. It's relatedness. And so then we can start to practice a well-being economy in our business. So in my business, well-being is very, very important for me and for everybody. And we all, like, if somebody's not well, we never say, oh, no, they can't come to work. Like, our first priority is to support their well-being and their healing. And we know that they're going to learn something from it that's going to be good for the business. But from there, we start to look at the economy. It's like the relationships between us as a team, between us and our clients, between us and suppliers. It's all relationality that makes a good, healthy economy in a business. And so then we go to the broader economy, and it's the same principle. It's the same thing. The more people who are running well-being economy businesses based on their own internal well-being economy, the more that's going to grow a well-being economy, probably in the midst or hopefully in the ashes of the current death, disease, and destruction economy.
If you are wanting to see the world change and move towards this well-being economy, is there any limiting beliefs around the fact that it sounds like you need to prioritize yourself first? Is that something that we have to struggle with, kind of bring home to say that, oh, I want to make everything, but then I have to help myself. But if I'm helping myself, am I neglecting the others? Like, I feel like this is something I would
It's a real
struggle with.
dynamic.
Yeah.
What I find is a lot of people who are motivated either to do something big in the world, or especially to do something that's big and good in the world, are very easily drawn into self-sacrifice, verging on martyrdom. And it feels like, the more people I serve, the more I do, the better person I am. It's almost like there's a fear inside that I'm a bad person and I need to redeem myself. And that might be an unnameable or, very difficult to detect that. But that's what I find. And I found that in myself as well. It's just like, as long as I keep doing good things, I'll, probably somewhere when I was a child, I learned that I wouldn't go to heaven if I wasn't good or something, and I've internalized it. And now I'm not even concerned about going to heaven, but there's a message in there that's sort of got me in its grip. So yes, I think these kinds of beliefs really hold us back. The other thing is just this small thing. I'm too small. I can't do that. I'm not, like, my daily thing is like, I'm not big enough to do the things that I'm engaged in doing. I know that. But instead of saying, so I can't, or no, have an inspired idea, oh no, you can't do that, Sarah, I say yes. And then I take the pressure of having to figure out how to do it. So if you say, I'm too small, you don't get the pressure and you don't get the fun and you don't get the reward. But if you say, yeah, I really believe in this, I really care about this, I want to do it, then you get some pressure because you don't know how to do it and you have to figure out, okay, do I need more people? Do I need to be a different person? Do I need to take a different... It's like you get very much more creative. You have to be ready to solve a lot more problems, but you get better and better at it. And there's a lot of reward in that. So yeah, I think there's absolutely a sort of false conflict between those. The key is if you sacrifice yourself, you're not fit for anything.
I would say we're in an age where we need more people dreaming bigger at solving bigger problems. And it does seem like to be able to do that, we need to step into being more abundant, having true wealth to be able to sustain us and also get the energy required for the shifts that we want to bring forward. And I know you speak a lot about that as well. Would you have any advice or tips for people that are wanting to bring more abundance in their life and feel like, oh my God, I feel like I'm exhausted. I need more energy. I want to be able to keep my motivation high. I want to not be distracted as much. What could we share for people to be able to apply and be ready for the challenges and opportunities that are ahead of us?
So first thing, number one, is to realize that life is a thing that's kind of flowing along. So don't expect to get all of that quickly. Every challenge life brings you grows you into a new skill or a new capacity that you didn't have before. So just take the challenges as they come along because they are the growing medium, if you like. And I think that it's very important to understand that. I actually think one of the big problems is that we have a lot of people who have big ideas, but they're rather disconnected from them. So I've seen a lot of people who have crazily big ideas and they write on their thing, I want to impact 1 billion people or 1 million people. And we're taught to do that. And they have no hope of doing that in the way they're thinking of, because they're so disconnected from their vision. So we need to practice how to do vision, because vision is important. Whatever vision you have is what supplies you with the energy to do it. So this is what I'm saying is really important here. When you grow your vision, you do actually get more energy, but only if you're really connected with it. If it's like a fantasy or an imagination, there's a disconnect between you and it. But if you can, if you kind of know it in your bones, you know it in yourself, even though it might even beyond your lifetime. It may be something you're not even going to achieve this lifetime. It's possible. Some of the things that we care about, we can't be sure. But if you know inside yourself, like, I know this is possible, this is my work, this is what I'm engaged in, you will receive the energy that you need to do that. And then it's about saying yes to things rather than, don't go into a defensive mode. I can't handle it. It's like, I can handle it, but it's also about staying on track. Don't get distracted by all the shiny objects that will try to pull you in this way and that way. There's in a way you want a small step, but I think the small step is just understanding these fundamental principles, because there is a lot to learn. So just don't go out there thinking, oh, I'm now going to be a hero, I'm going to make it work. It's like, that's an old model. I don't know if it ever really worked, but engage with what's important for you. Engage with a wealthy life, a rich, engaging, active life that is meaningful for you. And through your engagement, you get stronger. And at the time when you're needed to be a hero, it won't be a hero thing anymore, because it'll be natural for you, because you've got the skills there already. So let's forget all of this old, what we learn from films, because that's fantasy. Let's actually deal with real life. And you do it by doing it. Every little bit, every mistake you make, you learn something. Every achievement you make, you learn something. So you're always learning something. So you're always getting better. That's actually how it works in my experience.
Well, Sarah, I have to say a major thank you for coming here and sharing so many things for people to take away, learn from this session alone. Some of the biggest takeaways I'm taking from here. Number one is about rewriting our own relationship with money based on love, starting with a very practical example of, hey, maybe we should start relaxing about money so that we can actually start focusing on the things that will start moving the needle actually. I love that you've defined the mastering of abundance to be an example of true wealth, which is very different than some people think. And there's a lot of misconceptions about the financial, having lots of money being the end all be all of what abundance can be, because there's so many things you can have right now as an abundant person when you start working towards that true wealth. Health as a foundation, of course. Now, making that energy on demand, as your book title says, is having that connection to the vision, I think would be one of the biggest takeaways that I'm personally taking from this session, which is, oh yeah, the moment I am connected to my vision, I feel like I start moving effortlessly, high energy, no distraction. It's almost like a tunnel vision of productivity. And I'm hoping for everybody that's tuning in, they're going to be able to have that reconnection come, to be able to change that relationship with money and to truly be abundant in the process of chasing it. Sarah, I'd love to give you an opportunity to have any closing words for people who have taken some time, are on this journey around mastering abundance, some things so they can walk away with and take away from the conversation.
Well, the first thing I actually want to say, or just give you as well, I do have a little PDF of the first 4 chapters of the book, which has a couple of the most important chapters in there. So I will give you that as well if you want to share it. Really, my message is probably all the time variations of the same thing. Just don't fall for the myth, what I call the blue sky myth. That if you do the right things, one day the sky will be blue, the sun will shine, there'll be no more clouds, no more rain, and everything's going to be all right. That is not real life. It's just a fantasy. We're not living in a movie where there's an ending and then it's all done. So if we can get used to the idea that we're in something, that life itself is alive and flowing and dynamic and changing all the time, and we're participating in that, and we change that flow by our participation, then you can find a relationship with it that is real and grounded. And then you can steadily build your capacity to create whatever it is that you want to create, experience whatever you want to experience, and contribute what it just makes you feel really good to contribute. That, I would say, if you can just let go of the blue sky myth and enter a world where clouds and rain and sunshine and all the variations are a part of our life, that's what makes a healthy land, then you're going to have a much better time with growing your true wealth.
Absolutely love that. Sarah, thank you so much for being a part of this summit, for all the wisdom, all the teachings. And for everybody tuning in, I think you have plenty to walk away from. We're going to make sure that resource kit is made available for everyone as we continue through this summit. Thank you so much, Sarah.
Thank you very, very much.
Oh, I'm hoping you can all hear me now. I was saying, ladies and gentlemen, that was Sarah McCrum. Oh my God, what a wonderful gem of a session. I absolutely love everything this woman shares. So many takeaways from this one and a lot of gifts for everybody here. We've noticed that on YouTube, the comment section stuff, the links don't appear. So we're sending all these links via email. And Sarah's made quite a few things available. For one, chapter 1 to 4 of her book, there will be a link shared to you. It is going to be posted later on the Facebook, and there's going to be a link sent to you via email. Check your emails. We've already sent you some welcome kits where you can find the links to the Facebook group. There, we're going to have some discussions after the sessions. And there's actually also a very interesting 6-week program. For those of you who might be interested in taking a program with Sarah, I'll come back a little later to share more about this if you're interested to get more overcoming the blocks you might have around money. And so big shout out to Sarah. She's done so much wonderful. And for those of you who are VIP pass holders, there's a 7-day immersion on the energy of money. That's going to be an exclusive bonus for all of you who upgraded to the VIP experience. It is not too late. It is available for $99 if you want to have a copy of all the recordings, the transcripts, get to watch these entire sessions on your own time. And a lot of authors are throwing some free goodies for all of you as well. So I want to pull up a couple things that are coming in here. Hey, right now already, Ariana sharing. Thank you, Sarah. You shared some very important and profound words today. We had Tavetar. I think I'm saying it correctly. Stop being a victim. You decide your life and you make actions. We also have here Sepide, who's talking about that was amazing. Thank you, Sarah, and everyone. What I found very interesting is I saw a couple comments along these lines, such as, because of childhood trauma, I have self-sabotaged myself in so many ways. Lori, you're not alone. There's a few comments that spoke about past trauma, how this actually impacts you today. And you're going to be, let me take a step back here. You've already learned some amazing concepts on abundance, but my question is, are we all abundant now? Is this it? Or are there things that might be in the way? Is there any resistance that comes up? Limiting beliefs that might come up? Ways that we want to overcome maybe our fears when it comes to taking the bold actions that allows us to find alignment? And I'm priming this because the next 2 talks we're going to have before the break, which I did see some of you were wondering, like, when is the break going to happen? We have 2 more sessions until we're going to take a 15-minute break. But this is a marathon. We got so much amazing content. We've covered 4 speakers already. We still have, I got to count. We have 7 more that are going to be joining us for the day 1 session. Guys, this is a Mastering Abundance Summit. We're not going cheap on making sure that you guys are not getting the whole thing. You're getting such a overview of every single dimension. So anyways, I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm very excited. We're going to have 2 speakers coming up. But again, one final round of applause and a big acknowledgement for Sarah McCrum. She's incredible. I love her teachings. And now I want to speak to what I was hinting towards a minute earlier, which is resistance. Fear. If we're trying to play this game of life and we're wondering the how needs to be figured out, perhaps it doesn't need to be figured out right away. And we're going to be learning from an incredible individual who is going to be here to share from the stage. The man is the author behind Mind Hack. He's also the one who creates an annual event called the Powerful Living Experience. He's none other than David Bayer. He's a great friend. And I have to share an abundance story that how I first got connected with this man. I was working for Mindvalley and I was managing a lot of author relations there. And this man got my contact details, knew what role I was playing, and had sent me this beautiful box. And inside this box, it was just a beautifully designed box that the moment I opened it, there's a video that played, and it was David sharing how he's like, hey, very excited to connect with you. I want to share you this personalized video in a way that could not be ignored. And lo and behold, he made such an impression that we remain friends to this day. We've connected over the years, and he's been doing amazing events, impacting thousands of lives. And every time we're talking about abundance or talking about going above and beyond and doing incredible things and actually caring, he always comes to mind. And so I share this story so that you are prepared for the fact that he's going to come to the stage and share so much with all of you. I hope you are incredibly ready to overcome some fear, face the resistances, and bring to the stage David Bayer as the next guest for the summit. Let's bring him on.
Incredible session on our Mastering Abundance Summit. And I have a dear friend and an incredible, powerful speaker, teacher, coach, a man who has been putting together some of the most powerful events in the world to bring you transformation in your life. If you've ever experienced the Powerful Living Experience by none other than David Bayer, you're in for a treat. He's going to be joining us today. And this event itself is one of Inc.'s top 3 must-event personal development experiences that you don't want to miss. The man has been working on a company that started from zero to tens of millions of dollars, inspiring individuals, people, entrepreneurs, people that want to really live an abundant life. He is the man that coaches them, helps them transform through all of the modalities that are necessary for you to live an extraordinary life. It's by no surprise that he'll be joining us on this summit and sharing some incredible wisdom. David, welcome. It's a pleasure to have you.
Jason, awesome to be here with you again. I love the time we get to spend together.
We have these moments, and we always have like a powerful conversation. It makes me walk away with a different way of looking at things, feeling more abundant, feeling more powerful in the stance that I'm in. But I'd love to first start with you. In every single conversations we've had, we've unpacked the stories. A lot of people have these incredible stories that brought them to the success that they have now. And abundance seems to have played a major role in that story. And so we'd love to get a chance to experience what is your story that brought you to where you are now, running these incredible events and transforming so many lives.
Yeah, my story was the unwilling personal development teacher. So when I graduated from college, what doesn't seem that long ago, because I've always been in this body of David, but all the way back in 1998, I started my first business. It was an e-commerce site on the internet. We were selling really cool college decor to college students, bean bags, posters, lava lamps, inflatable furniture. And that was the beginning of my journey into entrepreneurship. And I had a semi-successful journey over the next decade, started a couple of businesses. None of them really took off, helped a lot of other companies do well. And then in 2009, I was running another company that I had started and raised some venture capital for. And a lot of things happened at the same time. The biggest thing that happened was I realized my life was unmanageable. I was a drug addict. I was an alcoholic. I was a sex addict. And really the business problems I was having weren't business problems. They were spiritual problems. And everything around me started to fall apart. I got into a 12-step program, started working the 12 steps of Alcoholics Anonymous. At the same time, I found a book in a bookstore called Awakening the Buddha Within, where I learned the Eightfold Path of Virtue and the Four Noble Truths of Buddhism. And really, Buddha was saying the same things as Bill W. from Alcoholics Anonymous. One of my social media manager left a book on my desk about a week later called Kingdom Principles by Miles Monroe. And this was Miles teaching the teachings of Christ. And I was like, man, this looks like it's all the same. Bill W., Buddha, Jesus. And I went to a bookstore and I asked the lady, and I don't think I'd ever been to a bookstore before. I was at a Barnes & Noble. And I said to the woman at the front, I said, hey, do you have a place for people who are working on themselves where maybe a books that can help with that? And she goes, oh, you mean the self-help section? And I was like, wow, what a great name for the section. And I walked over to that part of the bookstore, and kid you not, on the floor was a little book called Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill. And I picked it up, started flipping through the book. And that was the beginning of my journey down the rabbit hole. And It was at a time in my life where I really didn't want to be doing what I had been doing. This identity I had built up of, growing businesses on the internet. And fortunately, at about that time, I met the woman who I'm now married to. And as I was going through my transformation, she said, look, like, you should teach this stuff. And I think it was after one day where I was taking an Uber from Orlando International Airport back to my condo, and she was waiting downstairs, taking my the Chihuahua we had at the time out for a walk. And I just had a 20-minute car ride with an Uber driver who just had his thinking backwards. And he believed that he needed to sort of accomplish all these things before he could be a good dad. And I helped him see that he could be a good dad right here, right now. And the irony of it was that if he were willing to do that, then prosperity and abundance and everything else he was looking for would flow to him. And we pulled up at the bottom of the building, and I got out of the car on the passenger side of the car. And this adult man got out crying and came over and gave me, a very emotional hug. And my wife was like, no, you need to go do this. Because I think there's some people who really want to be in personal development. They really want to be teachers, and I think that's great. They want to be influencers, and certainly there's a part of me that wants some of that. But like this was not the direction I thought my life was going in, and yet here we are.
Wow. Well, I'm so happy you've been able to make these transformations, because what you've done now is a ripple effect that's impacted so many different people. And right now on this summit, we have a load of individuals who are looking to make some powerful changes in their lives. They're wanting to be masters of abundance. And oftentimes when you show up to a summit like this, you're trying to make some certain changes. You're trying to make some transformation, maybe break some rules in the mind as well. And so given that you do this with so many people, when you start looking into doing a bit of a self-audit, you're trying to figure out, where do I stand before I figure out where do I go? What are some of the powerful questions you suggest for people to do to figure out, like, where am I now based on where I want to go? What are some of the things I should be aware of?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think there's a binary audit that can be really, really useful. One question is, what do I want? What is it that I want to create out of my life? And a lot of times where we're in that transition period, we've been getting a lot of things we don't want, and that's okay too, to be present to those things that we don't want. Those things are there as catalysts for helping us gain clarity on what we do want. So, maybe someone doesn't want to feel the anxiety anymore. What they want is peace and serenity. They don't want the financial insecurity anymore. What they want is financial abundance and prosperity. They don't want to be working a job that they're not enthusiastic about. They want to discover how they can stream their passion and purpose into the world. They don't want to be alone anymore. They want the person or partner of their dreams. They don't want the chronic health conditions. They want wellness in their body. And so it's important to get clear on what we want. If we don't know what we want, we can look at what we don't want, because what we want is 100% of the time some form of the opposite of that. Because the want is a desire, and the desire itself is the catalyst for all change. So if we think about anything that we've ever changed in our life, anything we've ever created in our life, it came from a desire. Napoleon Hill talks about it as a burning desire. Joseph Campbell, if you actually look at his hero's journey, the beginning of the hero's journey is a boredom with the current circumstances, a desire for change. And so desire is this frequency inside of us. And when we're able to start to bring a little bit more attention to what we want, which is the desire, things begin to unfold, and we can get into the mechanic of that unfolding. But, the field or God or Jesus or Allah or the universe responds to that desire, right? It is in the manual for the development of the soul, which is what the Bible is, which is ask and ye shall receive. That's one of the fundamental laws as we start to understand how consciousness functions. And so, it's okay wherever anybody is right now. There isn't anywhere that you can't get, no matter how long your current circumstance has been going on, no matter what's happened to you over the course of your life, no matter who your parents were, what they said, or how many generations this thing has been occurring. By utilizing the mind properly in coordination, collaboration with intelligence everywhere, there isn't anything that can't be created.
David, there's a thought that came up that seems to be more of a block. And the moment you started speaking of desire, I started thinking that desire, isn't that something you have to suppress? Isn't that something that can be considered sinful? And I'd be curious to unpack that.
Yeah, that's a really good question too. I think that we're living in a lot of distorted perceptions right now. I think about the desire I had to drink, or the desire I had to drug, or the desire I had to look at pornography. So we can certainly put those over here in a category of their own, actions and behaviors that we engage in that create short-term temporary pleasure for us, that many times we know aren't the best use of our vital forces and energy. So that's a kind of desire. Uh, but what we're also talking about at the same time is a vision, and what I'm really talking about is a vision for the future of our life. People create vision boards, right? And on it is your dream home. It's your partner. It's a healthy body. It's how you'd like to be interfacing with reality, right? Life is abundant and prosperity flows to me. I have all the time in the world, right? For some reason, everybody's doing yoga on the beach on their vision boards. Everybody's sitting or used to be sitting on Oprah's sofa, sharing their message to the world, right? It's your book signing, once you write your book and it's a best-selling book. So, I think we can distinguish this greater constructive set of desire into vision. No one has a vision for alcoholism. No one has a vision for drug use. There may be some vision for lust and carnal fulfillment. But what we're really talking about is, hey, if you felt whole and you felt good and you felt complete sometime in the future, and you were living your life and being the person that you could choose to be, what does that look like? And there we find a portfolio of desires or wishes,
You spoke there just at the end about how this has to be something you choose to be. And there's a choice to be made, right? Just like you were talking to the Uber driver, and it's like they could choose to be a good dad now. But we're often in that cycle of like only like when this, then. And so how do you start breaking that cycle? And quite frankly, I'd be curious about the conversation you had with the taxi driver, because a lot of people might be in that kind of mindset that we need to do X before Y.
This is where education is really important around how reality functions. I remember seeing an interview between Vishen Lakhiani and Nassim Haramein. And Vishen was getting really excited because Nassim will excite you with his perspective on reality and physics and explaining how the universe works. And he's fantastic. And Vishen said something like, well, how do you create your own reality? And Nassim had a great response. He said, well, first you have to understand who and what you are. And second, you have to understand how reality works before you start trying to create within it. So, there are laws of how consciousness functions. A woman named Florence Scovel Shinn, who's a little lesser known thought leader in the New Thought movement, wrote a book called The Game of Life. And what's happened is we've been playing the wrong game. I like to use the metaphor of 1542. Scientists believed that the Earth was the center of the solar system. It was called the geocentric model. And they were basing all of their mathematics and their physics and their astrology and astronomy off of this idea. And so, the baseline model was wrong. And so most of the math didn't work. And they would create mythology and come up with other explanations in order to get the mathematics to work. And so nothing really worked. And in 1543, a guy by the name of Copernicus came along and he was like, hey, the sun is actually the center of the solar system. It's called the heliocentric model. And lo and behold, when they put the sun at the center of the solar system, all the mathematics worked. And so we've been playing the game of life according to bad math. Math like desire plus hustle and grind equals desired result, right? We have this new wave of A-type Navy SEAL personalities who come from that type of experience and believe that you should be a part of the 5 a.m. club. And if you're not working hard enough, that's why you're not successful. Quotes on a football high school gymnasium like, somewhere someone is working out and working harder than you, and when you meet them, they will beat you. And it's like, well, it doesn't feel right to me. And I don't want that type of reality. Other rules that we play by is like desire plus have enough time or money equals desired result. So, you want the change, but first you have to get more time or money. And that's actually bad mathematics too, or desire plus, I need to have the perfect plan or do things right equals desired result. And if you take a look at all of consciousness theory, really all of personal growth, neuroscience, behavioral psychology, wisdom teachings, they all distill down to one central idea, which is the good math or the new rule of creating success or wealth or health or any outcome that you want is desire plus non-resistance equals desired result. And so what your current circumstance or situation is actually not important. What's important is that you know what you want and you take a look at the resistance you have to what you want, the limiting beliefs, the stories, the traumas, the lens. Because if we can identify what the resistance is and transform the resistance, transform a limiting belief into a new empowered decision, change a story, rewrite our own personal history, science tells us that thoughts become things. And so that desire must materialize into reality. And so a lot of people are getting it backwards. And they think, for example, that they need to know how to produce a result. I need to know how I'm going to meet my soulmate. I need to know how I'm going to make more money. And so this is just a fundamental flaw in our understanding. Again, just going back to examples of how we've gotten it wrong. There was a study done in 2009. I think I mentioned this to you before in an interview that we did. It was done by Harvard. It was featured in Time magazine. And they brought in piano players and they studied what parts of their brain lit up when they were playing the piano. And then they had the pianist just come back in and imagine playing the piano and the same parts of their brain lit up. And so what this informed us of was the fact that your brain doesn't know the difference between imagination and reality. And so it's important to understand that as you're living life, you're recording every experience that you have. And when you're recording each experience, it's building new neural networks in your brain. And so if we can simulate an experience through imagination, we can actually simulate a memory. You can actually build a memory of prosperity and abundance in your brain before it's even occurred. And when we do that, that change in the brain then gives us access to the thoughts, the ideas, the coincidences, the synchronicities that we'll look back on and go, that was the way it happened. That's how it happened. But the how is a byproduct of being willing to choose, to your point, being willing to decide. And what happens is when we think we need to know the how, we don't imagine. We don't spend any time living in that future prosperity or abundance. We continue to live in our financial scarcity and lack. And so we get stuck. And so, putting the how before the imagination is a lot like putting the cart in front of the horse. And so a lot of the things that have accelerated my personal prosperity growth, me attracting my soulmate, which is my wife, the growth of my podcast, the creation of my company, the conception of my son, was I decided. And so this is where it comes back to an education is required in terms of how reality works and how these laws function. Otherwise, it's very difficult. It would be like me dropping you onto the middle of a cricket field and go, score. And you're like, well, I don't know how the game works. And what we have right now is 8 billion people, almost all of whom don't understand how the game works. Now that's changing because we're starting to understand through the types of conversations that you're having on this summit.
It would be much more simple if it was a soccer/football game where you just see a goal and you're like, oh, I can intuitively kind of go score there. But then again, you might not know which side to score. But cricket seems a lot more complicated. So I think that's a great example as someone who is not familiar with cricket in itself. Dave, this is making a lot of sense. And where I'm naturally gravitated right now is you talked about the fact that there's resistance. And I'm wondering if there's some of the most common resistance you've encountered from individuals who want to attract more of what they want. And if there's some prescription or perhaps some places we could be kind of guided towards how to score points here.
Yeah, the resistance, some people refer to them as limiting beliefs. In our work, I think we go a little deeper and broader than that. But, common resistances or ideas that prevent people from creating what they want are things like, I'm not enough, I'm not worthy, I don't matter. Those are really root cause. Even if you look at the idea of I don't matter really means I'm not matter. It really means I don't exist, right? I don't matter when you look at it from a physics standpoint. So it would be very difficult to create something if you don't even exist in the physical form. And then there are rules or beliefs we have around a variety of segments within our life, right? Like there's not enough time. in order for me to make more money, or money's hard to make. I think a really healthy exercise, if we're talking about prosperity and abundance in the financial sense, is for anyone who's watching or listening to this to just complete the sentence: when I was growing up, money was blank. And it's different for all of us. I can tell you that at least 40% of people use the exact word scarce, and 70% of people will use a word that means scarce. And so, since the brain is a goal-achieving machine, if that's what we learned because mom and dad told us that, or that's the conclusion we came to experiencing money when we were younger, the vast majority of the time, what money was, money is. And so that's a belief system that needs to be transformed. The biggest concept that prevents people from making more money or attracting more abundance, and it's one of the greatest fears that we see across the board, is the idea that I might run out of money. I won't be able to pay my rent or my mortgage. And if you look behind that, what's really being spoken is, I may not have enough. And then kind of around that is, I don't have enough. So I don't have enough, and I may not have enough. And the challenge for most people is that money is energy, and energy is really looking to grow and expand and evolve. If you really look at anything in the universe, whether it's life forms on the planet, it's always moving towards expanded diversity and growth. If you look at the cosmos, it's expanding. It's looking to continue to diversify and grow. And so that's what really draws energy towards something, is potentiality for growth and expansion and evolution. And so most people want to make more money from a place of fear of financial insecurity. That's why they want more. I want more money to get out of financial insecurity. And if you look at the mantra or the incantation behind the financial insecurity, it's that I don't have enough and I won't have enough. And so what happens here is there's an incongruence between how money functions and it becoming available to you. This is why we focus so much on what people want and what their purpose is and what their passion is, because you draw currency or the energy of money through you as a mechanism to create something, not to get you out of financial insecurity. In fact, the problem is life doesn't see you in financial insecurity. And if we really look more deeply at this belief system, we can see that it's a lie. Every single person who's listening to this summit right now has enough. How do we know? Because they're still here. You have enough. If you look deeply beyond the enough, there's a fear that we won't have enough and we'll die. But you have enough. You may not have as much as you want, but you have enough. And you've always had enough. And so if we look at the data, what it really says is, I've always had enough. I have enough. And I will always have enough. Now you've shifted your relationship with money. You've started to align with the reality of what has always been and what always will be, which is you will always be provided for. And now you're unlocking the spiritual key to having more. But your brain is a goal-achieving machine. So if you continue to believe that you don't have enough and you won't have enough, that becomes your simulated reality. But you can stop for a moment and really look at, what is it I'm telling myself, and really look to see if you can validate that. You'll find that it's a false assumption. When you see that it's a false assumption, you can start living in, you know what? Yeah, this is great. I've always had enough. I have enough. I will always have enough. And you know what? I want more. And now you can start to act like my 2.5-year-old does with your higher power. I want more. Thank you for what I have. I want more. I want this. I want that. I want $100,000 a year. I want $1 million business. I want the private jet. I want enough money to make a greater contribution in the world and to donate more to my church or support the philanthropies that I'm excited about. I want to be able to surprise people with financial abundance and prosperity. I want to be able to hire a bunch of people and pay them salaries beyond what the market would pay them. Right now, you're starting to really lean into the reality that resources are infinite. I saw a wonderful presentation from my friend Ryan Moran. He runs capitalism.com. And Ryan says, as capitalists or entrepreneurs, you have to believe and you have to see that the universe is always expanding. And I was like, how is he connecting this idea that the universe is always expanding to entrepreneurship? And he presented on screen, I believe it was around 1986 to now, and the stock market, and it looks like a hockey stick. And you look back from 1946 to 1986, and it looks like a flat line. It looks like a dead body. And he said, so I had to go back and see, well, what the hell were they doing from 1946 to 1986? So I blew up that timeline. Lo and behold, it looks like the same hockey stick. And so, we live at a time right now where the shocking thing was Apple became a $1 trillion company in 2019. The more shocking thing was that it was a $2 trillion company in 2021. Bitcoin is the fastest growing $1 trillion asset. There are more types of assets that you could hold than ever before. And so what we need to work through is the information infrastructure of fear that has been unintentionally and intentionally utilized to convince us that we won't have enough while we're in the midst of a reality of ever-expanding prosperity and abundance. And so it's important that we start to train ourselves into this. It's like to stop looking at the old false stories or the current fear-based environment and to start to really spend time with people and get access to information and retrain ourselves into seeing what's true. And that is, there's so much prosperity and abundance around us, and it's ultimately a choice. But to give yourself permission to make that choice, sometimes you need this information. Neville Goddard was one of the great teachers in the mystical movement. He talked about the fourth dimension. He said, yeah, there's this third dimensional reality, but there's also this fourth dimension, which is really the field of consciousness, or God, or however you want to define it. And he said, all ideas of all time that have been and ever will be, and all resources and means by acquiring them exist in this fourth dimensional space. It's the field of imagination. Well, that's a very helpful thing to know and to fall in love with and to be faithful to, because then you can just start choosing and you understand that the field will start responding. But if you're only paying attention to your third dimensional reality, you're only going to get more of what you've already got. And so this is where the education is very important. We all should have gone through 4 years in undergrad of how reality works and how to undecide the limiting beliefs that we adopted along the way. But that's what a summit like this is for, right? To educate people and start to give them access to tools and teachings and frameworks and community to be able to get that re-education.
Well, I know through 3-day experiences, you may get to have the shift happen to a lot of people. And through our 3-day summit here, we're hoping to do the same for a lot of individuals. And one of the questions I've asked all the amazing people, such as yourself, on this summit is to have a sort of perfectly imperfect action that people can be taking. I mean, I've acknowledged that I can be in control of this reality. I can see my life differently. I can choose abundance in a very different way. My math was wrong. I want to take an action following this talk. And I'm wondering if you have things maybe that takes like 5 minutes a day or some sort of prescription that you usually give to people so that they're not just having an elated experience over 3 days, but they get to have a radical transformation that stays with them for the rest of their life.
Yes. And what I'm really drawn to is giving people what I think the key is for anyone who's ever integrated a conversation like this into their life for real change. And it's not a tool I would give. We've got all kinds of tools to shift limiting beliefs, tools to identify and drop resentments because they're connected to limiting beliefs, tools to build a deeper relationship with a higher power of your understanding, tools to get more clarity around your spiritual vision, your life vision, and your purpose, tools. But what I think most people don't understand, and I'm sorry if this breaks your model of wanting a tool, I'm happy to give a tool after I share this, but this is where I feel really inspired to share. I think there are 5 elements to integration, to real change. Number 1 is, and I call it context. What's the thing you want to change? That's the context. So in this case, we're kind of talking about mindset or mastering the laws of the universe or healing my trauma or playing the game of life according to the right rules, right? And that's different, for example, than the context of my recovery. The context of my 12-step program in Alcoholics Anonymous was sobriety, right? If you want sobriety, you go there. if you want to have a powerful living experience, you come here, right? You don't come here to get sober from alcohol and drugs. You don't go there for a powerful living experience. My brother practices jujitsu. You familiar with the martial art, right? He doesn't go to 12-step meetings to get good at jujitsu. you don't go into a jujitsu. So that's context, right? What's the thing you want to get good at? Second thing is container. There has to be an environment that you put yourself in to practice the context. And so for me, the container was the rooms of Alcoholics Anonymous, maybe the therapy room of my therapist and where I had my men's group, right? That's the container. For my brother, it's the dojo where he practices. And for this, there are lots of containers out there. I mean, you've got the best of the best of a speaker's list on your summit, right? And each of them create containers. But you have to get into the container. It's not a thing like you just do at home on your own. If I tried to do at home on my own sobriety, forget about it. Okay? Context, container. Third piece, content, the information. Go get the best information. Go, it's great. We've got YouTube, we've got summits, we've got all this stuff. You get to go and sample a smorgasbord of different people and their frameworks and methodologies. Figure out who you think has the best information. Because if you want to get great at cooking, you can go learn from someone who's a short order cook at Longhorn Steakhouse, or you can go study with Bobby Flay, right? Like one of the best grill masters in the world. So content makes a difference. Go find the best information. You can go out in your backyard and roll around on your yoga mat and call it jujitsu with your next door neighbor, or you can go train with Hickston Gracie, 302-0, undefeated, best jujitsu roller in the universe, right? Okay, so content, context, container, content, community. None of this is a do-it-yourself project. If I wanted to get sober, I had to hang out with other sober people. If you want to get at jujitsu, you got to hang out with other jujitsu practitioners. If you want to get good at mastering the game of life, you got to hang out with other people who are committed to getting good at the game of life. And the fifth one is commitment. You have to actually practice the thing. And I think in order to stay committed, you have to see the pain that not having something is creating in your life. Like you have to see the consequence. I had to see the consequence of my addiction. You have to see the consequence of not understanding how to create prosperity in your life, or struggling with physical disease, or being in broken relationship after broken relationship, or having a job that you hate. So if you see the consequence, that motivates you to stay committed. And if you're committed in the right context, with the right container, the right community, and the right content, that's how you get good at a thing. In that environment, all kinds of tools, all kinds of moves on the mat, 12 steps of Alcoholics Anonymous, right? Phenomenal technology that's part of the content and the container within my recovery program. Does that make sense?
David, that makes so much sense. I stepped away, I took my pad, and I made sure to write those 5 things down because I think that's the most powerful thing that you can look at. And I think for everybody else listening, I'm hoping that if you did have a preview of seeing me walk away, it wasn't walk away from David's message. It was actually working towards anchoring that into my mind and writing it down. And that would be one of the most powerful things I think everyone can take away from the fact that you're on this summit. And as David mentioned, there's a smorgasbord. I don't even know how to say that word, but I love it, of people that are going to be on this summit, or even just as you're exploring your journey towards mastering abundance, you'll be exposed to so many messages, and you get to actually apply this framework so that you're continuously moving forward and making some improvements.
It's like all those things, Jason. Like we all want to lose the weight. We all want to get stronger, right? We all want to be healthier. We all want to be richer. But then you have to go do it. And the doing it is scary because it's going to require an investment in time, energy, spirit, money, soul. Like, that's one of the linchpins is, man, I got to go invest in having the right mentor, the right coaching, the right community at a time where I'm not feeling like I'm living abundantly. And it's like, yeah, that's the rub. There's a lot in scripture around that moment in time, but you got to decide and you got to choose and then watch how the miracles unfold to support you. And I'm not saying don't do free stuff and don't watch YouTube videos and don't listen to podcasts, but that's a side dish to really getting in the right environment and transforming who you are.
David, I'm so grateful for you to come here and share your journey of transformation, the insights for people to do their own journey into discovering what are their desires in a healthy way to be able to get more abundance, whether that's a financial, relationship, health, all of that is accessible. And what you've shared are things we can apply in a powerful way. I'd be curious to know, such as doing summits like this, and even for your big events, what role do you see the intense containers as opposed to the kind of long-term everyday containers in the journey of transformation? Because you are definitely creating very intense containers in your 3-day event, which creates massive amounts of shifts versus someone that's out there and trying to do like the little thing every day. I feel like they both have a role. I'd love to hear your perspective.
Yeah, 100% they both have a role, right? The immersion is a compressed experience. It's like a shock to your nervous system. It's like fasting, right? You can manage your diet and watch what you eat, but then you fast, and as you start to get 24, 36 hours into a fast, you get the real benefit. You get the autophagy. You start letting go of all those dead cells, right? You start producing more and more ketones. And so it's not a thing you do all the time because it's not sustainable. Like, we have our lives to live. The point of personal development is not actually to do personal development all the time. It's to actually be free to live our lives. And so I think you have a regular workout routine, and then, quarterly, biannually, you do something that is immersive and intensive. And that's a really healthy way to operate your mind, body, and spirit.
You say this as my fiance just I think it was yesterday or the day before, was like, so I just applied for a marathon, and then looked at me as I was saying that, oh, I don't know if I want to, but then I'm like, wow, she just signed up, so I guess I'm going to go run too. And now
That's
the
great.
commitment is there, and I'm part of the right container to go do something incredible. And so I definitely resonate with that. I definitely see how this all works together. And David, you've given us so much. I am so grateful. And for everybody tuning in, you'll want to check out the podcast, check out the event. We're going to put some links so you can discover more of David's work, particularly Mind Hack. His book is out. You can grab a copy of that. You want to go deeper into this container. The work that he's been doing has been incredible, has worked with thousands of people, and his experience that he's doing outside of Texas is one of those must-attend events in personal growth. So if that is accessible to you, definitely go check that out and see, is this the container you're looking for? It's definitely one of the greatest ones out there, and you'll want to see that transformation is possible. And you've been giving a lot of tools and insights to think about from this conversation. David, I do always like to throw it back to my guests so that you can share maybe some final closing words so we can send people off towards their next session in this summit.
Yeah, I just think that if somebody's here, this is an answer to what you've been desiring and asking for. And so it's an indication that, that everything that you're wanting and you're envisioning, no matter what the challenges may feel like, is in the process of unfolding and reorganizing. So I know it can feel hard. Life can feel hard. It's not easy to be a human being. In the way this reality is currently structured, we learn through our challenges. And it's not an easy thing, and that's why I think community is the solution to overcoming challenges. But I just want people to know that they're on the right path, and I want you to commit to do a long form interview with me on your podcast too. I want to spend like 90 minutes with you, just unpacking stuff together. I always love the time I get to spend with you, brother. So thank you for this.
I appreciate that. David, thank you so much. And for everybody else, continue your journey towards mastering abundance and go check out everything we're going to share about David. It's incredible material and is definitely going to support you on that journey.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Mr. David Bayer. Welcome back to the live portion. Now, honestly, I love the man. I love what he teaches. Very clear, very powerful. So you want to keep an eye out for the book, Mind Hack. And no kidding, this was the notepad. I don't know if you noticed that I went to pick up, where I have the 5 items. Now, it's probably a little too glary. I don't think anybody is going to be able to see that. Does anybody take the initiative to write what are the 5 C words, or what is the biggest takeaway you have from the session we just did with David? We have the 5 words here. I wrote them down. I hope you did too. It's going to be very helpful as we see that we are on the right path. I think we're a part of a great container here. I think we're listening to some amazing experts, some of the best in the field. And if you're on a journey to master abundance, then you've come to the right place. Welcome back, everyone. Just a little reminder, maybe those of you who just joined in, we are going on an abundance journey all day. And we've got, what is this, number 5? I think those are 5 speakers who have happened already. And we still have 6 to go. We're going to pull up Smiley's content. By the way, Smiley, I think you get a gold star for your engagement. We love to see that. So I definitely want to acknowledge you. Context, container, content, community, commitment. 5 words right there. I love it. So we've had a ton of amazing conversation so far, and we're not done yet. One of the things I do want to mention is for those of you who want to upgrade to VIP, you'll notice on the watch page there's a little blue button, and you get to upgrade $99, and you get to have all the recordings, the transcript, bonuses from the speakers, and a journey to help you on the path towards abundance. And so make sure you have that available. Get yourself upgraded to VIP. We much appreciate the support that you give us to create more of these summits that are abundant, ready to share, and transforming lives of everyone here. Next up, we're going to talk about a thing that's been mentioned in the comments a few times, which is, well, what is my past? What if my past is holding me back from the abundance I want today? What if there are certain traumas that have happened that hold me back? Or perhaps there's certain things that seems to be just creating so much resistance and I need to do an investigation. If that's the story you have right now, this next session is going to be extremely powerful because we're going to bring Alex Howard on. And if you're not familiar with Alex, he is here to share more about what role trauma has in bringing you towards abundance. He's the author of the book, It's Not Your Fault. He's worked with an international group that helps people really live a conscious life, reinvestigate their past. It's getting a little tired. I see Smiley here, got up very early. It's also very late. By the way, it's almost 1 a.m. for me. So time check, by the way, how's the energy for everybody? I'm bringing on the next speaker. We're going to be having a break after Alex, but is the energy still up? Are we ready for our sixth speaker for today? We've had so many incredible ones. And again, we're just getting started. After the break, we have an all-star lineup as well. So if you need to move around, see, I was losing a little bit there. I was speaking a little slurry. So I want to bring it back because we have an incredible session. So bring your energies up, bring your focuses in, grab your notepads. We're going to have Alex Howard joining us as our next guest, and it's going to be a powerful session. So let's get it started for our next session with an incredible Alex Howard. Let's get it started.
To this session on our Mastering Abundance Summit. So excited about the conversation that we're about to just get started with Alex Howard. If you aren't familiar with Alex, he's the CEO of the Alex Howard Group, has a leading clinic, the Optimal Health Clinic, online learning platform called The Conscious Life, and has an online coaching program called the Reset Program. He has been someone that's been working with therapeutic coaching and therapeutic nutrition as well. If you've ever encountered some of his events, he has his super conference series, has been attended by over 1 million people, has written several books when it comes to health, psychology, and more. Why Me? We have Decode Your Fatigue. It's Not Your Fault, the childhood trauma that shapes you and how to break free. And if you've been someone that's been following him on the online path, if you have access to YouTube, as we all do, In Therapy with Alex Howard is a YouTube series that has been bringing to you real life examples of people going through healing, transformation, therapy, and getting their lives back in order. We'll encourage you all to check that out. And today in the conversation, we're really going to be focusing on moving forward towards mastering abundance without carrying so much weight. The rocks or hitting the brakes as we try to move forward need to be released as we work our way towards abundance. We are going to talk about that. What is the things that happen in our childhood? What is trauma? What are our core needs? Making sure those are fulfilled so we can be on a path towards abundance as fast as possible with joy on our lips as well. Alex, welcome to this session. We're so lucky to have you here.
Jason, thank you for having me. Looking forward to the conversation.
Well, we start these conversations around abundance. We've been bringing incredible guests such as yourself onto the show, and we do have a common theme is we want to dig into your story. We want to know what is the story behind Alex Howard? How did abundance play a role in your own journey towards success? And maybe there was some hiccups along the way. How did we overcome them? So please let us know your story.
Well, I think my journey with abundance started with an absence of abundance. So I grew up, my mum was a single mum, worked 3 jobs to support us. And then my mid-teenage years, I developed ME or chronic fatigue syndrome, which is basically a debilitating fatigue-related condition, and spent 7 years on a very challenging and difficult healing journey. The first couple of years of that was basically waiting for someone else to find the answers, and those answers didn't come. And even now, sort of 25, or I guess almost 30 years later, mainstream perspectives and understandings of complex fatigue, chronic conditions are a long way from where they need to be. But back in the mid 90s, there was just nothing really that was out there. And so after a couple of years of getting more ill, but also getting a deep sense of hopelessness and when you can't do any of the things you love to do and you live with constant debilitating physical symptoms and you're basically told there's no way to get better, I reached a point where I wasn't practically planning the act of ending my life, but I'd reached the point that I just felt I couldn't live like this anymore. And I had a conversation where I was helped to realize that if I wanted the circumstances of my life to be different, I was either going to spend the rest of my life waiting, or I was going to proactively do something to change them. And so around the age of 18, I set off on this very committed healing journey. Initially, because I wanted to find the answer. And then when I realized there wasn't one answer, there were many answers, and there was a kind of complex map of different things that had to be figured out. And after 5 years, I found my way back to full health. And I went on and set up the clinic that I'd wanted to exist in the years that I had been ill. And that wasn't, and that still is, over 20 years later, the Optimum Health Clinic. And in setting that up, I think an important piece of the story is that having grown up in a family where there was a lot of struggle, I had a sister with very serious mental health issues, absent father, mother under a lot of pressure, and then having been on this very difficult healing journey, the idea of living a normal life, whatever a normal life is, was not particularly appealing. I felt like I needed to give meaning to the experiences that I'd had. I also had this deep sense of inner belief that having recovered from an illness that I was told you couldn't recover from, and having found answers really the hard way by reading hundreds of books and seeing endless practitioners and really having to figure it out myself, I realized that if I applied that same approach, if I applied that same psychology to other areas in my life, that maybe things that I was passionate about and things that I wanted to bring into fruition, that I could apply that same approach to do that. And so I'm very blessed these days. I mean, the Optimum Health Clinic's been going 20 years. I've been involved in a number of other businesses that I've started. I live a very abundant life these days. For me, abundance isn't particularly measured in financial terms, although I do have a privileged life. For me, abundance is really doing things that I'm excited about with people that I find real pleasure in working with, doing things that I feel have meaning in the world. That to me is really what abundance is at this chapter in my life.
Well, I appreciate you taking the time to share that and give us the reality of the path. I mean, a lot of people would assume that when you have such an amazing situation now, it would have come with an easy road, everything would have been given, but it sounds like there was a lot of hardships, travels, and challenges to overcome. And what I particularly love is that you've given your own unique definition of abundance. And oftentimes, even signing up to this summit, you can have the assumption that abundance is financial, like I just want more money. Has that something that you've had a desire to chase for? Have you expanded what your view is abundance over the years?
I think the thing about money is it depends what your outcome, what your purpose is with it. I've had some of those milestone moments in my life. Buying my first home. I'm very fortunate to live in a lovely house. My 40th birthday, I was like, I'd had financial success, and I sort of, I was like, what do I want? I was like, I want to go and buy a Tesla. I'm going to bought a Tesla for cash. I've had the moments in my life. And another little sort of story which was important to me was when I was doing my original training as a therapist. I didn't have any money to pay for the training. And I basically had two possessions that had some value. I had my car, which at the time, which was a sort of banged up old Ford Fiesta. If anyone knows what Ford Fiesta is, it's like a good starter car, but this was an old banger. And then the other thing I had was an electric guitar. So I used to play guitar in bands as a teenager. That was one of my great loves. And I had this guitar that was somewhat valuable. And I sold those two things to pay for my therapeutic training. And so many years later, I wanted to treat myself. I'd had a sort of a kind of an important kind of financial event, and I I went and I couldn't find the actual guitar that I sold, but I basically found the exact same model, the same color from the same era, and going and buying that back. And it cost me about 5 times what I sold it for, but I felt like the return on the sale had been worth a lot more than that. And so, yes, I've been blessed to have these experiences in my life where I have had financial abundance, but that to me has always been quite fleeting, in the sense that yes, it's nice to be able to do nice things. It's nice to be able to make sure my children have access to the best education and so on. But it's not the thing that's, to me, is particularly motivating. I think once early on in my therapeutic career, I had a sort of period where I worked with quite a lot of celebrities and people that had a lot of sort of demonstrable worldly success in terms of either money or fame or so on. And that was a real blessing for me, because one of the things I realized is how much there is not really a relationship between how much money one has and how much happiness one has, certainly after a certain level. Being in poverty causes a lot of pain, but after a certain point, it doesn't make. And then the research also massively backs this up. What does really improve one's quality of life is the quality of their relationships. What really improves the quality of one's life is the quality of their health, and being able to have meaning and purpose. Now, of course, as one is in difficult financial struggle, it's harder to access those things. But I think after a certain point, more money doesn't equal more happiness. It can actually equal more problems and more pain if it's not well managed. But I think what really does give abundance is having purpose, the people that we're around, and feeling like we do things in our life that genuinely have a positive impact.
Well, I'm truly wishing for everybody who's going to be tuning in here are going to be expanding their definition of abundance as well, because what you speak about has been the message that we want to bring forward, is to chase for that greater purpose, that larger meaning, so that everything around you becomes more abundant as well. Your journey itself has been quite fascinating, and you've actually achieved so many incredible things. You've also had the opportunity to work with so many individuals who I'm sure are also on a journey to attract more abundance in their life, whether that's through the relationships, their health, or the financial means. And I'd be very curious to know if you've noticed common patterns that hold people back from what they want. And I know that can be a very wide question, but I'd be very curious to know, what are some of the key things you've identified in your practice for people who have the desire, they have the ambition, and for everyone who signed up to this summit are saying, yes, I want to master abundance, but it doesn't always seem to come as quickly or at all for the people who are on that journey. What do you think are some of the most common things that hold people back?
There's a few different ways to answer that question. I think, well, let's just lay out a little bit of groundwork around how I see the impact of childhood and how I see trauma, because I think that will be some helpful context here. So a lot of my work, particularly over the last sort of 10 years or so, has been looking at the impacts of childhood trauma on our adult lives. And how I look at it is, we all basically have 3 core emotional needs. The need for safety, to feel safe in our body, in our nervous system, to feel safe in the world around us. The core emotional need of love, to feel loved for who we are, not what we do and what we achieve. And the core emotional need of boundaries, which is our ability to say yes, but also to say no to other people, but also to ourselves. It's also how we experience boundaries in childhood that really determines how we don't develop our personal will and our personal strength and our capacity to face struggle and our capacity to push against edges and to make difficult things happen. When we don't get these core emotional needs met in the ways that we need, we have to develop defensive strategies, coping mechanisms to then navigate the world. And I think it's important to say, not getting the needs met doesn't mean that our caregivers, could have been our parents, grandparents, foster parents, whoever, it doesn't mean they didn't love us or they didn't care about us. It just means they weren't skillful in meeting those needs the way that we needed them to be met. So let's say, for example, that core emotional need of safety wasn't met in the ways that we needed. Doesn't mean that necessarily we experience adverse childhood experiences, what we call ACEs, in terms of physical abuse or sexual abuse. It may just be that we grew up in a family that weren't particularly kinesthetic. They weren't particularly huggy, and they didn't really hold the physical body so much. Particularly babies, get a lot of their inner safety from co-regulation. So the soothing nervous system of the caregiver tells the nervous system of the baby that they're safe. If we didn't get that co-regulation in the way that we needed, we probably didn't build that foundation in our nervous system that then we learned how to self-regulate. So when we get triggered, we get overloaded, we haven't really learned that soft place to fall inside of ourselves where we can take a few breaths, we can settle, and we can bring ourselves back to safety. So if we didn't get that safety, or, another example could be that we were constantly pushed beyond our comfort zone in different ways in childhood, either circumstantially or because we had parents that were trying to sort of meet their own narcissistic needs or our constant accomplishments, whatever it may be. So we often felt unsafe. If we have that absence of inner safety, that is a very uncomfortable place to be, and we need to find ways to address that. There's a whole bunch of ways we can do that. One of which is maybe we just normalize to living in a constant state of anxiety, and we almost just shut down that that's what's happening. Another example may be that we have a constant low mood because actually that shutdown is almost like an inner numbing. People often think about depression as feeling sad all the time, and that can sometimes be part of it. But typically, depression isn't feeling sad all the time. It's an absence of feeling. It's a sense of pointlessness and hopelessness. Maybe we've managed that sense of that lack of inner safety by self-medicating our nervous system with alcohol or with drugs or with, excessive promiscuous sex. And basically, the more we go to unsafety, we prove we're okay. So we're almost counterphobically then trying to feel safe. But whatever we develop, we have to develop ways to navigate the sense that we don't feel safe and we're trying to find that safety. You can imagine the same for not feeling a state of inner love. We have all these ways of trying to win love from the world or trying to hide the fact that we don't feel that we're enough or we don't feel that we're good enough. So what often really blocks us from living our potential in our life is all of this stuff that we learned to do to navigate experiences in childhood when we didn't really get what we needed, because we're constantly trying to find ways to meet those needs in our adult life. And I think particularly with safety, often what happens is we conflate an absence of safety with therefore any time that we feel something's uncomfortable or something that's unfamiliar, we go, oh, that means it's unsafe. That's not okay. Therefore, I need to withdraw or I need to not put myself in that situation. And so what often happens is people's worlds get smaller and smaller, or people take less and less risks. The problem is that how much success we can achieve in our life also has a direct relationship to the amount of discomfort we're able to experience. Like in a way, we grow by being outside our comfort zone. And so if we don't have that inner safety, or we're putting a lot of energy into destructive ways to try and find that inner safety, it's a huge block to actually doing the things that likely we need to do to really build and create that abundance in our life.
I've noticed that there seems to be some individuals that would have had these kinds of pasts that are a bit more trauma filled and have turned it around and used it almost as fuel for success. And I've seen those that have been completely paralyzed with some of the events in the past. Difference between those who have, say, the baggage and have used it as a springboard as opposed to a weight.
It's a good question. I think there's a number of factors, and I don't think there's one single thing. I think one of those factors is sometimes the blessing of meeting the right mentor at the right time. And one is shown that actually there are different choices. I think sometimes, some of us, the pain doesn't quite get bad enough. And so it's almost, it feels like it's easier to stay with the known discomfort than it is to take the risk of an unknown, potentially even greater discomfort. But if the known discomfort gets so unbearable, it's like, well, nothing can be worse than this. Therefore, we then have the fuel in the drive to do that work. One of the things was so fascinating in the early part of my clinical career. So for the first 10 years or so, a large part of my clinical work was working with people with complex chronic illnesses. And in talking to other therapists and other clinicians working in other areas, one of their common complaints would be lack of patient compliance. So you'd talk about something in a session, and then the client wouldn't put it into action afterwards. And that could be working psychologically. They agree that they're going to go and try and put a boundary in place with a particular family member. They come back a week or 2 weeks later and they haven't done it. Or they're on a nutrition program and they're not taking the supplements, or they haven't made, whatever it may be. My experience with my patient group was, if anything, the opposite. That sometimes people would take things to the nth degree, because I was typically working with people which were in so much pain in their current life circumstance. They were so desperate for things to change. They were then willing to do whatever it was going to take for that to be different. And so it's a very odd thing to say, but sometimes the blessing is it gets so bad that then actually our motivation gets so strong to do something to actually change it.
It almost feels, it feels a little sad that it's like you're wishing worse upon yourself to get to a place that's even better. I have a quick anecdote where I remember going to a restaurant, and one of the people at the table was actually celiac. And the other person looked at them and said, "Oh, I wish I was celiac so I wouldn't eat so much pasta and carbs." And it's like, but hold on a second. Why would we wish illness on ourselves to the point that we make the decisions to get better? And so I'd be curious to know, do you usually have recommendations for people to actually understand that there is less pain in making the unknown known without wishing worse upon ourselves?
Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes one of the ways I approach it with people is the thing is being stuck, be it stuck because we're procrastinating it, but we're stuck because we're just not doing what it needs to change. It actually hurts far more than we realize. So it isn't necessarily people need more pain. They need to have a really honest conversation about where they actually are. Right. And, sometimes that conversation goes along the lines of, well, okay, your life isn't that bad, but actually you're in denial about the fact that you're letting down these people in your life, and you have let's take the example of, we're both guys. Take the example of a young guy that's got a young family who is not really progressing in his work, is not really showing up to his wife. He is, not in particularly good shape physically, and maybe he's a bit depressed, and maybe he's managing it by smoking a lot of marijuana. But that's just, we're inventing a scenario here. And let's say he comes to see someone like me. He's like, well, it's not that bad. It's like, well, let's just play a little bit of a game here. You got some kids. They have an emotionally unavailable father at this point. What do you think that's going to look like in 5 years' time and 10 years' time? Particularly when we look at self-harming, eating disorders, mental health issues are the highest they've ever been around kids. Your absence and your lack of presence to them right now is sowing the seeds for these things. So maybe we go down that path. Maybe we go down the path of, when's the last time you really asked your wife how she feels about you in the relationship? So without not wanting to be too mean to people, sometimes my role is to really help people see truth. And to me, at the heart of really good therapeutic work is we deal in truth. And now sometimes the truth is not that we're in denial of our suffering. Sometimes the truth is actually we're in denial of our gifts, and we're in denial of our potential. And we've got so normalized to the story that, and this is one of the real problems that we have at the moment. I feel in many ways very, very pleased to see the rise of awareness about the impacts of trauma, right? When we did our first trauma conference in 2020, I think it was, and probably still remains, one of the biggest ever online events in the sort of health and well-being world. We had 185,000 people sign up for this conference. And at that time, it felt like for a lot of people, this was a new conversation that the people were really having. We've just closed out last week our 5th annual Trauma Super Conference, and it feels like there's a lot more understanding, a lot more awareness, and that's great. But one of the traps that I see is it's like the breakthrough at one stage becomes the trap at the next stage. So the breakthrough was a denial about the impacts of childhood experiences. Now the trap is almost like we start to put ourselves in a box and say, oh, well, now I understand why I can't do that thing that I wanted to do because I have trauma. Now I understand that I can't have a lasting relationship because my parents, my mother, father abandoned me. And so it's almost like there's a breakthrough, which is great because there's awareness, but now there's a new story where actually one is limiting oneself. And so to me, yes, we need to understand how we've been shaped, but not to put ourselves in a box, but to help ourselves break out of how those things have been holding us back.
I think you hit the nail on the head. I've witnessed this so much. It's almost like, oh, I have trauma. I have my excuse to be a victim, when I know for a lot of your teachings, you're speaking a lot about taking responsibility. And so are there some questions we can ask ourselves to ensure that we're not being in that state of being, self-victimization that's holding us back from abundance?
Well, I think one of the paths of exploration here is around, well, what's the story that we tell ourselves? What's the story that we tell ourselves about why the things in our life which are not how we want them to be, what's the story we tell ourselves about why they are the way that they are, right? And I'm not one of these people that heavily believes in the law of attraction. You just have to think stuff and it just appears and it magically happens. I'm a much bigger fan of the law of action and the reality that if you want stuff to be different in your life, likely you're going to have to work pretty damn hard to make that different. And so in a way, it's like, what's the story? What's the excuses we have around why things can't change that probably lets us off the hook of having to actually do the work that needs to be done? Because having worked with people for many, many years with serious chronic health issues, having worked with people with serious childhood trauma, the vast majority of those, there are those moments where someone has an insight or you do a piece of therapeutic work and there's a massive breakthrough and life is just transformed from that. But typically, it's a lot of work to create meaningful, lasting inner change. And I recently had did a video that I don't think we put it out yet on my YouTube channel, where someone was asking about my Ian Therapy series, where I work with people we film 8 sessions, typically over a sort of 8 to sort of 16-week period. And people have these extraordinary transformations. And there is legitimately only 8 hours that I spend with that person that we're filming. And so someone had asked a question around, well, how is it possible that so much change happens in 8 hours? To which the video response basically goes along the lines of, because the 8 hours in the therapy room weren't the most important 8 hours. It was the hundreds of hours outside the therapy room where the client actually put into practice the things we talked about in the therapy room, right? So it's to me, it's not what you discover an hour a week or an hour a fortnight or an hour a month in a therapeutic relationship. It's what you're doing every single day. And going back to the example that we used a bit earlier around safety, if we recognize that our nervous system is not well regulated, there is no amount of talking about that, listening to podcasts about that, reading books about that, that's going to change that. What's going to change that is using daily practices which are going to reteach or are going to teach that regulation to our nervous system. Those practices are likely going to be somewhat tedious. They're going to be somewhat repetitive. They're not necessarily going to be particularly fun to do some of the time. But that is the work that goes into creating change. And we can map that across a little bit like I was sharing earlier in terms of my health journey then to my business journey. I've been fortunate enough in some ways, but also the point I'm making here is also about the effort and the hard work to build an organization or a group of organizations doing things that I'm really passionate about at quite a significant scale. But it's like people see me running, I was just running a 3-day workshop over this last weekend, completely in my element. I love working with live groups of people. People have these big transformations through it. And I think people think that's just what my life is, which is being on stage in front of a room full of people doing this work that I love to do. Alas, as I'm sure you know, Jason, from creating a summit like this, there is a unbelievable amount of work that goes in to get to the point that thing can happen and it can run smoothly in the way that it does. And so one's capacity for tediousness, for monotony, for doing things you don't particularly enjoy doing, you don't particularly want to do, all of us, when we start employing people, try delegation by abdication, which is basically you give all the stuff you don't want to do to someone else and hope that they're going to do it. That almost never works because you can't lead things you don't understand, and you can't manage people and manage processes where you don't understand the job that they're supposed to be doing. And so going back to your question, like the story that we tell ourselves is often the story that lets us off the hook of doing the stuff that we don't really feel like doing and we don't really want to do. And the problem is that the abundance that we want in our life is likely on the other side of doing that stuff.
That's a big wake up call for all my attendees, even for myself. And it sounds like if I'm making the decision and commitment to wanting to make that change in my life, there are some key stories that need to be rewritten. And I know you've done a lot of work when it comes to helping people, when it comes to their inner critic, their inner judge that often holds you back from going towards the things that serve more, that are purposeful, and that really are in alignment with your goals. And I'd be curious to know, what are some of the things that are critical to investigate if self-judgment and self-critic is a big area that's holding you back?
Yeah, I'm going to take again a little sidestep here just to contextualize kind of how this works. So we all have this voice inside of our mind, which these days typically one calls the inner critic. That's the kind of most commonly used term. Sigmund Freud in psychoanalysis was sort of the first person to really conceptualize this. People have talked about it in different ways prior to that, but he was the person that sort of really nailed this. And he had a sort of model of the id, the ego, and the superego. And the superego in the original German is über ich, which means over I. It's like a version of us that sits over us and is constantly in a place of judgment. The reason why we do this is when we're a small child, our physiological, regardless of our emotional survival, our physiological survival is dependent upon the care from our caregivers. When our caregivers are not around, the world is a terrifying place because if they don't come back, we're not going to survive. So we internalize the voices of our caregivers to give us comfort when they're not around, and also so we can learn how to behave or how not to behave so we get the safety, the love, the boundaries that we need from our caregivers. This is a very primitive structure which has been there since very, very young, which gets constantly reinforced as we go through our lives. And we can experience the inner critic really in three primary ways. Either in our own head towards ourselves, and that's often the easiest one to spot. We go outside of our comfort zone or we do something quote unquote wrong, and our inner critic tells us we're stupid, we're useless, we're rubbish, whatever it may be. One of the other key ways we experience it, which people often, when they start seeing it happen, it can be quite a big light bulb, is we project our inner critic onto other people. What I mean by that is we effectively imagine that everyone else is criticizing us in the way that we criticize ourselves. And so we walk into a room and let's say we're self-conscious about our appearance, and our judgments we have of ourselves, we imagine everyone else in the room is thinking towards us. So we basically live in a world which is constantly surrounded by judgment, which we kind of assume that's what's going on, but it's just our stuff being projected out onto the world. The third way we experience the inner critic is our judgments of other people. Typically, we do that as a way to try to inflate ourselves because on some level we feel that we're not enough and therefore we're trying to make ourselves feel bigger in contrast. So the inner critic is probably one of the biggest sources of suffering. It's also one of the biggest blocks to us stepping outside of our comfort zone, because it's basically the inner critic's job when we step outside of our comfort zone to put us back where it thinks that we're actually going to be safer. And one of the problems here is people get so normalized to their inner critic that they don't even see what it's doing. Like, we don't see for the wood for the trees because it's so incessant everywhere we go all of the time that sometimes we have to get a certain amount of distance to even be able to see what's happening. A common thing that people report to me when I teach them how to work with the inner critic is that it takes a little bit of time to spot it, and they'll come back to see me, a week or a couple of weeks later, and they'll say, I don't know what you've done, but God, my inner critic's everywhere now. Like, it's got way worse. Like, hasn't got worse. It was there the whole time. You've just started seeing it, right? And the seeing it, of course, is a stepping. If you can see it, you don't have to be it. So if you can start to get the recognition that it's happening, that gives you a step towards being able to defend against it and to get free from it. But not being aware of the inner critic, like not seeing it happening, going back to how you introduced this interview at the start, and trying to step into a new abundant future is like dragging an enormous set of boulders behind you, because every time you try and do something new, you're either criticizing, attacking yourself, or even when you imagine doing something new, then that judgment and that criticism comes in. Now, one of the things that can be quite helpful, I mean, working with the inner critic is a whole sort of big piece of work, but one of the things that's often really helpful is just to see the level of absurdity in our inner critic. It is full of contradiction. And when you really start to see the endless contradiction, it takes away some of its power. Like, I remember when I was really starting to see my own inner critic a number of years ago, and I was sat at my desk, it was probably about 6:30, 7 o'clock in the evening, and I'd made a commitment that I was going to go and work out in the gym 5 days a week. And so my inner critic starts going, well, hang on, you need to go to the gym. You said you were going to go to the gym 5 days a week. You know, you're not following, starts attacking me. So I start sort of packing away my work. And then my inner critic comes in and says, oh my God, you're being so lazy, clocking off work so early. And I was like, I see you. Hang on a second. Like, whatever I do, I'm going to get attacked. And if we can start to see there is not a logic and a rhyme and reason to this, it is a structure that is designed to try and keep things the same and to try and keep us safe. But all it does is keep us stuck. Now, people will sometimes say, well, but hang on, what if there's a grain of truth? Sometimes our inner critic is pointing out truth. To which I say, well, that's a little bit like saying that if I'm giving feedback to one of my staff, I also need to punch them in the face at the same time, that the feedback's not valuable without a punch. It's like, there can be truth in your inner world, and you can give yourself that truth, but you don't need to abuse yourself in the process. In fact, the judgment and the attack and the criticism typically makes us less resourceful to deal with the issue, not more resourceful. Just like in the workplace, you know, taking away such a kind of visually kind of, I was just thinking if someone re-edits this interview, I sound like I'm an abusive employer. But taking away the sort of physical kind of metaphor, even just like hyper criticizing someone when you're trying to give them feedback doesn't make them hear the feedback, it makes them defend the criticism. So the narrative that the inner critic has is, which is, you know, without me, you'd be a lazy slob, you wouldn't be doing this, you wouldn't be doing that. It just isn't true. Like, we need to see the truth, but we don't need to self-flagellate at the same time.
I think that's already something that would be a very useful tool for anybody on this journey of abundance, to always be able to check in with where that self-critic lies. Because I'd be curious to maybe ask a follow-up question is, do you get to a certain point, and I'll say this kind of cheekily, but is there certain points where, okay, now that I've achieved this level of abundance, the self-critic disappears?
So it's a really good question. That's what we think is going to happen, right? That's the game we often play is, well, if I can just achieve this thing, then my inner critic will leave me alone. If that was true, then people that have achieved a lot of things in their lives would have quieter inner critics. But I think it doesn't take a lot of looking around the world to see that that's absolutely not the case, right? Another way of thinking about it is, everywhere we go, there we are. Everywhere we go, there our issues are. And so until we work the issue, all we do is we scale the problem. So actually, typically what happens is, the more success someone gets, the louder their critic becomes, right? And so just like people think that there is a close relationship between financial success and happiness, people think that there is a direct relationship between how much they achieve and how quiet their inner critic is. That's just not how it goes. They're two separate things. And if you've got a noisy, loud inner critic now, and you achieve more, you're giving it more to shout about. But if we work to defend and we work to see through, we work to change our relationship with our inner critic, then we can achieve more because we're not dragging all those boulders behind ourselves. But also when we achieve those things, we actually get to enjoy that success, because our inner critic's not criticizing all the things that we got wrong or telling us we've got to go and do this next thing. We can actually enjoy our life. And, sometimes that's as simple as in those moments to actually be able to feel one's breath, to actually be able to feel one's body, to actually be connected to oneself. And when we're running away from an inner critic, or when we're constantly putting loads of pressure on ourselves, we're in a fear response. We're not in a connected place. And so the more that we learn to regulate our system, the more that we learn to get space from the inner critic, ultimately the more we can actually achieve, and the more that we can actually enjoy that abundance when we get there.
Alex, this has been a fantastic conversation, speaking a lot about how we have to acknowledge some of our past, our traumas, understand that we can make decisions to make some transformations, that sometimes our comfort can be our biggest enemy towards abundance, and that the discomfort embracing might be one of the biggest things we can look into doing so that we can thrive more and more. And having an understanding and a better relationship with that inner critic seems like one of the most powerful things that we can investigate and solve, so that during our journey towards abundance, we're not amplifying the megaphone, but rather really being supported in a much more powerful way. I'd love to ask as a closing statement, since we love making these sessions, which you've shared so much throughout the conversation, I wanted to kind of leave it with some of the takeaways. And one of the questions I love asking is along the lines of, if I had, I'm not going to wait for the perfect moment. I'm ready to make some change. And maybe there's something I'm ready to stop doing, and there's something I'm ready to start doing tomorrow. What would be some of the things you would suggest, both on the stop doing and the start doing, so people could be much better off on their journey towards abundance?
I think one of the things I would think about is, it's not just the getting started, it's the staying on the track. And actually, often more importantly, it's getting back on the track when we get knocked off. So a lot of us don't necessarily, some people do struggle to get started, but a lot of people don't struggle to get started. They struggle to keep going. Or one gets started and they're on the track for a week or a couple of weeks, and they got some wins, and then something comes out of left field in their life and completely knocks them off. And then just reinforces the story that, oh, I knew I wasn't going to be able to follow through. I never follow through anyway. So I would start, how's this for positive thinking? I would start with the assumption that something is going to knock you off the track. But if you go in knowing that, and you go in with a bit of a game plan of what you're going to do when that happens, be that having an accountability partner, be that you set ways of reminding yourself. One of the things that I get people to do at the start of some of my programs is to write a letter to themselves about why they're committing and why it's important in their life. And I get them to not just write it in their head, but to actually write it in their hand or write it on their phone or whatever. And then to have that letter to look at when they're off track. And what can actually work really well is write it, email it to yourself, and then snooze the email so it pops up again in a week's time or 2 weeks' time. So it's setting yourself up, knowing that things are going to come up, but how are you going to have preloaded how you're going to support yourself in those moments?
Alex, that is a great tip and a great actionable way of making the most out of our session together. And I'm hoping for everybody that they've taken this as a call to action, to be able to do something that seems so simple but is so powerful and is very much related in truth, as you've mentioned in the world of therapy, is all about bringing some truth forward. Alex, truth is, this has been a fantastic conversation. We're so grateful for your time, your energy, and the wisdom that you've shared with everyone here on the summit. It's been an absolute honor to have you here. What we're going to do for everyone as we continue the conversation outside of this session is we're going to make sure that you all go and discover more from Alex. And the best place to start is just go straight to YouTube. You're going to want to go to this channel, subscribe, In Therapy with Alex Howard. This YouTube series lets you go even deeper on all the stories of people that have been going through transformation, and it's filled with incredible insights, and it's super easy as an action to be able to support our guest here, and you'll get to support yourself as you're being exposed to much better content on the YouTube platform as you go on your healing journey. Alex, would you have any closing words before we end the session for today?
Well, firstly, Jason, thank you for having me. I really appreciate it. Final thing I'll say is I've been talking a lot about how change can be hard and we've got to do the work. But what I will say is people really can change their lives, and it's addictive. And sometimes you've just got to prove to yourself that you can create change. And then it's a bit like we go from being in vicious circles where we have an unhealthy behavior that creates a bad outcome that creates another unhealthy behavior. We also can create virtuous circles. And so one of the real goals here is to start to build a new narrative that you do have what it takes to change. It is possible, but you've got to gather real world experiences of that.
Well, I think people listening to this session and having signed up to this summit is already one positive action to make that change, and you will have helped make a pivot for a lot of people tuning in. So again, Alex, thank you so much. It's been a wonderful conversation.
Thanks, Jason.
And ladies and gentlemen, that is one more amazing conversation with Alex Howard. Wow, that was some powerful stuff. How's everybody feeling now? Hey, listen, I'm seeing the comments coming in already. I know that this was going to be a powerful session, particularly for those of you who want to revisit the past, look into therapy. There's going to be that YouTube channel. You definitely want to go check it out. Alex Howard is a legend in the field. I'm going to bring up his book one more time for you all to have a look. If you're looking to grab a copy, It's Not Your Fault, plus so many other books that he's written, created, and the man's just very active in healing, releasing trauma, and doing some great work in the world. And so definitely check that out. Hey, I'm going to bring up some of the comments here. Ariana, thank you for your work. Alex, your words today has made some miracles for me. As a severe childhood trauma survivor, I'll make the best use of what has healed inside me because of your presence. Ariana, this is exactly why we love putting together summits, is that we get a chance to create these kinds of transformation for those who are here and attending, and that feedback is so valuable, so important. Thank you so much. We're glad that we have played a part in that journey as well. And I'll take this moment to just say a big thank you to all the speakers who have went so far today. We've had 6 incredible talks that have been a part of this Mastering Abundance Summit. But although you see me here on the stage, I am by far not the only one involved in this summit. There's an entire team behind the scenes that are helping with the comments, that have helped put this event together, that has made sure that you all get to interact, get to connect, and get to be here for this live experience. So I just want to give a big shout out to the entire team, Natalia, Kim, Alessio, everyone else behind the scenes, Renata, thank you, thank you. And for everybody here, I hope you guys are enjoying this. We are not done, but we will take a little break. We'll give you guys a little breather. We've been rolling through here, and so we're going to give a 15-minute break. So we'll be back just 10 minutes to the hour. So at 50, whatever your time zone is, so it's going to be in about 15 minutes from now, we'll come back, and we are going to have the one and only John Assaraf kicking it off. And oh boy, if you are excited about bringing abundance in your life, you want to find that energy, you want to go towards that commitment to truly make a change, this is going to be one fiery episode. We're also going to have Samrad, Michael Pilarczyk, we're going to have Kute Blackson, and Dr. John DeMartini. All of them incredible speakers, incredible insights. That's going to be bringing our day one into a very, very abundant day indeed. Now, before I send you off to the break, I want to give one more reminder. For those of you who have already upgraded to VIP, a big thank you. I want to walk you through exactly what you get when you do upgrade to VIP, because for $99, you get a chance to have so much more from the experience here. And all you have to do is actually click on the little button. Oops, let me just take this off the stage. Let me bring this onto the stage, and there you go. On the page where you watch this summit, by the way, this is the page you should be on if you're watching this summit live. This is the page where we have the chat. You get to watch the video. You'll be able to catch the replay. That's going to be available for just shy of 22 hours, I believe. And you'll finally be able to see that there's a nice little blue button here. And on that blue button, which I'll get myself off the screen so you can see it properly, on the blue button is where you get to see how you can upgrade now. And by clicking that, it will take you right to the tab where you can learn more about how you can process the Mastering Abundance VIP for $99. So here's what we had for today. We see the list of speakers. They're all available on this page. If you have any curious about what's coming up, it's all going to be right here. And of course, when you upgrade to the VIP, you get all of the recorded sessions, the transcripts, you get the audio version of every talk if you want to listen on the go. We have a 30-day abundance journal. And if you've heard some of the speakers share their bonuses, we're going to have that all made available inside the lifetime access on the VIP. We still have 1 day available, so you can actually get that upgrade. It's a huge support, not only for us, but for yourself. If you're signaling to the universe that you want to invest in yourself and you want to upgrade to VIP, $99, you get to save some money and keep everything that you've loved from the summit so far. So all you have to do is click on that button, and it'll take you right to the page that you need to take the next step. With that being said, we still have 12 minutes. Take those 12 minutes. If you need to grab yourself a tea, coffee, use the bathroom, grab a bite, whatever it is you need to do, go do it now. We'll be back at 50. So for me, it'll be 1:50 a.m. for whatever that is for you. That is in 11 minutes from now. You will see a countdown. We'll play a bit of music, and we will see you soon. We still have 5 amazing speakers for today. Enjoy the break, and I'll see you in a Hello, everyone. I've been hearing some compliments on the music. And so I want to make sure that I've shared the Shazam with some of you that requested for that song. And oops, I'm going to be hearing some feedback. Here we go. I was listening to the own video. So I'm on Facebook as well, which brings an important point. The Facebook feed is actually going to drop when we get to about the 8-hour mark. So if you are on Facebook listening to the summit, there has been a post by Kim that shows you how to get to the link, which is summitforimpact.com and /MAS-day-1. The link is there in the chat when you're watching the video on Facebook. You want to come over to that side where we're watching the video and we get to have all the comments that we're monitoring actively. And so for Facebook, we'll have our interactions happen there after the summit of the day is finished, and we'll have a lot of links posted there. But the best consumption experience is definitely if you come to that page. That way we keep having some comments, we're sharing some active links, and it won't cut off after the 8-hour mark. So we'll be able to have the entire session. And you definitely don't want it to cut out during the last speaker we have set up for today. So, all right. We've had our little break. Welcome back. Or if you're just joining us, my name is Jason Mark Campbell. I've been the host for this summit, an incredible summit where we went on a journey, find the best speakers who are really helping you redefine what is abundance, how do we attain it, how do we master it, and truly live an incredible life in the process. We've already had 6 incredible speakers in our first session. For the rest of today, we have another 5, and we are by no means cutting short on the quality of the speakers we have. We're going to be kicking off the session with the one and only John Assaraf, the man behind The Secret, the one behind NeuroGym, and we're really going to dig into some of the science that comes for those who are looking to attract more abundance into their life. What does the neurology have to say? How do we look at our brain and start thinking of what are the ways we need to be programmed and wired to truly become magnets to abundance? And John Assaraf is the legends to teach us this. Just a quick check-in though on my people before we go in. Are we ready? Are we energized? Are we sit? What are we drinking? Is it tea? Is it coffee? Is it healthy choices? We're going to have a lot more conversations about abundance of health tomorrow, but make sure you have something really nice, keeps you focused, keeps you warm, keeps you happy. And we're going to get started. I've upgraded to VIP. A big thank you, Stacy. I just want to acknowledge you for that. And I know there's the question of where are the talks? As soon as today's done, we're going to upload all those into the VIP area. For now, you still have this YouTube player, which you can go back if you missed a part from one of the talks, but that's only available for a short time. And now we want to focus on the present, the current speaker, Mr. John Assaraf. Let's play him, bring him to the stage, and enjoy. I'll see you all on the other side.
Mastering Abundance session for today. An incredible guest is going to be joining me. You might have had a chance to encounter him on a series that got a little popular in the mid-2000s called The Secret. The man has been named the Brain Whisperer. He's one of the leading high-performance success coaches in the world. John Assaraf is joining me. If you're not familiar with John, again, the man has done so many things, including writing over 4 books, 2 of them bestsellers. He's been featured in over 11 movies, which is beyond The Secret, and is the founder behind the NeuroGym. MyNeuroGym.com, you'll be able to learn more about the powerful techniques he's developed around inner size and more to get people to really reprogram their mind for abundance, and is going to be a key session here on our Mastering Abundance Summit. John, welcome. It's a pleasure to speak with you again.
It's great to be with you again.
Now, what we were talking about for today, we're talking about mastering abundance. This is not a new territory for you. Your entire method has really helped so many people master abundance in their own life. And before getting to other people, I want to get into your story, because your journey itself towards manifesting an incredible life, an incredible home, a lot of resources around you have been manifested, and not just on the financial side, but on your health, your relationships. Your life is a living masterpiece. And I think people would appreciate hearing a bit of your story and the role that abundance played into bringing to where you are now.
Oh, it's been a beautiful long journey with a lot of highs and lows and ups and downs. And I think they call that life. Uh, Before I was able to understand abundance and have a little bit of abundance, um, I came from lack, limitations, not enough, scarcity. So the polar opposite of scarcity is abundance, and they're the opposite sides of the same coin. And when I was born, my parents worked hard. They did their very best to provide for their family, but there always seems to be, or always seemed to be, scarcity for them. So regardless of how hard they worked, they couldn't get ahead. It took them, 20 years to save up $5,000 to be able to buy a $25,000 home. 20 years. To put it into perspective, $10 here, $20 there. And as a kid, I know that my family, my father especially, felt disempowered. He felt a sense of disbelief that anybody could achieve success. He felt disengaged, from achieving abundance and success. He believed that success, abundance was reserved for the people with college degrees and their doctors and the lawyers and the engineers of the world, or the lucky, or the thieves. And so I lived in this container of scarcity and not enough. There was never enough money. There was sometimes not enough food on the table. It was just scarcity, a lot of scarcity. And then my parents moved because of the wars in Israel, where I was born, to Montreal. And then I went to school for grade one there, and I didn't speak the language. So, I just didn't believe in myself because I fell behind by 2 years. And I was getting into trouble with the law, getting in trouble with principals, getting in trouble with teachers, getting into fights with other kids. And so I had this vicious cycle, of scarcity, not enough. Life was hard. It's tough, to do well. And that was my lens. That's how I saw the world. Um, but there was something that was really interesting. After my parents, moved a little bit and got better work, we moved into this one neighborhood, and we lived at the end of the immigrant neighborhood. And right across the street was a community center, and behind, on the other side of the community center, was where the affluent area began. So I got a job at the community center, giving out balls and hockey sticks and volleyballs and things that the kids and the adults could play with, and then they would give me the equipment back and give them back their key for their locker. And I got a chance to see abundance, how they dressed. I was able to go into the health club because I worked there, which was normally reserved for the affluent people who could afford it. And I would go into the sauna after my work shift at 9 o'clock at night. I'd hear these successful men that just finished having a massage, and they were in the saunas and steam bath, and they were talking about business and success. And like my ears just percolated, about them talking about success. A lot of these people were immigrants like my family was, but somehow they made it. So on one side, where I lived was the have-nots, and then on the other side, just on the other side of the wire, was have everything. And so I had this environmental awareness, and I got curious of what do they do to make the money, be healthy, give to charities, like I heard them talk about. And that was like the beginning, literally, at 10, 11, 12 years old, this was going on. And I started to just be interested in abundance. Now, unfortunately, the way that I ended up with a little bit of financial abundance is I lied, stole, cheated, sold drugs, did breaking and entries, stealing from businesses. And I did that for probably about 7 years in a small little group. We call it a little posse. And I did it to try to make a little bit of money in my pocket so I would fit in, be able to do stuff with the other kids, who were, going to school with me, and whose parents, in many cases, were doing better than our family was. But I knew I wanted more of that. I wanted more of what they had. And so I became curious. And then I had a wonderful incident where my brother introduced me to one man who asked me what I wanted to achieve in my life. And you and I have talked about this in a previous conversation we've had. And he asked me, two questions. One was, what do you want to achieve, in health and wealth, relations, career, business, finances, charity, etc. And when I told him what I wanted, he asked me this one defining, life-changing question. Well, it was life-changing because of what I answered. And his question was, John, I know you can achieve all those things because people achieve those all the time. Are you interested in achieving these things, or are you committed to achieving this lifestyle? And when I asked him, Jason, like, what's the difference? His name was Alan Brown. He said, listen, when people are interested, they focus on being disempowered, disengaged, disbelieving. They focus on why they can't, why it's not possible. They focus on their stories, their reasons, their excuses, and that keeps them stuck in this vicious cycle of doom. He says, but people who are committed to achieving their goals and are willing to take the upward spiral to success and significance, he says they're committed. And commitment means you upgrade your ideas, your thoughts, your knowledge, your skills, your beliefs to match the things, that you can achieve. And he said what most people don't realize, and this was another game changer, was that insignia called the unity circle or the unity thing. He says most people, he said, like 80% of the world is in this disempowered, vicious cycle of negativity, and I can't, and they keep doing that over and over and over again. And because these loops interact right at that intersection, he says, what most people don't know is they can jump from this loop of continuous vicious cycle of doom and gloom. They can jump into the cycle, the upward spiral, success and significance. But it takes a commitment to do that. And he says, and in the middle of the jump, they're afraid. Or before they take the jump, they're afraid, so they don't do it. They just keep going, along those circles. And he says, people who are committed make the jump. They take the leap into the other cycle, and both cycles exist. And so one man, one question, a couple of visuals. I said, I'm committed. And he showed me how to make the jump. And he showed me what to read. He showed me ways of thinking. He gave me frameworks to systematize my thinking, my processes, my goal setting, and my goal achieving. And at 19, he gave me the ticket to freedom for the last 45 years of my life.
That is a journey that had you
Yeah.
had a massive transformation.
Oh.
And it sounds like one of the key moments there that I would want to speak on its importance as someone's trying to make that shift, that leap, and that commitment. It looks like a mentor that appeared into your life had a very significant shift into your life. And I'd be curious to know if this is something that you can attract, cultivate. Is it something that you recommend for people to seek out? I mean, we're hearing from so many people on this summit. Does that substitute the mentor, or is this something we should be actively seeking out?
Mentorship comes in a variety of forms. I have read probably 2,000 books. I read about 150 a year. And those are mentoring me. I'm getting the best of what people have learned. Like, I've written many books now. I think I'm up to 14 now, with a couple of New York Times bestsellers in 35 languages. I take the very best of my thinking, of what I know works. I share it with people. I take the problems, the challenges I've faced, and I share, here's how I overcame it. And you don't have to figure it out. So mentorship can come in this session, right? You and I mentoring anybody who's listening or watching. You want to go deeper with a mentor. Read her works, read his works, read what he's written, read the books, watch the videos, listen to the podcast, dive deep. Here's one of the biggest problems, Jason. And this is why I studied behavioral neuroscience so much. When people will hear you and I today or another day, um, they're going to pay attention. Maybe they're focusing, maybe they're not, but they're going to pay attention. And there's two areas in their brain that are really activated right now. One is called the amygdala for emotional sense to understand, is this something of high or low importance, and what's the emotional capital that I need, for this. Number two is an area called the hippocampus for short-term memory. So we're hearing or seeing, and we're activating our feelings around it, the emotional, control center of the brain and short-term memory. And then we're like engaged or not engaged based on those two things. But here's what I can promise you. If you ask somebody a week from now, who did you like on the podcast or on the summit? And they said, well, there was some guy, he was talking about, this disempowering states. I think his name was John Ass something. And he said, like, what was he talking about? I said, well, he was talking about their ways to train your brain. You'd have this general recollection, but you won't have memory of what we talk about. You won't have step one of this, step two is this, step three is this. Why? Because that's only reserved for people who go from superficial, above the water type of stuff and go deeper. It's like if I taught you a new language, today, you wouldn't remember most of it next week. You wouldn't even remember words next week. You wouldn't remember, a martial art sequence. You won't remember a song. You wouldn't remember, a new skill a week or two or three from now, because the very nature of short-term memory versus long-term memory requires spaced repetition and emotional capital. And so when we want to learn from a mentor, pick one or two that you're ready to go deep on. Let me really understand what she or he has. And you know what? That requires commitment. That requires patience. That requires understanding. That requires, let me practice what he or she just said. So I have this visceral experience of the systems, the processes, the knowledge, or the skills. And it's sad for me to say, but most people are playing the game of life at the amateur level, and they're treating their life like a hobby, so it costs them like a hobby. And when you play that surface level, you get surface level results, but it's actually worse than that because you have to share. Okay, you have to share. Let's say money. The reason 90% of all the wealth is held by 10% or made by 10% of the people is because the other 90% are sharing 10% because they're not willing to be committed to learning the game of abundance. And abundance is here. But you know what they are committed to? More of the same. And they're in this cycle that they don't know how to get out of, even though there's more than enough. When I ask people, is there more than enough money in the world? Everybody said, yeah. Great. Do you have more than enough? No. How come? And then I hear story, 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 reason, excuse, and more stories or limiting beliefs. Even though when I ask them, is it possible to release that story? Is it possible to get rid of that limiting belief? Is it possible to upgrade your skills so you can actually earn more money and you can attract more money that's already here? And they go, I guess. Well, how come you don't spend an hour a day on that? But you spend hours a day on social media and hours a day on Netflix or whatever it is, and hours a day wasting time, except for the stuff that is really, really important in your life. And they don't know, even though the answers exist. So we can talk about abundance all you want. But I think what's really important, if we're going to talk about abundance, is also talk about what's really holding you back from abundance.
Ooh, I think this is a bit of a call out, and I think it's a relevant call out for somebody who's on a journey to
Sorry.
master abundance. And As you mentioned earlier, I thought that was very interesting in your story how you got to have a glimpse of abundance in your early upbringing by seeing at the community center there was abundance on one side. So there was a place for environment to help you be exposed on what are the habits, the models of the people that are abundant. And I feel like maybe this is one of the excuses. You can maybe tell me, but it sounds like the environment that we're in can often allow us to have a more tendency towards negativity or a tendency towards more possibility. And I'd be very curious to hear what are the steps we can take to change our environment if that plays a significant role in our journey towards getting more abundance.
Yeah. So we have interior environments in here, inner game. We have external environments, which includes what I watch on my computer or mobile phone, who I hang around with, my office environment. It's interesting. This weekend, I was doing a long meditation this past weekend, and I wrote out some names because I want to do a little series. So one of my first mentors was a guy by the name of Alan Brown, who was asking me this question: "Are you committed?" And he showed me the framework for what my day should be like to make money. But then, because I was in that environment, I went to an event that he paid for, so I'd be better in sales. And it was actually Tommy Hopkins, okay, who was teaching sales because I was in real estate at 19. So I learned, oh wow, there's these things that I could be learning and doing and cassettes that I could be listening to learn these frameworks. And at that event, and I wrote these down, I'm looking at my wall right now. I met this guy by the name of Rocky Madsen. And he was a big Napoleon Hill fan, and he was really big on marketing and selling. So he gave me these other cassettes. Um, and then I met in my real estate office, there was a guy by the name of Vern that back then in 1980, this guy was making like 250,000 a year, and Arthur and Leo and Kay, these four real estate agents that were making like 250 to 500,000 in, I mean, insane amounts of money back then. And then they introduced me to like Bob Proctor, and then Bob Proctor started TV. So these weren't people that they just, I observed them. What is he saying? What is she saying? What's she reading? How could I emulate that? So I was in this environment of people who were striving to achieve more success, to achieve more significance, to achieve more than enough. So I got into that environment because I said yes to one man. And I entered this new dynamic of people who were looking to get better and advance. And then I got, books they recommended, devoured them. I got cassettes to listen to them like I was programming my brain, which I was. So then I went traveled around the world. Then I came back and then I met the most successful sub-franchisors in the world offered me a chance to be their partner, Walter Schneider and Frank Polzler. And so I jumped on that bandwagon. And so I created this ecosystem between what I was putting in my mind, who I was watching and learning from. And imagine that I started to change. I went from being, disempowered, disillusioned, disbelief in myself that I wasn't smart enough or good enough, to all of a sudden saying, well, I am smart enough. I am good enough. And because I was taking action, I was achieving the results. Because I was achieving results, I started to believe in myself more. And then I haven't been off of that wagon for 44 years. And then I teach it to others through my books and movies and shows that I'm on so that they can understand there is a formula, that when you follow the formula, it's the same as if I gave you the recipe for a chocolate cake that's the best in the world. And I said to you, okay, milk first, eggs next, sugar next,
right? I gave you the ingredients and you do it in this order and you do this next and you do that next, you do that next. When that's done, you let it sit, then stick in the oven at 450 degrees, okay, for 22 minutes. Take it out, take a toothpick, see where it's like. You can have the recipe. And the recipe for abundance already exists. And the problem isn't the recipe doesn't exist. The problem exists that people have not made the commitment to get the recipe, learn the recipe, practice the recipe until they master the recipe. Because they're impatient. They don't believe in themselves. They're afraid something might go wrong, and then they're going to be embarrassed because they didn't bake the cake right. And then they fear failure, and then that holds them hostage. And because nobody ever told them that failure is in the recipe of success. They have the wrong idea of what's supposed to happen as they're learning.
John, I think that little mention, first off, yes, what I'm hearing you, I'm like, yes, that makes a lot of sense. And I think for everybody that's listening in are probably taking a moment going like, yep. But what strikes me is this failure piece you just mentioned. And I find it strange. I've been talking to a lot of people over this summit and through my work interviewing people. There's usually a story in failure for everyone that is successful. And I was like, that's an interesting coincidence. And so I'd love for you to expand more on that so that people can understand how it's part of the process and not stop the journey towards mastering the recipe.
So first, let's put failure where failure belongs in the process. Too many of us, me included when I was younger, equated failing with I am a failure. So the first thing we have to separate is this. When I fail, I am not a failure. I have learned something that may have not worked yet. So let's create a new container and frame for it. So when I fail, there's actually a part of the brain that's like an error detection mechanism, and it actually requires success and failure to tweak and adjust to learn. So when you're hitting a tennis ball, right, you have to hit a lot of tennis balls to be able to time it right, to be able to get the right swing, to get the ball to be where you want it to be. When you're playing basketball, when you're knitting, when you are doing a Rubik's Cube, when you're doing anything, asking a guy or a girl out on their first date, it feels awkward. We're clumsy beginners until we practice and we learn, no, don't say this, say this. Don't walk this way, walk that way. And we learn from the attempts, we learn from stuff. But I like to give somebody or anybody a head start. And anybody can say yes or no to this question. Is it true, yes or no, that anything you want to achieve, financially, business-wise, health, relationship, there already is a beginning blueprint for wherever you are to the next step or beyond. Somebody already knows, somebody's already figured it out. Just like I said, you want to bake a chocolate rhubarb pumpkin pie. I'll bet you $100 I can get a recipe in 2 seconds on ChatGPT. I want to make $1 million doing blank. I'll bet you $1 million there's a recipe for how to do it in any category you want. I want to lose weight and keep it off for good. Can I get a recipe in 5 minutes? Yeah, and a plan. Yeah, so the recipe exists. So instead of trying to figure it out and failing, why not fail at attempting to follow the recipe and then go, let me tweak what I did. And now we can shortcut the circuit for health, wealth, relationships, career, or business. So the great news is we're in a time, where, humans have been This type of human anyway, has been on Earth for about 300,000 years. We've learned a lot about what not to do. We've learned what berries not to eat. We've learned what, fish are tougher to catch than others. We've learned a lot in every category. Let's just start with a recipe that already works. And then let's get innovative after we have the initial recipe.
I'd love to ask about the sense of overwhelm that can come for someone that's looking for abundance, and there's so many recipes to follow. And you mentioned patience being a key attribute here. I find that it's very common that you're jumping from recipe to recipe in the middle of our cooking with this overwhelm of information that exists and different recipes. So what's something that we should be aware of on this journey to abundance that could, cause us to be overwhelmed and maybe stop in our tracks?
So the sense of overwhelm, comes when our brain feels like we're trying to get too much done at the same time. It's almost like putting too much water into a glass, right? Overflows. Our brain can only process 3 to 7 bits of information at any given time. That's why phone numbers are 7 digits. So anything past that is overwhelm. So if I'm looking at this and looking at that, I'm thinking about, my kids, my husband, my wife, my girlfriend, making money, getting healthy, going to the gym, making dinner. It's like too much. So first rule is reduce it to the doable. Reduce to the doable. What can I get done in the time that I have available to completion? So one of my rules I teach all of my students is do less, better, to completion at the pro level. Let me repeat, do less, better, to completion at the pro level. So let's start with a self-image and identity that I am a finisher in addition to being a starter. So what can you commit to finishing? Do that. Do that. See where it gets you versus what can I commit to starting? So when I ask people like, show me what you're doing. Oh, I started. I said, well, why did you stop? You were on the right track. Well, you were not on the right track, but why did you stop? Oh, as I saw this, but why did you stop if you were already, in motion? And we have to have, the self-discipline to give ourselves a command to completion. And whenever I'm working with anybody, it doesn't matter on what, I always say, what is your level of completion? When you start a book, how many do you finish? When you start a project, how many do you finish? When you have an idea, how many do you take through to completion? And I get a baseline of whether they're a starter or a finisher. And then I reduce it to their level. I also make sure that they don't set goals that they absolutely can't achieve with their current level of knowledge, skills, and habits. So we say, let's pick a goal for one day. Get that done. Now, when they get it done, how do you feel? Well, I feel really good. Why do you feel good? Well, because I got it done. Do you trust yourself now that you can do it again? Yeah. Well, why? Because now I have a reference point. So when we start and stop, we build an identity of being a starter, not a finisher. We build or we reinforce, I don't trust myself to finish, so why should I start? Because if I start and I don't finish, then what they don't know is they set up something called a disappointment avoidance fear circuit in their brain. And so now they will not take action because they fear disappointing themselves or others again and damaging their self-esteem even more. So I'll give you a couple of terms that happen. Something else kicks in, and it's called the law of secondary gain. And the law of secondary says that I will reward myself for not taking action so that I stay safe. I see how smart I am? Really powerful. Law of secondary gain. every behavior, okay, is either protecting you, right? Protecting you, or rewarding you somehow. And most people will do more to avoid pain or discomfort than they will to gain pleasure and success. And this is where we come back to where I started. They enter and stay in the cycle of doom and gloom. As nobody has shown them what's going on, explained to them what's happening in their heads and in their hearts that's causing them to have, here's another term in our world, it's called repetition compulsion. I have this compelling desire to repeat something because it's familiar and habitual. So now we have these different circuits in the human brain, all right, that are competing against you achieving the abundance that is here. And for you to be empowered and abundant, and you stay in this stuck state and more of the same. And then you become a settler. So now your comfort zone is, I'm a settler. And it's like, oh God, that truth hurts. So I don't want to be a settler. I don't want to live in a cycle of doom and negativity and disempowerment. And I will do everything to get on the cycle of abundance, right? And the stairwell to success, and stay there. And in order to do that, you need techniques. You need to strengthen your mind. You need to be able to augment your awareness of thoughts, emotions, feelings, sensations, behaviors that cause results. You need to learn how to disengage disempowering habits, thought habits, emotional habits, behavioral habits, which cause your results. And this requires more than playing on the surface.
John, this truth hits home. And what I find particular about what you teach and how you teach it is you go straight into the neurology and you help people go beyond the surface and really go deep into the practice of working with their inner environment as a priority. I'd love for you to share with people the power that comes from doing that deep work and an exercise that people could take away from this conversation that could put them at least on the first step towards the commitment towards abundance.
Let's start making decisions from the field of all possibilities, right? So let's go a little bit deeper now. Okay, we've gone, surface. Now we got a little neuroscience. Let's go deeper. We live life, or life exists on several different planes, right? We have the physical world of hear, see, smell, taste, touch, people, buildings, trains, planes, automobiles. Then we have the biological world, of chemical reactions, physical reactions, biological reactions, and actions. That's kind of like the middle world. But right below that, right, is the quantum world, right? And everybody, that's on here has probably heard that everything is made up of energy. Okay, great. Whoop-de-doo, big deal. What does that have to do with you? And by the way, not everything's made up of energy, but that's for another day. And for anybody who wants to know more about that, just go type into ChatGPT, what is not made up of energy, and you're going to see discussion about dark matter and dark energy and all that stuff. But a lot of things are made up of energy, but a lot of things have energy potential. But if we want to operate from the quantum level, right? What is this quantum level? Well, are you and I not atoms that have coalesced together? Our body's made up mostly of hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen, and carbon. HONC, H-O-N-C. Yeah, well, aren't those coalesced together? And as I breathe in air, right, 10 to the 22nd power of those atoms, okay, my body is using the hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen, carbon it needs. It expels the carbon dioxide, right? And then trees can use that as part of their photosynthesis requirements. and gives them their food. But there's music that's in the air right now in the form of sound waves, right? There's stuff that we cannot see, frequencies we cannot hear, um, power that we is powering up your entire ecosystem all around us. You cannot see. Like nobody's ever seen gravity, but we need to use it every day to fly, right? You can't see it. Oh, well, what about the electromagnetic spectrum? What about, all of the forces of nature, strong and weak nuclear force? Like all of that is working in order for us to have this middle layer and this physical layer. And so if everything you and I create is already in this field, why not ask yourself this question? Can I use my imagination to design the life of my dreams for health and wealth and relationship and career and business without knowing how to do it yet? Just design. What would you love? How much would you love to weigh? What kind of energy would you like to have every day? How would you like to sleep every night? What kind of physique would you like to have? What kind of business, career, job, retirement would you love to have? Is yours written down? You might be thinking about, but can you show me your design for your life? Are you living life by default or by design? Most people by default. Most highly successful people with abundance by design. So there's parallel number one between most unsuccessful people don't have a vision or goals, and then they also don't have any plans to achieve them. And then if they have the vision and the goals and they even have the plans, how often do you review your vision and your goals and your plans? And then how often do you take action on the plans and then review the results of what worked and accelerate that and what didn't work and stop doing it? Every Sunday at 4:00, I invest an hour planning my next week. Every morning from 8:30 to 9:30, I make sure that my day and I review my week with my assistant is planned and everything is in alignment so that I'm just taking action. Every month I take half a day. Every quarter I take 2 days. Every year I take 5 days for thinking and planning the next year. Process. Systems, processes for success, for abundance, for tweaking, adjusting, analyzing, thinking, feeling. And most people I know, they have similar plans. They have similar processes, maybe not exactly. I have my daily morning rituals. Most of my friends that are successful, imagine this, they have their daily morning and evening rituals. So there's a lot of thought that goes into designing and trading your life for what you love. And, instead of being a cork, on the water, just bopping wherever the water goes, which is how most people live their life, there are people that captain the ship and direct the sails to a destination, and they make sure that they have enough provisions along the way for the journey, but they also know what to do if things go awry. The average American can't handle if a $750 crisis happened. Average American. I'm not saying people listening here, the average American. That's a challenge when there's so much abundance out there. And it's not because they can't. They just grew up in a disempowering environment and it got reinforced over and over and over again for 5, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years. And we've got to get them out of this cycle of doom and gloom and scarcity and into success and abundance. And that's just first it's an awareness, and then it's now what do I need to do? And then commit to doing it. But starting off with what you can finish, not what you can start.
I think that's one of the most important distinctions in our conversation that we had today is making sure that you're reinforcing the pattern of what you've finished. Because I've seen that happen, in myself for sure. And I've seen it happen around me as well. And I see what difference happens when I do complete a project and what joy that comes from it and how it starts reinforcing me to want to do more and complete more. And John, as we're coming towards the completion of our incredible conversation, the word again that I want to echo, which I thought was the most powerful through your stories, through everything you've shared here, is this power of the commitment. And
Yeah.
I'd love to leave everyone who's listened to this session with some closing words from you to finally take that step that is beyond being interested and have people make the shift from one camp to another, seeing them on an upward trend towards abundance with some of the things you've shared here and beyond.
How much do you really value your life? See, I believe that we were all given this gift, right? One of my team members, who David, he's about to be a father, and for the last 2-3 months, I have been getting so excited every day because he's going to get one of the most precious gifts from God. The birth of a daughter. Could be a son too, but his is a daughter. So David, you're going to have this unspoiled bit of perfection to love and nurture, to instill empowering, constructive beliefs in her, and a self-image and a self-worth and a self-confidence as you teach her, how to model what you do, because she will be watching you. And she won't model what you say, she will model who you are. And so will she look at you and say, my daddy is a finisher or a starter? My daddy struggles and doesn't know what to do, or he always has a solution for any challenge. But to bring it back to people here right now, what do you say to you when you look in the mirror? Are you proud of you? And maybe the answer is, yeah, I am. Maybe the answer is, well, in some areas I am, in other areas I'm not. I say, okay, great. Thanks for being honest. Well, why not make a commitment to yourself that you will sit in that proverbial rocking chair just before you die, and you're going to look at your life and you're going to go, fuck yeah, that was unbelievable and great. I stepped up. I overcame my problems. I went from not believing myself to believing myself. I went from having fear to turning to my fuel for success. I was challenged and I overcame it. And I became the person to be able to sit in this rocking chair right now and go, yeah. So you can make that decision today, everyone. And then we just take a few steps today, a few steps tomorrow. And then what we're looking for is to develop patterns of progress, not perfection. So step 1, create an empowering vision now for your life, something in the future. Step 2, create some goals for health, wealth, relationships, career, business, finance, charity, fun and experiences. Write them down, what you want, dream, imagine. Use that brilliant $100 billion brain our creator gave us. 3, for each one of the goals, come up with action steps that you can take this month. Focus on just this month. 1 or 2 action steps to move forward. If there's an area that's really lagging behind, great, add 2 or 3 extra action steps on that one because it needs attention now. It's like having a weak arm after surgery. You focus on strengthening it. So you strengthen some of the weak areas right now. And then every day, you train your brain to focus on achieving. You exercise your self-image, your self-belief, your confidence, your certainty, your resolve muscle, your grit muscle, your capacity to handle more and more and more as the weeks progress and the months progress. And do check-ins every night for the next 30 days. Am I on track or off track based on my behavior today? On track, celebrate. Awesome. Off track, what can I tweak for tomorrow? And here's what happens if you give yourself, one little check in every day. You will be like an airplane that's checking and balancing, where it's at through the automatic sensors, okay, called the autopilot, because an airplane's off track 98% of the time. Headwinds, tailwinds, thunder, air pockets, and it just readjusts, adjust. If you made it a point to adjust every day, here's what I guarantee you. We're going to learn the right actions, and then we're going to adjust. You'll achieve every one of your goals. But, my dear friends, this process is only reserved for the committed. End of story.
John, you have shared the prescription, the mindset, and you've
thank
given
you.
us something that everyone can grasp, and you've given us the vision of what will change if we decide to walk this path. It's a beautiful path. I'm so grateful that you've come on this
you.
summit to share from your
Thank you, Jason.
perspective the amazing journey that you've went through to bring the life that you have now, and the fact that the recipe is openly available. It is
So
shared.
available. Yeah.
And we know what is the key ingredient to get the whole process started, which is that commitment. I want to thank you for your
Thank you.
wisdom, your time. I want to acknowledge everyone who's tuning in. If there's one thing you can be successful to say for today is you've stuck by this session and you've already signed up to Mastering Abundance. That is a win in John's book. It's a win in my book. And I think
Absolutely.
now that you put into action what you've learned today, you're going to start making those steps, changing from the camp of disempowerment, jumping into the camp of abundance. This is the whole reason we put this summit together, John, and you've been a critical part in educating and directing as a mentor you have been to everyone here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. It's been a joy. And thank you for the great work you're doing.
Welcome back, everyone. That was, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. John Assaraf. Isn't that a powerful one to come back to after our short break? I don't know if you went to get a bite or you were kind of just relaxing, saying like, oh, we're halfway there. We're going to start taking it easy. Nope. Mr. John Assaraf came out kicking, laid out some truths, some powerful truths. And the most powerful part of that truth is we can take action on all of the things we want with the level of commitment. And I think this is one of the most powerful things. I mean, I've had a chance to talk with John a few times, and every time he brings that topic up, he delivers it so damn powerfully. Some of you felt that the foul language was a little strong. I think it was the conviction around his methods needed to be expressed in a very powerful way. And quite honestly, I think is a great energizer for the progress we've been doing on the summit so far. John Assaraf, we're going to make sure that you have links to explore more of the work that he does, particularly when it comes to inner sizes, how to train your inner world. It's some powerful stuff. We'll be sending that on to the Facebook group, sending you some more emails around those details. And for those of you on the VIP, we'll make sure there's some goodies that are sent over from John himself, making this the most powerful package for your journey into mastering abundance. So with that being said, yes, tons of notes that are going to be available for you as you're part of VIP. And if you are not, again, we want to make this accessible to all. If $99 is just not in the cards right now, we understand there's some circumstance that can prevent that. And we want to make this summit available for you for free. And this is why we're here. But if you can see yourself being able to get a grasp out of the VIP option, the $99 is an investment in your commitment towards mastering abundance, then please support for yourself and for us, as we want to make sure that we get to keep doing these summits, bringing you these amazing speakers and creating these experiences for you in the process. So, okay, with that being said, how are we feeling? Are we ready? We have some more speakers for you. We have an incredible session coming up with a dear friend of mine. Her name is Sam Rad, and she's written a book called Bitcoin Pizza. Might have heard of Bitcoin, might be a topic you're curious about, although is not going to be the focus of the conversation here. The woman is a futurist. She speaks and learns about the philosophy of how we are evolving as a species, how we are going to organize in the future. And what does a world filled with masters of abundance look like? And how do we start taking steps so that we can be closer to the life that is coming with all the changes in technology? How are we going to organize? How are we going to thrive? And how are we going to master abundance is in the cards. Let's give a big welcome to Sam Rad, who's going to be the next speaker for the summit, keeping the energy high and keeping the learnings constant. Let's get started.
This session for our Mastering Abundance Summit. I'm so excited about the conversation we're going to be having today with Sam Rad, who's the founder of Radical Next, a meta studio creating transformational story experiences, media productions that shape for a positive future. And we're going to be speaking a lot about the future and what we need to focus on if we want to bring abundance in our lives, see the world be more abundant, see a lot less tensions and chaos in the world. We can play a personal part in creating the future we want to see. And going for abundance is going to be playing a critical role. Her upcoming book, recent book, Radical Next, Thriving in Times of Radical Change, explores how radical next ideas and technology will transform social societies in decades to come. This is not her first rodeo. She's rolled multiple books. She's had her bestseller Bitcoin Pizza, which spoke about the blockchain. We might touch on that a little bit as part of the emerging technologies, and was named Forbes 30 under 30 list a couple years back. And she's an expert when it comes to immersive reality, simulation, blockchains, crypto, AI, natural language processing, and so much more. She speaks around the world about future technology, societies, and not forgetting the humanities in all that process. I'm so excited that she's going to be coming to share with us. Sam, welcome to the show.
All right. Thank you for having me.
Okay, I need to bring this up before we go to it. I know you go by Sam Rad, which is the coolest stage name if you think about it, because Radical Next, Rad is just a great term. And I think you were talking about you have origins of your name in Italian. I was saying Radacchia. How do we say your last name? What's your origins, your story?
It's Radacchia, and that part of my family, it's an Italian last name, and it ended with an O, so it's Radiant Eye is sort of the translation. So the play on Rad started young. It's been my nickname since, it's not really a stage name. It's actually just what happened when I was in school, and everyone, a teacher would read the attendance in class, and then they'd be like, Sam Rad, and then pause. So it kind of stuck, and a few times people did it introducing me on a stage on accident, and I went with it. So now I have, as you mentioned, this book is my first book with the Sam Rad name. You can see,
Oh yeah.
it's a cool cover.
Yes, it is.
And Team Human. So we have Reclaiming Your Humanity in a post-human world. But yeah, it's kind of a big deal. It's not just like another book coming out into the world, but it's also like 5-10 years of Samantha Radacchia, Sam Rad merging into one.
And what I wanted to dive into when I'm doing these conversations is we're speaking about mastering abundance. And you've had an incredible journey. You spoke even a little of your history going into Singularity University, not a traditional path, I would say. And so I'd be really curious to know more about your story for everybody listening. And how did abundance play a role in your life?
Oh, goodness. I mean, I could probably speak for the life story, which will be the topic for 2 books from now. I've always kind of been the type of person that operates based on trust and not like surrender. I don't love the word surrender, but trust in terms of what is to come. And I don't share this often, especially not as a futurist, a technological futurist, but I've always had a bit of kind of metaphysical disciplines as well in terms of clairvoyance and some of the psi sentences, which I kind of kept on the sideline. But for me, was quite scared of having these moments of like having a sense of what's to come, or knowing what's meant for me, or what could be possibly meant for me on a highest aligned possible path in the infinite realities of our life that we can live, or lifetimes. And from the outside perspective, right? To a lot of people, whether that's family members or friends. When I was younger, it looked a little bit like I was like bumbling around doing kind of crazy stuff from, like I studied a lot of very disparate things, whether it was from anthropology to living in virtual worlds. I found my way into a virtual world called Second Life in 2009, where I learned about virtual assets and Bitcoin very early on, which brought me into a whole bunch of like the tech world, where I built a number of businesses, but I never was really a techie or wanting to be a techie. I'm more of a student of humanity, right? An anthropologist, a people watcher. So yeah, I don't know. I kind of followed, I wouldn't say whims, but passions that aligned to my purpose. And in hindsight, things seem to make sense of where I was at points in time. But a lot of it really comes down to just trusting the path. And I trusted enough in myself, in my intuition, and what I call the oracles within. So that's actually a hint from the next book. It's playing on RAD. We've got Radical next, which is the futurism book. And then I have Radiant Now, which is a futurist guide to thriving in the present. And that's really about some of these ideas around authenticity, abundance, alignment, and how do we reconnect with our humanity, whether that's in our body, our cognition, our emotions, our intuitive senses, and getting kind of beyond that. So for me, it was almost like too much. It's not something I had to work at. It was almost like you could kind of see these oracles or signs of like, go this way, don't go that way. But that, again, requires trust. It requires a growth mindset. And for me, if I were to define abundance, I've never defined it in terms of, I'd say, the reactions to abundance or the repercussions, which might be energetically material or things that manifest into this world, or the responses, but more so kind of the internal alignment or feeling. And, the other stuff is sort of a side effect. And yeah, I mean, whenever I've been in alignment, I would say that I know I'm also in an abundant energetic space. And then things in my life, maybe they might look materially successful, depending on how people categorize that. But when I think about the future, and not just on the level of like me, Sam Rad, individual person making individual choices, but on a collective level, a lot of the work that I have been thinking about, sharing on stages, building companies in the past to align to, and now just sharing stories, was around noticing the sort of a death and rebirth process on a collective scale of humanity. So like a collective ego death that we were starting to enter. Now for techies, because I do use techie language to translate into different audiences or domains. And, I'd call these the social operating systems. So anything from the way like our internal world, the way we think of who we are, identity, consciousness, perception, through communities and relationships, all the way up to societal level systems, healthcare, education, governance, and then the cosmos and beyond. So the book kind of goes to like really out there chapters like interplanetary or even interdimensional being. Basically what I saw or outline is like, here is how things are breaking down that are opening us up to a beautiful opportunity in human history. And it's not the first time, right? We've had a lot of these shifts and opportunities to progress. And when I say progress, I don't mean like build all these crazy new technologies and spaceships, but like elevate truly in terms of humanity's consciousness and paradigms. In order to do this, I think humanity needs to collectively align to a growth or abundance mindset to be able to think outside of the constructs of these operating systems or paradigms of the past. And what we've done for so long, and again, me as a futurist who enters these rooms and stages, most of what I do is help deprogram people so that we can imagine future possibilities that don't look like past ones. So to me, that's an abundance mindset. And it's frankly, if you're not super comfortable with uncertainty, it's terrifying for most people, right? We're sitting here and it's probably like, this is beautiful and it's amazing. And I might be a little unhinged in the sense that I've always been very comfortable with being uncomfortable, but because I like it, right? It's fun. I'm curious. If everything changes, well, then that's a new opportunity to learn new things. But you know, a lot of people, and myself included, at different points in my life, you get very comfortable in a identity, in a job, in a title, in a place of living, in a relationship, and changing that often is uncomfortable. Not to say we all need to do that, but sometimes it happens without our consent. So very long-winded introduction to, I guess, my thoughts on abundance. There's a bit of, again, alignment, authenticity, and trust in the greater path.
I absolutely love that start. And I wanted to pick at something you said early in the conversation. It sounds like to have abundance in your path, trust was a big part of that. And it was a big thing that, you know, propelled you forward. But you've made a distinction that it isn't necessarily surrender. And I'd love to know how you define those two terms.
That's a fantastic question. And, you know, I always catch myself when I say that word, just because there are so many connotations with the word surrender, whether they're religious or spiritual connotations or connotations that, you know, insinuate lack of consent. And I really see that word or experience to be quite positive. I reframe it in my mind as learning how to surf. So if we have this analogy of a wave, it's so big of a wave. You're actually out in Bali. Do you surf?
I've tried
No.
it a few times, but I'm not a regular surfer.
Me neither. So the reason I have this analogy, I'm actually I tried surfing once in Brazil, and I don't get scared by many things, and I'm getting pummeled by these big, like, you know, massive waves I shouldn't have learned there. And I was scared, like very scared being held underwater. I'm like, am I going to be drown? Is this thing going to release me? No, but learning to surf, right? So you're like out there, and we're like out in the world or society. There's like a massive waves, whether that's change or a small change in your life. You can try to fight it, but you're not going to. You either go under it or you learn to surf and just ride that wave, and you can't like kind of hold it back. And so for me, the positive reframing of this trust or learning to surf is like a flexibility and adaptability that is like the feeling in your body when you're so relaxed and you're just beyond just going with the flow, kind of seeing the wave, addressing the wave, riding the wave, and letting it take you. But it's not so much of a question of a lacking of choice or free will, because again, in the infinite possibilities of choices and realities that we can align to, I think it really depends on your mindset, or let's say your energetic signature or your lens. Which wave you're looking at is which one that you're going to surf. And everyone has the free will to choose where to do that. But I do believe that there are some that are aligned more to a higher calling or purpose, that or abundance, whether you would define it in that way. And again, so abundance to me can take on many forms, but for me personally, it feels like a highest alignment. And maybe I've not reached that yet in myself, right? Maybe the levels go up so far beyond what you can perceive, but there definitely is a sweet spot of things that feel flowy and I wouldn't say easy, but certainly aligned, and the path presents itself. And then yeah, when people say things like manifestation, it can happen very quickly in that state. Like, very bizarre thing happened to me recently within a day. I said something out loud. I was in a very sort of open, again, I don't intentionally manifest. Part of my intuitive skills in the past were a little bit too, like, I felt like I had a flamethrower. Like, I could, like, definitely, like, spark everything around me or burn it all down. Like, it was slowly, right? But I got to a place of, like, a beautiful decision, or recognizing that there was a path that was for me that I didn't necessarily know if it didn't make sense, or is this the right time, or what happens next, or et cetera, right? But yet I had been kind of holding it back for 2 years, even though knowing it was in my future, and having that sense, and having precognition about it, or dreams, or things like that. And so I finally, at some point, surrendered, or just acceptance, saying that this is the way I'm going, and I'm going to have to trust that what comes next is this beautiful as well. So I get to that place, which, of course, there's a lot of tension sometimes that leads up to these moments. It could be 10 years of tension. And I do it the next day. I say something, and mainly about where I would live and what it would look like and whatever. And it was like there the next day. And I bought the house. So when those things happen, I'm like, oh my goodness. Again, for me, it's less about, like, the material response to that internal state of abundance. But certainly, like, whatever ways that people want to experience that in their life, I don't judge that either, because we all have different things that are meant for us. But yeah, on my journey, it's always still a bit surprising. It's an odd thing to be a futurist, and not to say anyone predicts the future. Certainly that's not the kind that I am. But more than other technological futurists that do, use strategic foresight, or take in a lot of data and study trends, like, I meditate and dream and travel. Like, honestly, feel like I time travel a bit, and it's more like I'm coming back with some messages from a different space time, and deliver them to people. And it's a bit more esoteric. Again, I don't say my audiences would not really enjoy that part of my, if I shared like that's sort of the method to the madness, that it's, they're like, how do you know that this was going to happen? I don't know. I meditate and walk a lot. But yeah.
I think this audience here is going to be very curious and receptive to acknowledging this existence. We've seen so many times that this happens amongst individuals. And that kind of brings me to a question of this ability to have a bit of a better connection with, like you called it, I don't know if it's the divine, but it's like the ether, or to feel that, you have forces that are working alongside you. You're getting even downloads that are helping you guide the path. Can this be treated like a muscle? Like, is this something that any individual can develop?
I believe so. And that's what came out, writing the book that's coming out now, and writing the next book, it was sort of, again, this more hands-on guide to see if I could not create a method or a mindset, but really just kind of share. I frame it as a buffet, like a tasting menu of things to explore along a journey that open up these oracles, because everyone is different. Our unique energetic signatures are different, in the same way that our genetic code, we're different. Little, we're all could be potentially unique snowflakes in the quantum realm, which I get into from like a quantum physics perspective. there's the concept of Einstein tiles. It's a pattern that never repeats mathematically, but also physically. And I was like, well, what if this is actually the case that we all are, and everything we thought we knew in the way that society is a bunch of patterns or algorithms or patterns? What if that's actually not the case and we can break through that? Which is my belief system, is I think we're actually more complex than repeating patterns. But I think when people do start to align to these things, which we have been systematically disconnected and disintermediated from something as simple as our body, which is kind of a foundational oracle, right? And when you start thinking in many cultures that we're disembodied and the food systems are messed up and our endocrine systems are messed up, and then you start to go up the levels of manipulation or perceptual hijacking that happens in terms of what we think is real or truth in our cognition and minds. Algorithms dictate what we think we want or don't want. Not to make it so dark and paranoid, but you go up the level of seeing all these things. And I could kind of see it from a technological perspective. I think everyone absolutely has the ability to, not only ability, I think it's our divine right. And in my own personal experiences or processes, whether that's like healing journeys or reconnection journeys, what we're all doing throughout a lifetime has been having this process of reconnection. And there was a moment, whether it's some sort of Kundalini awakening or something else, where it was like my antenna was like completely like boom, fixed, aligned, and it was like too much. But in a way that I think we all express through creativity and creation in ways that it's maybe not even as clear as what you'd say, like a download. I mean, there's so many different languages and ways of experiencing this collective or divine communion. And again, we all have different languages or experiences. It might be as simple as some people find taking long walks to be very beneficial as opposed to a seated meditation, right? And we all, the point is try everything at least once. And I think then at the more advanced levels, which you will have plenty of guests and speakers that are going to address those topics more deeply. I don't want to say anything is possible, but you're certainly able to connect to and appreciate and be grateful for the abundance of the universe, because it really is an abundant universe. And we live in a mindset, a world constructed around fear and scarcity paradigms, or even binary paradigms like 0 and 1 in computing. And yet everything will change once we have quantum computing, which is basically saying superposition exists and 0 and 1 exists and infinite more possibilities do. It's not this binary. That's even hard to say what happens to humanity and society when that level of awareness and awakening happens, or we're able to solve the world's challenges at scale. It's not so much do we have the ability, yes or no, it's will people be able to shift into a paradigm where they want to solve it.
There's a question. First off, I love what you just said. And there's a question I usually ask on this summit. And it sounds like that is one of your core missions right now, is helping the world make an abundance related shift. But given that we're speaking of having these powers, and I'm going to give you the magic wand, which is you get to make a wish, which is instantly make one abundance related shift in the world. What would it be and why?
Oh my goodness. I would not proclaim to know. I'm too scared of second order effects of everything that is done with good intention, and then like you mess the balance, the delicate homeostasis. I believe in that, right? Like I kind of am like, I don't know if it necessarily I should tip a domino because things, but right, because you could say you want for everyone to align to this level of awareness. And then like everyone has an existential crisis of this mass ego death, you know. I think the reason a lot of people talk about solving for basic human needs, or the bottom of Maslow's hierarchy of needs in that pyramid, food, security, like the very basic or root chakra stuff, like red, foundational security, physical security. It's sad to think that we on a global scale are still there or beyond there, that a lot of people are living in at or below that and cannot even start I'm not saying the Maslow's hierarchy is the thing to look. I don't really believe so much that things are hierarchies. They're interconnected. So you could be like reach self-actualization, but also kind of change something here and struggle on that. But either way, I think solving some of the foundational things for people would allow to elevate into more emotional or energetic abundance, or healing ancestral trauma, or, you know, like getting into the stuff that really is necessary. And, you know, I'm always surprised, and then I have moments of extreme gratitude about. So someone said to me the other day, right, I'm kind of like a modern monk. I don't call myself that, but like I'm wandering around, walking 10 miles a day, just thinking, meditating, dynamic meditation. I share stuff on stages. I get to, you know, integrate all of this and put it in formats that could help, you know, in story or parable. And sometimes I assume that so many people are just there as well. And this friend of mine was like, Sam, people don't have time out of their day to even start to scratch the surface of what you spend 8 hours doing every day. And I said, wow, how, one, how beautiful is that? And two, and the reason I was receiving this feedback was sometimes I get a little like, why do I do what I do? Should I keep sharing? I'm quite introverted. And I don't really think that I necessarily, like anyone should, you know, it's more of like I'm a decentralized movement type person. So as long as the ideas get out, it doesn't need to be associated to me. But it was a pump up because it was like you're doing the work to almost like integrate and process things that others don't yet have the time until they're able to kind of liberate themselves in those ways. And, you know, I just feel extremely grateful. But I would hope that, again, I do sense on a global scale, more and more people are resonating with these ideas. Again, not just in communities that are very deep into these ideas, but even the ones that you would never have expected to connect to some of these things, right? I like, let's say over the past decade, give a speech and I hide little breadcrumbs in everything that I design, right? Like even the background of my slides for a while, like you couldn't even see it because the opacity was like almost 100%, but it was like a mycelial network. And sometimes people notice certain things and they're like, oh, they asked me about the plants, or, right? Like people will hear what you're saying on different levels of what they can receive. And I've noticed that more and more people in an audience, maybe it's 1 out of 1,000, maybe now it's 10 out of 1,000, are connecting to different ideas or coming up and asking, do you meditate? Do you do this? And I'm like, where did you hear this in a conversation about artificial intelligence? But, right. And that's beautiful. You know, these are the types of questions and ideas that I think will carry us forward and lead us to be able to grapple with the big questions and the big tools with an abundance mindset.
I love what you share there. And the way, one of the things I interpret from it is that I do like Maslow's pyramid. I think it does offer a good framework too. And it sounds like there's a place for everyone to play abundantly at each level. But it's true that at the red level, the root chakra level, is like, God, if that could be taken care of, it would open up more people to have the possibility to start thinking, things that have more long-term, more impact, and more abundance in the process. Because it's really hard when you don't have food on the table. And so I really do appreciate that answer. And I would say I resonate very strongly with it. But we don't know the ripple effects of that shift. So we got to be careful.
Yeah, I mean, again, speaking of things like that happen on my path, little breadcrumbs for me, and I'm deeply intentional, because I do believe intention behind an act is the most important part. But there are some times where my intention is trust, like a lot of the time. And I was living in the Amazon jungle like 2 years ago and still giving speeches. And a minimalist, maybe had 2 sets of clothes that I'd hand wash and dry. And of course, I can't come out of the jungle and get on these stages with like world leaders, looking like a jungle shaman, which I did one time and was like, I guess this is kind of on brand, but not. And I passed through Mexico City, and I like quickly bought this suit, which was like lime green, which you probably see in my picture now. And it was accidental. It was like, I have no clothes, and I was in a very whimsical mood. I was like, this is cool. And then I couldn't wear it because I had shorts, and I was like, what have I done? And I couldn't return it because no returns. And I ended up taking some pictures with it. So now people see me in it. But it was actually very interesting transition that I reflected on. Why was it green? Why did I gravitate towards green? In the past, I had carried around one suit with me in my suitcase, and it looks like I've only ever given one speech because I wore one suit, but it was red. And one, that looks good on a stage, but there's a deeper meaning, right? In color theory, or the energetics of color, or we're saying root chakra. And I just didn't connect to it anymore. And I didn't feel like the world needed to connect to these speeches of like fear and your company's not going to exist. Here's how you need to, and all this kind of conquest type war language. And so I gravitate towards that color, put it on, and then I'm like, okay, I'm working with the heart now. And I kind of reverse engineered it. Like, I didn't intentionally, through some sort of like personal branding, select green as like the next era of Sam Rad. It was more just I grabbed a suit, but then it felt good. And I think if we can get to people, if we're talking about a different system, like, yeah, the chakra system, which is very similar to this hierarchy, I would like to see people getting to a place of that gateway, because so much beauty occurs there. Not to say ungrounded, we do need to stay grounded. We are here and we are embodied. But yeah, it was an interesting anecdote for me to kind of analyze in my own life and integrate. And I said, why green? I like it. Maybe it was an intuitive thing that's what people need. And then there's, of course, people need all the other colors and experiences, but I would love to see us, again, transcend that space.
As people are tuning into this, first off, big things to take away is that we have so much tools at our disposal that allow us to be more abundant. There's obviously things that made us that we're disconnected in this current society from a lot of the truth. And what I particularly love you sharing is how we're not even connected to our body. We're starting to not even trust our mind. How do we even connect to even beyond that? And that seems to be some of the foundations we need to work on, which more specifically, if somebody was trying to add a tool, a habit, or a practice, maybe something they could do 5 minutes a day, and they wanted to start cultivating more abundance into their life, are there things that you recommend for people?
So, that's when I say it's the tasting menu, and it's often the smallest things, right? Because I'm the first person to go to like, I need this retreat or this ceremony or this or that. And honestly, so when I came back on grid, so now I'm in the United States, which is like the front lines. It feels like it's like deeply immersed into all the stuff I don't align to. And removing, and I didn't have a computer or a phone. Like, I literally went really off grid. I've done this a few times. So once I had like a device again, I noticed that it was around all the time. And now at least I don't sleep with it in my bedroom. It's just not there. And I don't know, for some people, maybe this is something they already do. But I've noticed actually by saying just remove that from there and don't have the last thing you do before you fall asleep or the first thing you do when you wake up be some sort of technologically mediated experience. That makes a huge change. It's small, but it's big in terms of even your dreams, your dream world, your astral world. Maybe meditate a bit, as you're falling asleep or you're just waking up and you're in this nice, softened, relaxing state, or just, simple gratitude practice. Some sort of cleansing or state change. Again, and it doesn't need like Palo Santo and, incense and all like these things. Water is so powerful. And again, I have these little rituals on the road that I need to take with me when I don't have all these kind of complex things, or you can do like a bath or an ice bath or have an ocean nearby. But taking a shower and turning that into an experience, especially I do at night, it's kind of a ritual now. It's like cleanse the energy, cleanse the day, cleanse the physical body, has been very impactful. And again, I can get into some of the more, I won't, but from like an energetic or metaphysical perspective, there's more to it than simply like the act of taking a shower of what you're doing, but you don't really need to know those parts. Just do it. And that will change. So again, in these answers, I'm trying to keep it so simple and intentionally not esoteric. But I don't know. What else is super impactful? Movement of the body. And I don't have to tell people, again, we're all different. So it can be yoga and stretching. It could be running. It could be walking. It could be lifting weights. It could be just lifting your arms if you can't walk or something, right? But just kind of the movement of the body and the energy. But again, the things that make the biggest impact I've found, and I'm sure many people would corroborate this, that it's actually the most simple things that in a circumstance that was not so synthetic, we would probably have more access to. When I've lived off grid, I don't have windows, I don't have walls, I have mosquito nets, I'm barefoot, I have sun every day, I have spring water. I have good food. This is the ultimate privilege, but, movement, water, light, don't have technology corrupting all the crazy stuff going on in your mind. And, in these two beautiful moments of transition you have every day. So yeah, those would be the tips.
Awesome. Sam, thank you so much. There's one thing I want to ask before I let you go, which I think will be a great catalyst to this entire conversation. We spoke about, cultivating that trust that starts guiding you and giving you impulses, and being more connected allows you to take those steps as you're experimenting to go towards more abundance. And I think one of the ingredients that allows people to have more trust might be some element of hope. And I'd be curious to know, because you're so exposed to the technology world, you're going to conferences around the world with a lot of impactful people, plus you're very connected with these oracle. I'd want to understand from your perspective, what are the things you're looking at for the future that brings you the most amount of hope, that as listeners, we might be getting excited about that future as well?
Even in the opening of my book, Radical Next, I said we have a crossroads, right? A dark age or a golden age. It's almost a tale as old as time, and everyone's belief on what defines an abundant age or a golden age versus a dark age, one that's filled with scarcity mindset or war or conflict. I think these things will actually coexist at once, right? We're all living in parallel realities. They all do exist. So I think what gives me hope, there is so much light. There's so much light. I don't know how to phrase this any differently. And I can feel it when I travel. I feel it in individuals, whether that's the light of awareness or the light of gratitude. And communities all around are sort of, waking up to wanting to challenge paradigms, to imagine things differently, to have the trust to experiment. So we're talking about not just experiments, but reconstructing things on every level. And we've been so used to these systems we've all been like born into, whether that's like a global economy or systems of governance and lines on a map and things that feel like they could never change, but they really change all the time. That mindset is shifting. And I've always been and still continue to say I'm team human. And when I first said that on accident out of my mouth on stage, I kind of snapped. I was on a panel and it was an AI, quantum computing, and immersive reality panel. And it was getting quite dark, talking about things that felt like the Matrix, honestly, of like creating simulated realities and putting people in them. And this was a very massive company. I won't name them, but it's like, has the power, can do this, right? And are doing this. And they were fine because they were stopping it from happening. But the other panelist was like all for it. And I just kind of, I'm like, hold myself back, but I just said, no, we shouldn't. Like, we need to celebrate and enhance humanity, not replace them. Like, they were of the mindset of, we don't need humans. Yeah. Like that does exist. So I felt it, and I just felt, speaking of something that felt like channeling something, which most of my speeches do feel like that. They're unscripted and I don't really know what's going to happen. I try to direct it, but the response to that was like electric. Everyone in the room. And since then, and I'm not really like an advocate or activist, I'm more just, again, kind of be authentic and see what aligns and see what doesn't. And not, you can't like force people out of their own alignment. But since I've aligned to that and to myself, my authenticity, there is just, I see an electric energy around that. Where does that go? I don't know, but it gives me optimism that we go into a brighter future, and one that celebrates harmony versus discord, and not just of between people and themselves or other human beings, but nature, the environment, all beings, and the cosmos. And that's something I've spent my whole career, even on my website, saying I want to restore trust with all the, people and themselves, and all, further abstractions outward. And it's the first time actually I'm starting to, in the midst of what others might perceive as chaos at the moment, right? Because you can look at it a different way and say, oh goodness, the world is, things are a little bit kooky. I see the path. I do see the path. There's a path. There's a light at the end of the tunnel. So now it's sort of building the bridges and making sure that everyone else who also is aligning to things continues to, that we're all sharing enough energy to keep elevating.
Well, Sam, I do want to say I appreciate you coming on to the summit, being able to share a way of looking at the world right now that can be different than what, as you said, we're being bombarded with messages that could make us seem like it's more chaotic than ever. But the fact that the path does exist, there is a potential for some golden age. There is an embracing of change. It sounds like that was a key message you mentioned earlier on, that things will be uncertain. We have to get comfortable with that, because we won't always have exactly the perfect path outcome. There's going to be fluidity. We have to get very familiar with that. I think for everybody listening, there's going to be, the great advice you've shared around being able to reset our states, I think is going to be a very important part as we're navigating these changes in 2025 and beyond. And I want to encourage everyone, if you're curious about technology, societal systems, emerging technology, you're going to want to pick up the book and go and explore more from sam-rad.com, and Radical Next is going to be available for you. We'll encourage you all to go pick that up. There's so many radical, crazy ideas coming into the world that gives us hope makes us feel abundant. And I think we're going to see some beautiful things emerge in the near future. You might be the people playing a part of it as you choose to master abundance in the process as well. Sam, any closing words for the audience?
Learn to surf. You've all got a surfboard. And that's the thing, right? The distractions or chaos or like someone coming up with a lifeboat and they're about to get toppled. Don't listen to them. You've got the surfboard and enjoy it and ride the wave. It'll take you where you need to go.
Sam, thank you so much. And everybody else, stay tuned. We're going to have some more sessions coming after this.
Ladies and gentlemen, Sam Rad, our wonderful session here, looking into the future. Anybody else joining Team Human in the process? I think that is a powerful statement as we are seeing the rise of robotics, the rise of AI, but I also see the rise of those of you who choose to master abundance and in the process get to ride those waves with your own surfboard. Trust your intuition. Thank you, Sam. Smiley HS, bring a couple of your comments here. I see Shanti saying, I found my person. Thank you, Sam. If you want to learn more about Sam, check out her book, Radical Next. Again, we're going to have these workbooks made available in the VIP section, but don't worry, on the Facebook group, we're going to have some powerful links for all of you who are looking to dive deeper with the speakers that we're bringing to you today. We still have 3 amazing speakers. And what we've covered here with Sam really has a look into the future. Now what I want to do is make sure that we get to look inside our minds. We're going to get to dive deeper with a man who has really made such a massive impact in the Netherlands. And he's actually getting his books and his literatures made available in English in the US. And it's all around the mindset. If we're going to go out to master abundance, we're going to need to go and dig deeper into the mindset. This is such an important part. And so without further ado, we're going to go straight into it. And we're going to bring Michael Pilarczyk, who's going to be here to share us more about how to master the mindset and how to continue on our path towards mastering abundance. Let's bring on Michael next as we continue down this path towards mastering abundance.
Session on the Mastering Abundance Summit. I have Michael Pilarczyk, who's joining me. If you're not familiar with Michael, he is the man behind the book Master Your Mindset, has sold millions of copies and has been running events and running a show. Millions of people have been inspired by his message, and he's here to help you around mastering your mindset. And I'm so excited to have him share his story, his journey, and what role did abundance play, because the man has built multiple businesses, has found himself $2 million in debt before 30 and came out on top, becoming a successful entrepreneur, founding and selling multi-million-dollar businesses. And now he's even had some dreams that he's able to fulfill, such as sailing the world. We'll talk more about that as well. And he has been inspired by the legends in the field and is here to share with everyone on the summit. Michael, welcome. It's a pleasure to have you.
Thank you so much, Jason. It's a pleasure to be here.
Now, you've been running events, and just out of curiosity, like your events, they're some of the biggest personal growth events in Holland, aren't they?
Yes, for sure. Yeah, in Holland, we have an annual event. It's called Maximum Potential, with over 2,500 to 3,000 attendees. It's always fully booked 1 year ahead. So it's very popular. And I think, yeah, we're doing pretty well in the Netherlands and Spain and Belgium.
I am so excited to have you share, and particularly with our English, a lot of American, but there's people from around the world are going to be exposed to your message and your story. And that's really where I like to start these sessions, is just knowing more about your story. I shared a little bit in the introduction, but particularly, in what way did abundance play a role in the journey of your story and brought you to where you are now?
Well, I think first it's very important to understand what the word abundance really means, what it means to you. For some people, it's just sitting in your flat ass and wait until the gold comes, but that's not really the way it works. And I have to admit, when I was younger, I'm 55 now, but when I was 25, 30 years of age, and I had a lot of financial problems, I didn't really know what abundance was. You know, my focus was on success, I had to solve my financial drama. I had to make a lot of money. But it actually changed when I understood that when you live from a state of gratitude, if you more live from real honesty, if you're really sincere about life, about yourself, and you're not only chasing money and success, but you're really living from out of that state of gratitude, everything changes in your life. And I can imagine, if you're not in that situation yet, that might sound like a fairy tale, because it's always so easy, the guys in podcasts telling you you have to live out of abundance and it will come to you. But most of these people are quite successful, making a lot of money, having a lot of followers, fans. So it's easy to say, but I know from my own experience, it is a state of being. So abundance will come into your life, and it's not that it's like a gift. It's something you create yourself when you stop living out of scarcity. Because if you live on the frequency of scarcity, there's not enough, and that's your conviction, and you live out of fear, anxiety, then whatever you radiate comes back to you. And that has a little bit to do with the law of attraction and creation. The abundance you create in your life is the result of, again, your mindset and the actions you take. It's not just that it will come to you without you doing anything to achieve it.
And when you are on this journey for abundance and changing that shift into realizing that it's a state of mind, the mindset, I know, is where you have spent a lot of time writing your book and helping people make that shift to change that mindset, to rewire the brain. Is this something that's considered difficult or easy?
Well, I cannot say it's easy. If it was easy, everyone would do it. And as you see, so many people are struggling in life. Average people, successful people, doesn't matter who you are. We all have our own struggles, emotional struggles, problems. I think because life is like a school. Life teaches you lessons, and it's up to you what lessons you want to take with you. So the problems on your path, the life lessons, because problems are actually nothing more than lessons. My Buddhist teacher taught me, if you face a problem, see it as a lesson. What does this problem want to teach you? And if you overcome that problem, you will grow spiritually, mentally, emotionally, as a human. And so it would be a lie if I say to you, it's easy to change your mindset. But the main problem is that if you have no idea what kind of mindset you have, if you have no idea about your thoughts, the way you think, if you have no idea, for most people it's just, this is how it is. This is who I am. And the thoughts are just there, So if you are unaware, you will not know what kind of mindset you have. If you don't know what kind of mindset you have, you're not able to change anything. So first, you have to dig into yourself, to do some self-research. You have to have more self-knowledge. Why am I doing the things I do? Why do I think the way I do? So if you become more aware of yourself, so you will be more conscious, you elevate your consciousness about yourself, then you can make the decision, where am I now? Spiritually, emotionally, physically, in your life right now. Where am I now? And where would I like to be going? So where am I heading to? What's my destination? Where is my goal? If you want to give it a name like a goal, I think it's more a life path. You know, you choose the way you want to walk in your life. But the problem for most people is that they have no clue where to go. I just had a coaching call this morning with a famous TV host in Europe. And she was asking me all kinds of questions, you know. And what I noticed was there was a lot of noise going on in her mind. And my only question after, you know, she was talking for, let's say, half an hour, my only question was, but what do you really want? And it became quiet. And then she answered, actually, I have no idea. I cannot give you any answer to point you the right direction. And also, this sounds very, you know, easy, but maybe life is easier than you might think. Don't make it too complicated. But if you go back to the mindset and the abundance, the problem is that when you have the feeling that you do not live this life of abundance, you always live the life of scarcity. I know when I was younger, you know, I was a kid, 18, 20, 21 years of age. And there were some very successful people around. And I always thought, why is this gentleman having that amount of money, you know, 100, 200 million, really wealthy people? And I was like, it's not fair. Because I work my ass off, you know, I make a little money and he's so rich, it's just not fair. Now, when I'm in the other position, I can imagine that people think about me the same thought that it's not fair, they having not what I have. So we are always comparing ourselves to other people. Well, maybe not always, but a lot of the times we compare ourselves to other people who have more, who have, in our perception, a better life. And if you have the feeling that someone else has a better life, it means that you lack something. So you live out of missing something, scarcity. And that's the vibration of I have not enough. I am not enough. And because I am not enough, I cannot create the abundance, the wealth I am desiring. So it's really all about the mindset, that it's the conviction, you know, what you believe in. And that's how you have been programmed. So if you have been programmed when you were younger, that's not for our kind of people, or your parents have always told you that is expensive. You know, we don't have that much money. And you copy paste what you have been programmed with. So when your program becomes, there's not enough, I'm not good enough, how can I ever, you know, create that life of abundance I really want? You will never be able to create it, because it is a fairy tale in your mind and it will never become real. But if you start visualizing and you really start believing that that future can be yours one day, and you really start believing in it from deep down inside, you know, in every cell of your body, then there is a beginning, because then you start living out of abundance. And don't make the mistake that abundance always has to do with making tons of money. You don't have to be a millionaire to live your best life. Abundance is something which comes from gratitude, living that life of gratitude, being grateful. But also, it's not that if you are always grateful and always pleasing other people, abundance will come to you, because it's very kind if you want to help people. We all need to help other people. But if you help people, please other people, and you fake to live out of gratitude to achieve and attract abundance into your life, it's not sincere. You have to live a sincere life. So help other people from your heart. It's not a trade, you know, give more, than you ask back. If it's trading, it becomes business. And abundance is not about business. Abundance is about, it's a life frequency. It's a frequency of gratitude and love. For some people, it might sound, not real if we're talking about frequencies and vibrations, but I studied Bob Proctor a lot in my life. I've learned a lot from Wayne Dyer of gratitude, attracting and creating and abundance. And after I was so deep down and depressed in my life when I was 29, lost everything, I was on the rooftop of a building and I questioned myself, what would happen if I jumped now? And before I touch the ground, I regret. And if you have that kind of thoughts, something is not really well with you. And I was mentally ill by then, 29 years of age. And then afterwards, my life changed. How? Because first I took massive action. I found a business mentor, Mr. Dan Pena, who helped me creating a business, buying businesses. So I created a pretty solid business, which I sold after a few years. But along the way, I noticed it's not only about being the tough guy and stealing money from others. No, it's about adding value, creating beautiful things. That's what I like. I like to create beautiful things. I want to add something to the world, to the life of other people. And when I started doing that, I realized something was changing, First, I was chasing money, and it felt like the more I was chasing, the further it went away from me. And when I stopped chasing money, I stopped chasing being successful, I became successful without noticing, just because I was giving more than I wanted to have for myself. I was helping a lot of people. I was more living out of my heart from that time. And then I met another teacher who taught me, do you ever thank, God, the universe, Mother Earth, for everything you have? And I was like, thank who? Why? Well, it's not just that you have this life because you are such a great guy. You are being guided. You're being guided by whoever you believe in, whatever you believe in. I believe in God. I believe in the universe. I believe in angels. I am absolutely convinced that I am being guided with angels, because everything I create in my life, everything I have achieved so far in my life, it cannot be only my achievement. It's so big, in my opinion, in my perspective, that I need to have some guidance from a higher power, a higher source, and that's what I really believe in. And well, let's say I'm living that kind of life now for 25 years. And if you really believe that you are being guided, that you are part of the divine, then abundance will come to you. And again, don't make the mistake that gold will land on your rooftop just by doing nothing. It will take some action from your side as well.
Michael, I'm so glad you're able to open up on the story to see all the nuggets of wisdom that has happened through your journey. Some of the key things I've picked up on: having an awareness of where we stand, but even more importantly, where we want to go. Knowing that, being able to visualize what we want is an important part. And that's one of the parts I wanted to dissect with you into the practical, because I know you get people to come to your events, and then these are probably one of the aspects that they work on to be able to visualize what you even want. If you're feeling stuck, you talked about like the fact that sometimes when your attitude or your mindset isn't right, you think fairy tale. The big goals, they're just like a fairy tale. And I'm wondering what stands in the way, or what is the difference between me when I visualize to truly believe that this is possible versus every time I do it, it just feels like I'm thinking of that fairy tale again. And it almost seems like it repels it further. And there seems to be that distance, and I'm trying to help more people bridge into abundance as opposed to feel that when they visualize it pushes them away. And so is this a common issue that you face with the students that come to you?
Yeah, happens very often. It's all about trust, and it's not hard. Well, yeah, it's hard. It's not easy to trust and to have faith that it will happen. But our problem is that we want it right away, overnight. We ask for it and we pray for 1 day, for 2 days, we meditate on it, we manifest, and after a week, nothing has happened. And then we start doubting, then you radiate that frequency of doubt. I'm not sure if it will work. And when that happens, there's noise on the line. So let's say if you believe in Santa Claus, he will come, he will bring you presents. But if you doubt and you think, well, he might not come because he doesn't really exist. I don't know if the guy is sincere, honest, and true. Maybe he's just a phony guy. If that's your conviction, it might be true. He won't come that year because you don't believe that he will bring you presents. That's how the universe works as well. Although it always works, but it works both sides. So it works in the positive way, but also in a negative way. And in the negative way, a lot of people attract a lot of negativity. And it's hard to understand that a lot of the problems you face in your life are being attracted by yourself or being given to you as a present. That's really hard to understand. But my Buddhist teacher told me problems are actually presents given to you so you get a chance to learn something from them, because the problem is a teacher. And after a while, when you grow older and you overcame a lot of problems, you will understand that it's true. And of course, it's not funny if you have a lot of shit in your life going on. But if you focus on all the shit and all the negativity, you fill up your mind, your brain, and your mental awareness with all those negative shit. So what will happen? It's not that you come up with a solution. No, it's cooking. You're cooking a negative soup in your mind. What do you think you will get for dinner? It's so easy to understand, but it's so hard if you're in the middle of the storm to believe, to have the faith that the storm will pass one day. And it will, We all have difficult situations in life. We all have problems, but they don't last forever. One day the sun will shine again. That's how life goes. Unless you hold on to your problems. If you're so stuck with your problems, if you're really addicted, many people are addicted to their problems. They don't want to release their problems. Then you're stuck with your problems for a long time. But that's a choice. Even you are unaware again that it's a choice. So it all comes down to self-awareness and consciousness. You have to know who you are, why you think the way you think, and why you do the things you do. And if you really understand that about yourself, then you have the choice to create the person you really want to be. And then you can choose to become that person that lives out of gratitude, from the heart, to help other people, but also don't forget about yourself. It sounds a bit weird, but I always say, put yourself first. Life is about you. You need to be in the center of your life because it's your life. And then around you, like a circle, there are the people you love, the people you care about. But you need to be in the middle. And why? That's the only place where you are in balance. When you are out of balance, so if you're not in the middle of your own life, you're unbalanced, it means that you will face resistance. You will feel fear, negative emotions. But if you are in your own power in the middle of your own life, you will notice that you have power. You have self-confidence. You know that you can do it. But therefore, you have to be in the center of your own life. It's very important to realize that.
Are there some tools or exercises if I'm feeling right now that I'm not centered, I'm not in the middle of my own life, maybe I'm being drawn into other people's problems and I'm never taking care of myself. Is it a powerful question or is it a habit, something that allows me to get back into alignment with myself?
Yeah. First, you have to ask yourself good questions. Ask a lot of good questions. I've written down, I think, about 50 good questions in my book, Master Your Mindset. So you have to do some research on yourself. What is my behavior? And why is this my behavior? Why do I put myself out of the center of my own life? Why do I live the life other people want me to live? Maybe you think, but I just want to be a good person. I want to help other people. That's good, But are you helping other people or are you pleasing other people because you want something in return? I help my elderly father because I feel it my obligation. He took care of me when I was a baby. Now I'm taking care of him because he needs care. But I do that because I think I just need to do that. And I don't want anything in return. And it's also not because he took care of me because I was a baby and I was helpless and now he's helpless and I need to. No, I do it out of love. I love helping him. But if I help, let's say, a friend, good friend, but somewhere I hope that one day I will get something in return, it's more pleasing. If I try to be there for other people because I want me to like, I want to be liked, and because I want to be liked, I will do anything for you and other people because I hope they will like me and that will make me feel good. That's very dangerous because if you don't get back what you hope for, one day you will feel lousy. So then it's more the trading again. So this is what you have to investigate yourself. It's a little bit of self-knowledge. So ask good questions. If you have the feeling that something is not right in your life, just write it down. You have to write it down. It needs to go out of your head on paper. You have to see it, write it down, best way, by hand and a pen. What do I feel? What do I think? Emotions, feelings, thoughts, write it down. It needs to be clear for you what's going on there in that mental factory, because then, and you need to ask yourself many questions, trust me. You won't write down in 5 or 10 minutes what's going on inside, because when I do my coaching sessions, I talk for 1 to maybe 3 hours, sometimes 2, 3, 4 sessions with someone to really understand what is going on. What is their driving force? And if you know what your driving force is, if you know what your personal values are, what is important to you in life, why do you want to help other people? Or why don't you? Why do you only want to do everything for yourself? You have to dig into who you are and your behavior. And if that's clear, and let's say take a few weeks to really investigate that, then you have a better view of who you are and why you're doing what you're doing. And then you can decide, what do I want to change in my life? What? Well, this might be a very good question. What would you like to change in your daily life right now? And don't start by, yeah, I would like to change that or this, but that's impossible. No, no, no. That's, again, scarcity, negative mindset. If there is anything you want to change, whatever it is, write it down. Find ways how you can change that. And it might be not realistic today, but maybe next week, next month, next year, you will be able to change something. But if you start already by saying it's not possible, then it's a dead-end street. And you won't find abundance in a dead-end street. Abundance is almost everywhere, but in dead-end streets.
As you're on a mission to help people master their mindset, there's a question I would like to ask about the impact. And it's, if you could wave a magic wand and you could make an abundance-related shift for the majority of people in the world, what would that major shift be, and why would you choose to make that change?
Well, if I could be of any help to make that change, to create a better world for everyone, for ourselves, all the people of this time, our children, that's my mission. That's what I'm doing. But it's pretty tough, I've noticed, because so many people are unaware of what's really going on in the world. But more important, they're unaware of what's going on in their own inner world, in their mind, in their head. So people really need to go inside, to take time for themselves. If you look around in this world, so many people are stressed. Well, I can give you on a silver plate, if you are stressed, if you feel burned out, if you feel that nothing is fair in this world, that we are being led by a bunch of lunatics, which might be true, but if that is your perception of the world we live in, then you're on the wrong track. If that's where you are living, that's where you will stay forever. You can only change yourself and the world by changing your thoughts. Maybe you can remember that remarkable sentence of Wayne Dyer: if you change the way you look at things, if you change the way you look at things, the things you look at will change. And that's correct, If you change how you see the world, if you are able to change your perception of the world, that's the beginning. That's where we need to start. And as long as we are only pointing at other people that they're doing it wrong, we're actually doing the same. Because who knows what's right and what is wrong? The best is to take the first steps yourself, add value to a better world. Because what I notice is that many people shout very out loud that we have to do this and we have to do that, and he's a crook and he's bad and the world needs to change. And then I ask them, and what is your part of this picture? And then, there's actually nothing. So if we all just create a little piece of a better world all together, the world will be better eventually. So it all comes down to you and to me, to create a better life for ourselves. And that's not selfish, because if I create a better life for me, it doesn't mean that I create a worse life for you. No. If my life gets better, I will be able to share more, to care more, to give more. So start with yourself. Create a better life for yourself. Give meaning to your life. That's what my book is about. Live a meaningful life. If you are able to live a meaningful life and you live out of gratitude, when you wake up in the morning and you ask yourself, what am I grateful for today? If that is the first thought you have every morning, and you look around and you focus on the beauty in the world, not on all the negativity, not on all the scarcity, but on the few things you really love, you really like, you become another person. You will focus on other stuff during the day. You will have another energy. You vibrate love and gratitude, and that will help to create a better world. And when you go to sleep at night, ask yourself, what did I learn today? Did everything I could to learn something? Did I become a better version of me than I was yesterday? And what am I grateful for today? It's so easy. We all can do it. May I ask one last story? Because, again, often we think abundance has to do with money, with, success. But it doesn't. My grandmother, she was living in Poland on a farm, and my grandparents were really poor, There was no electricity. They actually had nothing. There was a well for water, but there was no hot water. They had one stove, and they cooked on wood blocks, and that was their heating as well. They were really, really poor people. But I noticed, and I was just, 5, 6, 8 years of age when I came there, you could feel they were happy. They were happy with having almost nothing, but they were happy together. They were happy with life, and they were praying and preaching to God every day. They were happy with God and the life that was given to them. And my grandmother, every morning when we woke up, she told me, we have to be so grateful because we were given another day. And that's a great gift. Understand that. And it's so powerful, that message, that every new day is a gift. It's a God's gift. It's divine, and we have to be grateful. And it's up to you and me what we do with the time that has been given to us. And if you see what most people do with the time, you cannot blame other people. You cannot say, it's not my fault. It's because of. No. It's all because of you. And when you take responsibility for your own life and you start living out of gratitude, I promise you, everything will change. But you have to be patient. You have to work hard, and you have to absolutely believe that the good will come on your life path one day.
Michael, I'm so happy we've had a chance to have everybody here get to hear your message and have a lot of things for us to do. Getting more clear on who we are, looking into our values, seeing how we can actually start trusting the process, because we've seen the story of you, we've seen the story of other people that are on this summit as well, and the trusting of the process is such a big part, and you've given us plenty for us to know more about who we are, where we want to go, and how we can make this Mastering Abundance journey a step that we're all taking together, because every single person that's taking a small step today, whether they're implementing every single thing you've shared or just taking the first step, this is already a ripple that is going to go across the world. That's not only going to impact the individual who is attending, but everyone in their surrounding. And so I am so grateful for you to come and share on the summit. And we have to hope to have played a small part, or a medium or large part, into creating that ripple of abundance in the world, which I know is part of your life's work. And I want to thank you for your time, your contribution, and your wisdom, and leave you with the opportunity to share some final words of a powerful action that everybody who's here on the summit, who are choosing to go on this path of abundance, some closing words you would like to leave them with.
don't make it too complex. Don't make your life too complicated. And as I told you earlier, start living out of gratitude. You know, just a simple question to ask yourself every morning and every night. What am I grateful for today? And believe me, it will change your energy, it will change your vibration, and it will give you love and abundance.
Michael, thank you so much. It's been a pleasure and honor. All the best. And for everybody who's just tuning in, you definitely want to grab a copy of Master Your Mindset to go deeper, a lot more questions beyond what we've discussed today. And you'll be able to find out more at mrmindset.com. We'll put a link into the community so you can discover more from Michael and see all of the incredible work that he's been doing, inspiring the millions and having a chance to make an impact on you as well. Thank you so much again, Michael.
Thank you, Jason.
And there we have it with Michael. What a powerful session. And I think the closing was one of the most powerful ones. A lot of insights, a lot of information, but don't make it so complicated. You've probably already started to notice some of the themes from our speakers and our experts who are talking about abundance. I'm seeing happiness. I'm seeing simplicity. I'm seeing a lot of joy. I'm seeing a lot of all the things that are aligning with your value, deciding, commitment. You're going to see that, as I mentioned at the beginning, some of these trends from all the people who are approaching abundance from different angles are starting to weave together the ultimate truths that are coming across for you to make a choice to be someone who wants to master abundance, that it's something that is within you. And we're going to be hearing from another individual who's going to share more on that. First off, just want to acknowledge a few things that you've already shared for Michael. For example, thank you, Michael. Pertinent information. I will continue to learn from your book. Looking forward to reading it. MrMindset.com. We will have that link posted into the Facebook. You'll be able to grab his book, read more from his work. He's truly an extraordinary gentleman. And we also have Smiley here. Powerful. Thank you, Michael. And we have some passages from Tiny Zoo, who's quoted the Bible as well to say, do not doubt, believe, do not doubt. And so it's been told in many other pieces of literature. So before I bring on the next speaker, which is a fire hose of insight, inspiration, and motivation, I want to bring something back from our second speaker, Anthony. By the way, who's here since the beginning? Who have been along for the journey since the start? Just type in me in the chat so I know that there's a lot of you who have been trooping this all along with me. And if you remember our second speaker, we talked about if you're feeling distracted, you're feeling uncentered, that we have to go back to the breath. And if you want to indulge alongside with me, I'm going to be taking 3 breaths to get myself ready for the next speaker, so I can be present, so I can be centered, and I can be ready to take in the information. Acrisius, Smiley, Tina, Susan, Shanti, and Kat. Great to see that you're all here since the beginning. Danny, good to see you as well. With that being said, I think we're ready for our next speaker. Our next speaker has written the book, You Are the One, and so many more. He's been an international speaker. Well, I give you a great introduction when I play the video, but I will say this. What true wealth really looks like is the theme of the conversation that I have with Kut. And he's going to make sure that you have an understanding of what is the internal state of consciousness that truly makes you a magnet for abundance in all areas of your life. Let's get started with Kut Blackson. Welcome back to another incredible session for our Mastering Abundance Summit. I have another dear friend, an amazing speaker, and a man that has been transforming the lives of thousands of people who really are looking to step into their own greatness. If you've ever doubted Welcome back to another incredible session for our Mastering Abundance Summit. I have another dear friend, an amazing speaker, and a man that has been transforming the lives of thousands of people who really are looking to step into their own greatness. If you've ever doubted if you are the one, well, the book that he has authored of the same title is one that truly makes you step into this path of abundance and realize that we all can do something incredible in this world. Q Blackson is joining me, international speaker. Had a chance to meet him at one of the events by Mindvalley, and now he runs retreats in Bali's, written several bestseller books, does events around the world to inspire those to truly bring in the magic of surrender. Name of his other best-selling book, and truly he's really being a leader in the field of personal development and looking to give advice to the people who are making a massive impact and embracing the path. In the process, Q, welcome. It's a pleasure to have you here.
Thanks for having me. It's such a pleasure.
Now, everyone who's come on this summit had incredible stories, and you can really see the seeds of abundance play a part, whether that's through a shift in their perspective and embracing of their journey. And we'd love to hear about your journey, because now you get to speak around the world, run incredible retreats, impact millions of lives. We'd love to know, what was that story and the role that abundance played in bringing you to where you are now?
You know, in a nutshell, look, I was born in Ghana, West Africa. My father's from Ghana. My mother's Japanese. I grew up in London. I've been in LA for 20 some years since I was 18. I didn't grow up very wealthy. I didn't grow up with very much money. My first memories as a young boy was seeing a crippled woman crawling on the floor. She picks up the gravel, the sand that this man walks on, wipes it on her face and stand up. And so week after week, I grew up seeing blind people see and deaf people hear, and people stand up out of wheelchairs. And the same man whose sand she picked up would look at a woman in a wheelchair and say, "Hey, why are you sick? Why stand up?" And she'd be like, "I haven't walked in 10 years. And, "No, stand up." And she would be healed. And so I grew up around miracles, you know, the miraculous. And so for me, I was very blessed. And I thought this was everyone's experience, but I was very blessed to grow up in this environment of possibilities. I didn't have very much materially. My father built 300 churches in Ghana, West Africa, a huge church in London, but everything was really about service to people, service to humanity, service to God, service to the world. So there was never a sense of, we are making money, working for ourselves, trying to acquire a better life and cars and houses and more. It was just about, how do we be of service to people? And so even though we didn't have a lot materially, when I was in my teens, we lived behind my father's church, and my room was tiny, in a tiny little like cubicle of a room. And so I grew up feeling quite poor. I grew up feeling materially like poor, so to speak. But even though we didn't have much, I grew up with the sense of all possibilities. I grew up with the sense that I wasn't limited. You know, I grew up with the sense of feeling the grace of the divine, so to speak. And in that sense, I grew up feeling abundant. I never felt poor. So for me, I've always felt like real abundance is not about what you have. Real abundance is not about what you acquire or attain, because all of that comes and it goes. You take nothing with you at the end of your life. Bill Gates, Elon Musk, Oprah, Tutankhamun, Pharaoh, you know, whoever, no great king has taken anything with them to the next life. So for me, real abundance is a state of being. It's about how you feel about yourself, how you feel about who you are, how you feel about what you have. And so I think you can have a tremendous amount of money and material stuff, but still feel poor inside, feeling unworthy, feeling not enough, feeling constant anxiety, feeling like you're going to lose it all. And so you can have everything, but still be poor. And so I think poor is a state of consciousness. Abundance is a state of consciousness. You know, I growing up in Ghana, and when I would go back as a child, I would see lots of poverty, people that didn't have very much materially, you know, that their entire net worth was $1,000, $2,000, you know, and yet they were tremendously happy. In fact, in my father's church in London, there would be 3,000 to 4,000 people every single Sunday in the 80s. It was a huge church at the height. A lot of those folks were comprised of people from sort of lower income communities, African, Caribbean, just folks that didn't have a lot, but they were so generous and they were so giving and they were so joyful and they were so happy. And that's when I got and then I went to school. I got a scholarship to a very prestigious school, kind of like an Eton. It was called Dulwich College, where I went to school with some of the prime ministers' kids and politicians' kids and kings and, around the world, their children. And I was shocked to see how, even though they had every reason to be happy, a lot of them didn't seem very happy. They didn't seem very fulfilled. And so here I was going to church in my father's church where people had every reason to not be happy because they had nothing. And yet they seemed happy and fulfilled. And yet I was going to school around folks that had millions and billions of dollars and they were miserable. And so that got me questioning, like, what is life and what is it to be alive? What is it to be happy? And so abundance is not about what you have. It's about how you feel about what you have. Abundance is not about what you have. It's about how you feel about who you are. It's a state of being. And I think when you realize that your beingness, most of us, we equate abundance with money, but money comes and goes. If all you have is money and that's it, you are poor, right? Abundance is a state of being. And when you realize that, what you are, your consciousness, your frequency, your primordial infinite energy is abundant. It is infinite. And I think when we realize that what we are is not just this limited mind, body, mechanism, or ego, when we are conditioned to believe that this physical body is all that we are, we're born and then we died, and that's it. We live in fear, we live in scarcity. And scarcity is one of the deepest sort of things that rob us from true sense of abundance. When we think we live in a sense of not enoughness. So when we are conditioned to live in the limited ego self, we will always be in a sense of feeling separate. And when I am in my ego and feeling separate, then I'm in limitation and I'm in scarcity and I'm in confusion and I'm in lack. But when I tap into the deeper dimension of what and who I really am, this quote, know thyself, when we really know our true selves, we know that we are not this limited body, that we are infinite, we are consciousness, we are energy, we are limitless. Then I think we start tapping into the real sense of true abundance, that we are beyond birth and beyond death, that we are not even limited to this physical life. There's a deeper sense of freedom that opens up. And so true abundance is a state of consciousness. We are abundance. We are wealth. We are prosperity. And when you know that's what you are in your essence, it changes how you see life. You no longer see money as just some scarce thing that you have to get and something that is limited. It's like you are unlimited. Money is unlimited. It's energy. It flows. It comes and it goes, and it doesn't define who you are. And I think what that does is also it frees you up from a conditional relationship with life and a conditional relationship with money. Like when I have money, then I have security. When I have money, then I feel abundant. When I have money, then I feel good. The true abundance is, regardless of what you have and regardless of what you don't have, regardless of what life gives you and regardless of what life doesn't give you, you don't care. Regardless of how much is in your bank account. I mean, hey, it's nice to have $1 million in your bank account or 100,000 or whatever is wealthy for you. I mean, these are all great. I'm not anti, but true abundance is regardless of what you have or what you don't have, you can still access and feel a deeper sense of freedom. Your inner sense of freedom and joy and happiness is not dependent on your bank account. It's not dependent on your outer circumstance, because when you are depending on your outer circumstances, the stock market, your bank account, this or that, then when you're dependent on these things, you're in lack and you're controlled, you're a slave, which contracts you and you feel poor. But when your true sense of self is rooted in your true sense of self, then you are free. And I think that's real power. That's real abundance that we get to cultivate. And many of us, we're constantly looking at who we're not. I'm unworthy, I'm unlovable, versus who we are. We're constantly looking at what we don't have versus what we do have. And so I think that one of the ways that we can begin to access and cultivate the sense of abundance. Well, okay, I'm abundance, but like, how do I feel it? How do I cultivate it? Because we're not living in gratitude. True gratitude opens up a dimension of abundance. I like to say gratitude is the frequency of God. It is the vibration of the divine. And when you live in that feeling of gratitude, then yeah, you're focusing on all that is versus all that isn't. And I think so many of us, we have so much, but because we're focusing on who we're not and what we don't have, we don't feel abundant. I mean, I think many of us, if we're honest, right now, currently, you might be experiencing a life that you always wished you had 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, but you're still in like, oh my God, I don't have enough. When will it ever be enough? Nothing will ever feel and be enough, no matter how much you achieve, if you don't feel enough within yourself. So the illusion is when I can achieve, when I can attain, when I can get, when I make this amount, then I'm going to feel abundant. But it's just an illusion. It's a never-ending trap of lack and limitation. And so it's an inner experience. So gratitude, I would invite people just to start with gratitude. There's a few levels of gratitude. Number one, cultivating the gratitude for what you have. Let's start on the very superficial level. Most gratitude practices focus on just one level. What do I have? Okay, a house, a car, some socks, some underpants, some shoes, a pen. Just start with whatever you have because we all have something. A piece of paper, a phone, a watch, a cap. Just start where you are. In order to, a microphone, right? I think, there's this book, Think and Grow Rich, but I think it's really Thank and Grow Rich, because the more you thank, the more you give thanks, the more you will have to think about, the more you will start to notice all of the things that are actually in your life right now. And many of us, we are so blessed, but we're not seeing our blessings. Most of us, we look, but we don't see the richness and the blessings of our life right now. We're focusing on the lack. So number one, being in gratitude for what you have. Number two, feeling and being in the gratitude for what happened, the things that happened in your life, meeting that person, that experience, going to that waterfall, right? The experiences of your life, what actually happened. So feeling the gratitude for what happened in your day, what's happened in your life. When I look at my life, man, it's like, wow, there's so many amazing, beautiful, unexpected things that have happened in my life that, to be honest, that it's priceless. I won a green card. I met my wife, my son, all of the blessings that I've experienced. And so feeling the gratitude for what you have, for what has happened. Number three, feeling the gratitude for what didn't happen. All the things that actually did not happen that maybe you thought wanted to happen, but it didn't happen. Like actually feeling the gratitude for that, because sometimes not getting what you thought you wanted is grace. It's a blessing. I give thanks for the relationship that didn't work out 4 years ago, because if it did, I wouldn't be with my wife today. I wouldn't have my son today. So it's like, thank God, often when things don't go according to plan, we feel lack. We feel like, oh, the universe doesn't love me. But sometimes this is the ultimate gift and blessing of the love of life and the universe, that it doesn't work out. So for me, it's easy to feel gratitude for the things that went according to plan, but can you feel gratitude for the things that did not happen? Because it's grace. Feel that gratitude, right? Then you start cultivating more abundance. It's like, wow, the universe was looking out for me. I'm so blessed. And that is a frequency of abundance. Feeling the gratitude for the lessons that you've learned. The lessons that you've learned are your real wealth. The real generational wealth is not the stuff you give your children that they might squander or do who knows what with. The real lessons, the real wealth is, and the real abundance is your consciousness, because your consciousness, your evolution is what you take with you when your body is gone to whatever the next dimension is in evolution. And so I would say that is real abundance. The lessons that you've learned. If you look at the lessons that you've learned, you and I, we all have learned lessons because we've made mistakes, trial and error. We screwed up in relationships. It's like, wow, if I knew then what I know now, I'd be a trillionaire, you know? I mean, I just think about like, man, I bought a bunch of Bitcoin in 2016 and sold it. It's like, if I knew what I do now, I would be like $100 million of Bitcoin probably, you know? It's like, pulling my hair out. If I knew what I knew now, wow, I would have made different decisions. If I knew what I knew now, I would have spent more time with my mom. But I thought I had time, and then she freaking died, man. And I thought I had time. And so it's like, wow, the lessons, you know, lessons, how much would we pay for the lessons that we've learned? And so I think looking at being grateful for the lessons, this is a source of abundance, because some people might say, well, I don't have money, Jason. I don't have much to look at my life, to all the work I've put in. I don't have anything to show for it. You have your consciousness, and you have your learnings, and you have your integrity, and you have who you have become, the lessons. Feeling gratitude for who you are, right? So who you've become and who you are as a person. You might say, well, I don't have very much. Maybe you're a kind person. How much is that worth? Maybe you're a generous person. You're a thoughtful person. I mean, all of this is we often feel poor because we don't appreciate and acknowledge who we are, and we don't appreciate and acknowledge our gifts and our talents. And many times the things that come easy to us, we're like, it's just my podcasting. It's just my cooking. It's like, wait a second. But for someone else, they can't podcast, they can't cook, they can't draw, they can't do that thing that comes so easily to you that you're not appreciating. That is value. And you know, if someone's looking at making money, I always say, look, don't chase money. Find ways to be of service by adding value. Because when you are of service by adding value, and you're of value when you solve a pain, problem, or challenge, then money is just the transference of energy when you solve a pain, problem, or challenge. And so if you have a gift and talent, then you are abundant because you have the ability to make money by solving pain, problem, or challenges. And so on a technical level, you will never be poor. You'll never be poor if you are adding value and solving problems and pain, problems, or challenges. And so if you don't have money in your bank account, focus on who you are and what you do have, because then you can turn that into solving a pain, problem, or challenge, which will lead to currency in the form of physical money, physical wealth. And so acknowledging, but you can't do that if you don't acknowledge who you are. Oh, I'm nothing. I'm worthless. I'm not enough. I don't have anything to give the world. That is complete hogwash and nonsense. And I think sometimes we use that as an excuse, as a cop-out to not have to give. We use that as an excuse, like, well, if I'm down on myself, then I don't have to acknowledge that I am powerful, I am great, there is something magnificent inside of me, and we don't actually have to give that. And so I think acknowledging who you are, acknowledging and being grateful for the people in your life, that's real wealth. Like, you can have the world, but if you don't have anyone, you got wealth by yourself in your room on a freaking island. How much fun is that? How many billions of dollars of champagne can you drink by yourself? You know, how many vacations can you take by yourself? I mean, maybe a few, but after a while, you know, it's like you want to share it with people. And so I think relationships, the people in your life, this is wealth. And let's say you lost all the money today, because money comes and goes. If you have relationships and friendships and connections, it's like you'll always be rich. Like some of my friends, it's like if I went broke for the next year, they'd just say, come stay in my house and we'll take care of you. That's wealth. Then you know that you are not alone in the world. It's like that is another form of abundance beyond physical currency and money, because money comes and goes. And so gratitude for the people in your life, gratitude for the next level, number 7, gratitude for the things in your life that have not happened yet, that you want to have happen. Many of us, we have a conditional relationship with life because we're waiting for the things to happen. We're waiting to make the $1 million to feel abundant. We're waiting for the car, the house, the soulmate. Then I'm going to be abundant. And we're waiting for the proof of life. It's the wrong way round. You're waiting for the thing and the circumstance so you can feel abundant. But the true abundance is a state of being. So when you can start cultivating the gratitude and the feeling of abundance, even if it's not there yet. So the gratitude for the dream that hasn't happened yet, the gratitude for the $1 million yet, the gratitude for your crypto, the gratitude for the soulmate that's not in your life yet, and start feeling that now as a lived experience in your body, you are abundant beyond, because your abundance is not dependent on life or anything else. That's true abundance. You must have it in order to have it before you have it. That's true abundance. The last thing around gratitude, which is a key to unlock abundance, I would say is, I think, an ultimate, the gratitude for a human incarnation. How often are we grateful for a human incarnation? Well, we can, we walk through life like, I don't feel abundant. I don't feel so abundant. I feel poor. Holy moly, man. We get to fly around the planet in flesh and skin, eating ice cream, having freaking orgasms, tasting sushi and vegan tacos, and flying through Ubud and temples and rain and thunder and oceans. It's like, what the hell is this experience? It is like unreal, like we could never figure this out. We're living in a divine art piece, and yet we walk around like, I feel poor. I don't feel abundant. It's crazy. But when we look at life, it's like, wow, life is so rich and life is so blessed and life is so magnificent. And I've been guilty of it, just feeling sorry for myself, feeling, woe is me. And in that state, you don't feel abundant. You are living in poverty consciousness. To me, that is hell. You don't have to die to go to hell. The moment you are living in lack and scarcity, you are living in hell within yourself on earth. But the moment you access gratitude and abundance, you are in heaven. And that is a state of being and a state of consciousness that we experience and we have the power to access. And so I think we can all start cultivating abundance. And if you want to experience abundance and live it, I would say, number one, gratitude. Number two, the other thing is start giving away the thing that you want. Start finding ways to affirm your abundance. You want more love? Start giving it away. Don't sit there and wait, well, when people love me, then I'm going to be more loving. No. You want more love in your life. Find ways to give love to people. You want more money in your life in the form of abundance, because there are different forms of abundance, right? You want more money in your life, then start giving it away. But I don't have any money. Maybe you have $1. Maybe you have $5. Maybe it's $100. Maybe if you use $1,000, however much it is, start giving away the thing that you want, because that moves you into a state of generosity. It opens your heart up. When you open your heart up, you also, as you give, you open yourself to receiving at the same level of your giving, and you are affirming your trust in the universe and your belief in abundance versus lack. That is the key. You are affirming your abundance when you are giving and in generosity versus I'm going to hold on to everything, because even though, I'm doing my affirmation on abundance, I actually don't really believe in the abundance, so I'm holding on. And so when you hold on out of scarcity and fear, you can read and say whatever you want. This is your affirmation of what is true, and you are affirming more lack in your life. And so give away what you want. The other thing I would say is find ways. Similarly, find ways in your life to be of service. You will always be poor when you are simply focused on yourself. Me, what can I get? My life, my likes, my is the poorest person. Because at the end of the day, you'll reach a point of dissatisfaction. And so if you're just focused on yourself, you will end up suffering and feel poor. I think true abundance can only be activated when you focus on being of service. Because when you are of service, you are not just thinking about yourself and your limitedness. You are focused on giving and you're focused on sharing, and when you're focused on giving and sharing to more than just yourself, your focus is not on your limited ego. Your focus expands to the whole. And that feels good because you transcend yourself, and transcending yourself is to transcend your ego. And that's what feels blissful. And so I would say that is when you also access more abundance. When you start focusing your energy and your life, your business, you start structuring your activities on being of service to the world, to more than yourself. The first level is we live life from the ego in survival. Oh my God, scarcity, we're in survival. Fear. There's not enough to go around, and we live in that fear. And so much of society prays and reinforces and hypnotizes us and conditions us to live in fear and survival. Because when we live in fear and survival, then we can be manipulated and we can be controlled because we feel not enough, we feel unworthy. And so if you just, buy these socks, then you're going to be enough. If you just wear this underwear, then you're going to be loved. If you just get another car, then you're going to. And so we're always constantly seeking and chasing and chasing and chasing and chasing, and it never ends. It's a hole that never gets filled by chasing. And so, yeah, abundance is all around us. Anyway, I kind of got a bit carried away there.
Hey, I know better than to interrupt someone who's on a roll about giving a lot of value to an audience who is looking exactly for those keys. And I think you've shared so many that we get to unlock a whole lot of possibilities for everyone that's attending in this summit. One of the things that came up from everything you're sharing, all I kept thinking about particularly was the gratitude around being a human.
Yes.
And I couldn't stop but just imagine, like, I don't know what happens after death. I don't know what happens before being birthed. But if I had a concept that I'm kind of embracing, is like, we're living through one of the greatest video games of all time. I'm
All
a
time.
gamer.
Yeah.
And I'm like, wow, if you actually would look like, how would you design the ultimate video
Ultimate.
game that's got challenges, various ways to play, to explore,
Yeah.
like, just having that mindset already seems like a really fun way of exploring this
Yeah.
thing we call life. And I think that's often forgotten. And
Yeah.
I'm just wondering, you've already talked about how there's a lot of external forces that seems to take us out of this default, playful, grateful, abundant self.
Yeah.
And it's like, do we need to defend ourselves against the forces that are trying to take us out of alignment?
No, but we do have to realize that we are living in a matrix of conditioning. The moment we're born, your parents tell you who to be and what to believe. Your parents, religion, education system, media system, social media now, we're constantly being bombarded with the matrix of conditioning. And then there's 7,000 media outlets, and then NBA basketball, and Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, football, and advertisers, that none of these news networks, none of them really have an investment in you being free. They don't really have an investment in you knowing who you really are. Because the moment you know who you really are as a infinite being, you are free. But if you're conditioned to believe that you are this little limited mind, body, little mechanism that will just die and is scarce and is limited, and now you feel disempowered and live in fear, you can easily be controlled and manipulated and sold a bunch of stuff because you feel unworthy and not enough. And so they don't want you to know the secret. They don't want you to know. The retailers, the advertisers, the governments don't want you, religions don't want you to know how powerful you really are. Because when you know how powerful you really, 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 really are, that is true abundance, because you no longer live in fear. You know you're not limited. You have the possibility and the ability to shape and create your life in your reality, your destiny, that your thoughts and your energy and your consciousness is reflecting out into the universe, and that life is a self-reflecting mechanism showing you dimensions of yourself. And whilst you may not be able to change out here, you can change in here and change yourself. And by changing your frequency, raising your vibration, you shift the energy around you and shift the world around you. It's like you are powerful. And they don't want you to know how powerful you really, really are. We're bombarded, talk, you're not enough, you're a sinner, you're this, you're that. But hey, if you just make a donation, then maybe we can sort something out. And maybe I'm going too far, Jason, but like you make a donation, we could maybe help you out with, the man above. Maybe if you buy this car, then maybe you'll be abundant and you'll be okay, but it's going to cost you $250,000 for this Lamborghini, by the way, right? And so there's a sort of a agenda to keep us asleep, an agenda to keep us in a trance, an agenda to keep us in a coma of numbness, an agenda to keep us disconnected from ourselves. Because when we access that true inner knowing, the real secret of who and what we are free. And that freedom is priceless, that no one can take away from you. And that freedom is true abundance, because you no longer live in fear. You know that you can create your life. You know that you have the ability, to the potential to manifest and make worlds, that you are a spark of the divine and the infinite. Even Jesus said, the things that I do, you can do these things and more. It's like, wow. When you know that I and my Father are one, when you know that you are one with the divine and all that is, it's true power. It's true abundance. You are connected to the source of all that is, which is the source of abundance itself. I think that's the secret. So do we need to protect ourselves and live in fear? No. I don't believe that. But I think we do need to be intentional and aware and discerning and conscious to realize many of these different elements of life don't have an investment in you being free and knowing who you are, because when you do, you can't be controlled. And when you do, you're living in freedom and abundance. And that is... that's power.
I think you've given us such an inspiring, motivating, and exciting way for us to reclaim that power, with a very prescriptive way of using gratitude in every single dimension to unleash that power. And Kute, I'm so grateful that we had a chance to spend this time together, for you to share your wisdom and your time with everyone here who's on this journey to mastering abundance. And I find that for most people who might have thought that it was far out of reach, realize that there's so many things we can do right now from what you just shared in this session alone. And I just want to say a big thank you again. And I always want to give a space for you to be able to share. The people who are here, they've
Can I say
joined the
one more
journey.
thing?
Well, this is where I'm going to throw it at you
Okay.
to say some final words, because they're going to be on a journey learning from various masters such as yourself and choosing to master abundance. And so I'd love for you to share some closing words, letting people know what path they're on, what to expect, and again, just to send them off in a proper way.
The universe is a living demonstration of abundance. The universe is a living demonstration of prosperity. The universe is showing you abundance every single day. You look at the sun. Does the sun be like, well, I shone too much today, and got to hold back a bit of my shine because I might run out of my shine today. The sun, it just shines. It doesn't hold back. It shines like, oh, I need to save my shine for a rainy day. It's just shining. It's abundant. When the rain comes in Bali, hey, you're in Bali, man. Does it rain in Bali? It rains. When the rain comes, well, let me just sprinkle a drop because, I didn't like the way those people over there in Canggu were acting. It's like, no, they were just being abundant, right? They were just like, the rain just came. It's abundant. How many grains of sand are there on the beach in Bali? Then we go from Bali to Indonesia. Then we go from Indonesia to Thailand, to Malaysia, to Singapore. Which, how many grains of sand are there? It's just freaking infinite, you know? It's infinite. The air that we breathe, where does it begin? And where does it end? It's abundant. So then we start seeing, wow, life is living and showing us the abundance that is its nature. It's nature. They say, and you probably know more than me, that there are resources in the world today that as a human species, we have not yet accessed. There's resources on other planets, and that's just infinite resources we've not even tapped into yet. And so life is showing us every day the abundant nature of its being. And I think when we can bring our focus there and celebrate life, this life as a human will soon be over. And on one level, when you can remember that, then it frees you up to really celebrate life, celebrate this moment, celebrate everything. And when you do that, you'll always be wealthy. So don't let outer circumstance, make a decision. I will not let my outer circumstance, my bank account, my crypto exchange account, I will not let any of those things, the price of Bitcoin, right? I will not let those things determine my inner state of being. I will become unconditional with life. To develop an unconditional nature with life is freedom. So the sun shines is like, it doesn't care if you appreciated it today. It doesn't care if you worshipped it today. The sun doesn't care if the flowers don't care if you're like, oh, you're so beautiful. It's just radiating. The sun is just shining. The flowers are just blooming with or without you, regardless. And I think that is to develop an unconditional relationship with life will free you up. And so love, because you are love itself. Don't love because you're trying to get something. Don't love because you want a reaction. Just love because it's your nature to love. And when you love, you will find your true infinity. And in that infinite nature, you will be free. And so I think that's why we're here, my friends.
And what a journey it is. Kute, thank you so much.
Thank you.
For your time, the inspiration, the wisdom. And for everybody tuning in, I think you have ways of looking at life in a very different way that I think will put you on a right path of mastering abundance in the process. Thank you so much. And I can't wait for us to reconnect again, especially if you come down in Bali.
Thanks.
How's everyone feeling after this powerful talk? Who are all the flowers, the suns, the beings of incredible energy radiating strongly? I hope you have all that energy saved up. Honestly, every time I got Kute coming onto any kind of interview or platform, and I've gotten a chance to see him on stage at some events as well, just a amazing source of inspiration that can fuel your transformation as you're on your journey towards mastering abundance. But ladies and gentlemen, we are not done yet. Quick heads up right now for everybody on Facebook. The feed will cut out in about 2 minutes. You need to come over to the page that has been shared into the chat so you can join everybody else here for our last talk. And oh boy, did we save a treat for the last one. So guys, I hope this has energized you. I just want to give a big shout out to all of you on a journey for mastering abundance. You've been sticking around for the entire day, and we have one more talk left. Kute Blackson, we're going to make sure you have some incredible links available where you can have a chance to grab his books, listen to his talks, join his programs. He's an incredible person. I'm going to see here, got a smiley saying, hey, drinking from a fire hose, fingers can't type fast enough. And we have here Ma Suo, is saying fantastic to this and all the others. You are doing a wonderful job as a so. Well, thank you so much, Ma. And then we have wow, Kute Blackson. Love it. So, guys, I'll take it one more time with a deep breath. As our final speaker for today, we're going to have Dr. John Demartini. And this was a very powerful conversation we've had. I've had a chat with Dr. Demartini a few times. This was definitely one of the most powerful conversations. It's going to make you reevaluate the role of financial abundance. It's going to share some powerful questions you can ask to change your financial future. You're going to listen to his journey, his incredible path to what he gets to do now, which is sail around the world, give talks, inspire people. And he's about to be someone who will inspire you. If you haven't heard from Dr. Demartini before, you are in for a treat. And it's going to be one of the most powerful ways to close our day one of the Mastering Abundance Summit. Are you guys ready? Are you guys excited? How's the day been so far? I hope you have at least a smile on your face. You're feeling excited and that there's going to be so much for you to review, so much things for you to internalize. But I'm going to give you one little thing before I bring on the next speaker, which is, regardless if you do not lift a pen, take a single note, just being exposed to all the messages of what we've went through in the day has already made a massive shift for your state of being. You spending the day to do this has already created some ripples in your life. And so I want to say thank you. I hope that you've enjoyed, and we honor you trusting us with your time. If you're a VIP member, we're so glad, and thank you for the support. But honestly, we wanted to bring you the best summit in abundance, and I think we're doing pretty well so far. You can tell us. With that, we are not done. Let's go ahead with the last speaker for today, Mr. Demartini. Incredible session for our Mastering Abundance Summit, and I'm honored to bring a legend in the field that has been doing the work in personal growth, transforming lives around the world. I have Dr. John Demartini. If you aren't familiar with this man, he is a researcher, a specialist when it comes to human behavior, has been an author and a global educator, has spoken on stages in over 100 countries, audiences over the 10,000s, multiple books. So we're talking 40 best-selling self-development books, manuscript. The man has been working on The Breakthrough Experience, if you're familiar with this piece of work, has been translated in over 36 languages. The stage that he has taken around the world have been shared with legends such as Richard Branson, Stephen Covey, Tony Fernandez, Robert Kiyosaki, Steve Wozniak, and so much more. It's an honor to have him on the summit to talk about our pursuit of abundance. How do we do this? What are the typical ways our path evolves, particularly when it comes to the human behavior who have shown an interest in mastering abundance? What can we expect? What behaviors will emerge and what transformations will happen in our lives as we go towards this amazing journey? Dr. John Demartini, it's a pleasure to have you on the summit.
Thank you for having me. Appreciate it. I was looking forward to today.
Yeah, good. Well, I want to make sure we've set the right stage, the right energy. And with that, we love starting with the story. And you've had an incredible story. And we want to understand, what role did abundance play in your story to let you to a space now where you live on a ship, you travel the world, you speak on stages around the world? I would love to have the background for everybody else as well.
Ooh, the 5-second one.
Oh, a little longer.
Well, I didn't start out as a speaker. In fact, I ended up, when I was a year and a half old, I went to a speech pathologist because I had a speech impediment. I was also born, my arm and leg turned in, so I was restricted and had to wear braces on my leg and arm until I was about 4. So I didn't start out so blessed in that way, but blessed in another way because that was the catalyst that made me want to learn how to speak properly and travel. You know, our voids become our values and our challenges become our opportunities. And so I ended up dropping out of school and living on the streets when I was 13. So I didn't necessarily have abundance. I was a panhandler and lived at the beach or on the streets. Eventually made my way to California from Texas and Mexico, and then finally to Hawaii to surf. I wanted to ride big waves. And I was a surf rat and long-haired hippie surfer guy in the 60s. And I'm in my 70s now. So I had a dream to surf until I was 17. I nearly died at 17. I met this amazing teacher, Paul C. Bragg, who you've probably heard of Bragg's amino acids and Bragg's health items and books. And one night in 1 hour, this one man inspired me to believe that I could overcome my learning challenges, because I was a high school dropout. And I was living in a tent at the time. And I got so inspired by what he had said, and that I believed that maybe I could overcome my learning challenges and someday become intelligent, someday become able to speak properly and to read properly. And that was a turning point in my life. That was the day that the possibility of abundance emerged, or the possibility of doing something that was deeply meaningful to me. I never thought I was going to be able to be a reader, speaker, and intelligent. But that night I met him, it catalyzed me to want to overcome that. And I started on a journey to learn how to use my voice and my brain and my reading capacities and overcome those challenges. And here, 52 or more years later, I never gave up on that. I always say that as long as you're willing to serve people, there's abundance. There's no lack of needs in the world. So people that are willing to go out and serve people and contribute to people and find needs that people have and try to go out and do what they can to directly or indirectly fulfill those needs, there's no lack out there. There's no lack of service opportunities. So if we care enough about humanity to go out and serve people, we can have abundance. My dad, when I was 9 years old, I said, "Dad, I want to buy a baseball, a glove, and a bat." And he said, "That's great." I said, do you have something I can do to earn some money?" And he said, "Well, did you mow the lawn?" "Yeah." "Did you edge the sidewalk?" "Yeah." "Did you sweep out the garage?" "Yeah." "Did you shine my shoes?" "Yeah." "Did you do all the weeding?" "Yes." "Did you clip all the hedges?" "Yeah." He said, "Son, I don't have anything I need done. So if you want to go and earn some money, you need to go to the neighbors and see what you can do for them." And I went to 2 doors down to the Evans, and they had an unruly yard. And I said, "I'll be glad to fix up your yard." And I didn't know what to charge for it, but I offered a fee that they agreed to. And my dad, by him saying, "Go out and serve people," opened up a doorway for me to go and earn money. And I grew to where I had 3 groups of 3 boys working for me when I was 9. And I started cleaning up all the neighborhood. I mean, literally, I had the neighborhood to myself. And I realized that there was no lack of money and what you want in life if you're willing to go out and contribute. And my dad then started charging me for the rental of all the equipment and for gas. And said, and he made me, he got me a coin collection and a piggy bank and said, "You need to save a portion of it. Otherwise you work your life for money instead of having it work for you." And then he said, "I want to give you freedom. So I want to start charging you for clothing, food, and rent, but it'll buy you freedom to do whatever you want from 5 in the morning till 9 p.m. at night." He was trying to prepare me for the real world because he knew I couldn't read and speak properly. And he thought that if I could make him a little bit of an entrepreneur, it would be helpful to him. So my dad is the one that also contributed to my pursuit of service. And that has led to a very abundant life. I'm very blessed today. But I didn't start out that way. But I did have the opportunity to have my dad and also Paul Bragg. They were both major catalysts in my life.
Wow. Well, Dr. John, I find it's fascinating the journey that you've went through, particularly where I see you went out and traveled across America. You ended up in Hawaii. And I want to pick at a certain scenario where you said you're living in a tent and you're getting to do what you love, which is surfing. And for most people, that sounds terrifying. But I have a feeling you have a mindset that you could find ways to provide for yourself, to feed yourself, and do all these kinds of things with this entrepreneurial spirit. And I'd love for you to unpack that, because there seems to be a trust that you would be okay, even as you did something that seems as radical as moving in on an island living on a tent. What's going on, and what kind of mindset was going on at that point?
I left home at 13, and I hung out at a friend's house first, and then I lived in a park, and I lived in a bowling alley, and I lived in the back of a all-night diner, and and did odd jobs, stacking oil, cleaning yards, fixing up yards, whatever my talents would allow me to do. My vocabulary was very limited. My reading capacity, I didn't read till I was 18, really. I dropped out of school. And then at 14, I had visited my parents. I'd left home and I visited my parents. And I asked him, I told him I was going to go to California. My dad left New York in his about 30 after he came back from the service, World War II, and wanted to make it to California and never made it. He started going across on buses across the country and had to get a job, and then found my mom, and they got married and never went to California. I told him I'm going to California. He said, go. And my mom got a notarized piece of paper. I still have a copy of it, saying my boy's not a runaway. He's a young boy with a dream on a mission. He wants to ride the biggest waves in the world. And Texas wasn't the surf capital. So I hitchhiked out to California and then down into Mexico to surf. And then at 15, I made my way over to Hawaii. At first, I lived under a bridge at Sunset Beach at Kamehameha Highway. There's a little bridge there. It's still there. It's being reinforced today. Then I moved from there to Iaka Beach Park, and I lived under a park bench, which is still there. I was there just recently. And then I moved from there to the bathroom if it rained, and then I found an abandoned car and snuck into the car. And, I kept social climbing, you might say. I found an abandoned house that was up on rollers they were about to take away, and I stayed there for a while. Finally, I was able to get a tent and some grass, palm tree leaves and stuff like that. And I made this kind of Tarzan kind of invention. And I lived in a tent. So but I made it by eating natural foods that were growing there. I had sea lettuce and lobster. We made a cage and caught lobsters, ate fish that was there, found banana trees, found pineapple things that we got shot at if we go out and steal the pineapples, found avocado trees, and then got me little temporary jobs, sometimes cleaning dishes to get some toast. I did whatever it took to kind of survive. But it only took $2 to $2.50 a day to live in Hawaii at the time. $2 and $200 to $2.50 a day. I mean, when you're living in a park, it doesn't cost anything except food. And then I had me a dog named Wolfman that actually used to go up and take food from people on picnics and bring it to me. Wolfman. And so, somehow you survive. And I lived day to day, and all I wanted to do is surfing. And I was in the water most of the day, and I found a way of eating something, or I could crash and sleep somewhere. And I really didn't care about anything but surfing at the time. But then when I nearly died at 17, and I was led to that little health food store and then eventually to the yoga class where I met Paul Bragg, the trajectory of my life vastly changed. Vastly changed. Not that surfing wasn't important. I still surf. But I believed that maybe I could become intelligent someday. And when you're told, my first grade teacher told me I would never be able to read, I will never be able to write, I'll probably not be able to communicate effectively or speak properly, probably not amount to anything or go very far in life. I think that's why my parents gave me permission to do what I did. They thought, well, he has a dream to go and surf, maybe he can excel there. Because I was pretty good at that. I could stand on a surfboard for some reason. And so when that gentleman, Paul Bragg, said that, what you think about, what you visualize, what you affirm, what you feel, what you write out, that's deeply meaningful becomes your reality. Nobody talked to me like that. That's not how people taught. They said, well, you have these impediments and da-da-da-da-da. This is where your path is. But I decided to take his advice and realize that I could design my life. I didn't have to live by other people's opinions. I could design it. I knew I could go and surf, And I knew that the average person didn't do that. I knew that, and I didn't care the struggles and challenges it was. I just wanted to serve. And yeah, I was nearly stabbed in Mexico. I had food. I used to go into sometimes diners and look for food left on plates and eat those until they would kick me out. I mean, I've tried all kinds of things at times, but I always say when you're on a mission, you don't let anything stop you from it. And I was on a surfing mission then, and now I'm on a teaching mission. I've been doing 52 years, and I left Hawaii when I was 18, and I decided I was going to go back to Texas to see my parents. And they encouraged me to take a GED, high school equivalency test, because it might help me get a job somewhere. And I passed that thing, purely guessing. I just closed my eyes and I said what Paul Bragg said to me to say to myself every day. I'm a genius and I apply my wisdom, because I told him I didn't know how to read and I had a speech impediment. He just said, you say that every single day and sooner or later the cells of your body will tingle with it and so will the world. So I just started saying it. And I passed this test and I was able to get me a high school equivalence. And then I decided, my parents taught me into taking a college class at a junior college. And I thought I was going to pass miraculously the same way by guessing, but I ended up getting a 27 on the first test instead of 72. And I really almost gave up on my idea about being intelligent. And I was crying in the living room floor, and my mom saw me. She came back from shopping. She saw me on the floor and she said, "Son, what happened?" I said, "I blew the test. I got a 27. I need a 72 to pass. I guess I don't have what it takes. I guess I'll never read or write or communicate, and amount of thing never go very far in life." And she said something that really impacted me. She said, "Son, whether you become a great teacher and travel the world like you dream, whether you become a big wave rider and go back to Hawaii and surf the big waves, or whether you return to the streets and panhandle, I just want to let you know that your father and I are going to love you no matter what." And she taught me the power of love in that moment. And my hand went into a fist, and I looked up and I saw the vision the night I met Paul Bragg of me standing in front of 1 million people speaking. And I said to myself that I'm going to master this thing called reading and learning and studying. I'm going to master this thing called teaching, and I'm going to do whatever it takes, travel whatever distance, pay whatever price to give my service of love across the planet. I'm not going to let any human being on the face of the earth stop me, not even myself. And I got up and I hugged my mom and I went to my room and I got a dictionary out and I started memorizing 30 words a day on a dictionary. And I recited them 20 times. I wrote them out 20 times. I wrote them in a sentence. I explained the meaning of it. I just put literally 30 words a day in my vocabulary over the next 2 years, which is about 20,000 words. And I went from the bottom of the class to the top of the class. And I started having students and people started asking me questions, and I started my teaching career. And I'm never stopped. I've never stopped reading and learning and speaking since that day.
Wow. Thank you so much for opening and sharing this. I noticed two things in the way that you've done this and created a life that is very different from what you're describing in the tents now, which is an intense commitment and an intensity and activity as well. For someone who's out there looking to master abundance, how much are these values important to get what you want?
Well, I was told a long time ago, when the Y is big enough, the house take care of themselves. You got a big enough reason to be of service to people, you don't worry about the other stuff. The stuff takes care of itself. Care enough about humanity. I was speaking in Iowa at a church one time, and the minister was impoverished and barely getting by, and the church was stagnant. And I said, "Your focus is on yourself." I said, "You're not focused on the people and where you want to go with an inspired vision." And I got up and I asked him some questions, and he got sort of a vision of what he wanted to do. And I said, let's go out there to the audience and let's go bring it to him. And I stood up on the stage. I said, listen, if you're impoverished and you're not living abundantly, it's because you don't care about humanity. If you care about humanity, you'll go out of your way to find some need in humanity and be of service to it and do it more effectively and efficiently than somebody else, and transcend your focus on just your limitations and get on with finding solutions, solution orientation instead of problem orientation. And at first people were shocked. They're going, what is this guy saying? But by the night it was done, we were on fire, and they raised $13,000 for the church to start doing something that the minister had dreamed about but gave up on. And so it doesn't matter what you've been through. It doesn't matter what you've gone through, what you're experiencing. What matters is you have some sort of clarity of vision about what you want to contribute, and something that's deeply meaningful to you that serves other people and fulfills the highest values in other people. If you do something that serves your highest value and you do it in a way that serves other people's values, the universe rewards authenticity. And it's something that's really meaningful. And you have at the end of the day, thank you to yourself and to other people for the contribution you get to contribute to. So mine happens to be, teaching. That's it. I mean, anything to do with human behavior. When I was 18 years old, I was watching a TV show called Kung Fu with David Carradine. And he referred to his master, Shaolin master, that was his mentor. And the master called him Grasshopper. And I thought to myself, I want to be a master. I'm 18 years old. I got long hair and a beard and stuff. And I said, I want to be a master. And I said, what exactly is a master? And I didn't know exactly what that meant. I looked that up on the dictionary. And I then defined it for myself. And I broke life into 7 areas. Our mental development, our career, our finance, our family, our social, our physical, and our spiritual. And I said, okay, what do I want to create? How do I want to live by design, not by duty? I don't want to follow a culture. I want to create a culture. I want to inspire a culture. And so I set out and I said, I want to contribute to humanity by creating original ideas, ingenious ideas that contribute and serve people. I want to create a global business and have students in every country around the world. I want to be financially abundant, where I'm financially free, where the passive income exceeds active income. I'm working because I love to, not because I have to. I want to have a global family, not a local little family in a little house. I want a global family, which is the reason I live on a ship called the World. It goes all over the world. I want to have social influence and meet amazing people. Anybody that did something that really contributed to the world, I want to participate with and interact with and be worthy enough to participate and hang out with or have as students or clients or friends. And I wanted to be a vital individual. I'm 70 and I got more vitality than the average person in their 20s most of the time. And I want to be doing something that contributes spiritually and inspiring people. Not a religion. I didn't want to be religious. I think there's plenty of religions, but something that was inspiring, a movement that was inspiring, ways of living of an inspired life. And I wrote all that down when I was 18. And then I went to work. I went to study everything I could get my hands on that might contribute to those objectives. And I learned from Zig Ziglar when I was 20. A couple of years later, he said, if you help other people get what they want to get in life, you get what you want to get in life. So I said, all right, I want to make sure that I get information that somehow meets the needs and contributes to people's lives where there's a demand so I can provide a supply. And that's really, it's not that much rocket science. It's really care. It's called caring. If you care less about them than yourself, and that backfires because pride before the fall. If you're careful, you sacrifice yourself for them until you say, hey, I deserve better than that. But if you go into caring and you put that with equanimity and within yourself and equity between other people, man, you have a sustainable fair exchange, which is an incremental momentum building, unstoppable outcome. So I'm a firm believer in sharing information that can make a difference in people's lives, that is unquestionable, and it wakes up an awe-inspiring gamma synchronicity in the brain and activates their authentic self to do something extraordinary. And I believe we all have it inside, but we sometimes lie dormant. It's dormant because we're subordinating to the outer influences of other people so often that we don't give ourselves permission to shine and stand out and make a difference, we're fitting in and constraining and clouding the clarity of our mission. And so I'm a firm believer of waking that up in people and exemplifying it. I just got an email from Brian Tracy just a moment ago. And Brian is, he's 81 years old. He's an amazing guy. And he was talking about Albert Schweitzer. Albert Schweitzer was a Nobel Prize winner, polymath and musician and many other things. And he said, as Einstein said, you live by exemplifying it. You're a teacher according to your exemplification. So I basically wanted to measure myself not relative to other people, but measure myself relative to the ends in mind, my objectives, and look at how congruent I can be in my life to the objectives that I hold deeply, and then exemplify that and inspire the people to do the same. And so there's an abundance. There's no lack of opportunity to do that. There's only a lack when you're not caring about humanity enough to go and fill those needs. That's all.
Well, I think you're creating quite the awakening for the entire audience here and making sure that fire starts to build up. And I'd be curious to ask this question, Dr. John, which is, you went out and it seems like you took some space to figure out the what and the why that you wanted to do. And for someone who's feeling like, I have a lot I want to contribute, I care, I just don't know which direction to start, is where do I start to find, is there a chance that I'm going to go into something that's aligned with me? Or is there data I should be gathering? Should I just blindly go into the first thing I think about? I'd be curious to know if there's a process there to make sure that I'm ready to roll and I can serve massively.
In 1978, I started professional school. And I asked myself, why do some people walk their talk and some people live their life? Why do some people do what they say and others don't? What is the distinction? And why are some self-initiated and others need to be motivated externally, extrinsically? And I narrowed it down to the study of axiology, the study of values. And almost all the literature on the values at the time was like David Hume's, the Scottish philosopher's, idea about what it is versus what it ought to be. Everybody was talking about how you ought to be from a social conformity instead of what it is. What are really your values? And so I started developing a more objective view to determine what your life demonstrates is important to you instead of what you think it should be and ought to be. So I created a 13-step questionnaire. It's free, private, complimentary on my website. It's been there for years for people to start. Take 30 minutes of your time to go on drdemartini.com and do the value determination. Determine your values, it's called. And go through there and ask questions to take a look at what your life is demonstrating you're spontaneously acting on. Because anything that's high on your values, you spontaneously act on. I spontaneously teach and research every single day. Nobody has to motivate me to do that. But forget cooking and driving. I haven't cooked since I was 24. I haven't driven a car in 35 years. I delegate anything that requires external motivation. I find people who are specialists that love doing it. I hire them and let them take care of it. And I go on to do what I am designed to do, which is my highest priority, which I spontaneously love doing. In my case, it's teaching, learning, and sharing, and traveling the world. So go on and do the value determination and do it maybe again a week later, because you'll probably be afraid to write the truth down the first time. You're going to want to write down what makes you fit in and not be rejected instead of what your life actually demonstrates. If I put a drone over you and look at what you actually do, how do you fill your space? How do you spend your time? What is it that energizes you? Where's your money actually going? Because your hierarchy of values dictates your financial destiny. Where you're most ordered, where you're most disciplined. What is it you think about, visualize, internally dialogue with yourself about how you want your life that shows evidence coming true? What do you bring conversations to socially when you're in social settings? What is it that you absolutely are inspired by that brings tears of gratitude to you? And what is it that you have that's consistent, persistent goals that you're not stopping on and you're making them happen and get evidence for it? And what do you spontaneously want to feed your mind and learn? If you answer the questions and be honest with those questions, it'll point you very clearly and concisely into a direction that your life is demonstrating is important to you. And you may have internal conflicts between, well, what do you think your mom's going to believe, your dad's going to think, your convention, your church, your religion, your people, all the outside influences. There'll be an internal conflict, which is part of the reasons why people have headaches, because they have internal conflicts between what their calling is and what their society is expecting. So by going in and looking objective what it is and giving yourself permission to be you in a world that doesn't want you to be, that's an important stepping stone. And then start asking, what's the highest priority actions I can do today that could help me fulfill a service that contributes to humanity in the most effective and efficient manner today? And just start asking that question over and over again. What is the highest priority action I can do today that would allow me to serve the greatest number of people in the most efficient, effective manner with the resources that I am aware of and I have access to today? If you ask that question over and over again, and don't give yourself BS answers, but just go in there and find it and incrementally build little baby steps into big dreams, piggy banks become biggie banks, and you start moving in the direction of what you really love to do. In my case, there was no way I was not going to travel the world and teach. There was just no possible way. I didn't care how, what, where, when. It was, I'm going to learn, I'm going to share. When I was at the University of Houston, I used to sit under the trees, do some yoga, and then people would gather around and start asking questions, and I started dialogues. We had 100, 125, 150, sometimes 400 people a day gathered around so I could just share ideas. And then whatever questions I had, I'd go home and research. So the next day I had some solution. It was always, what can I do to bring solutions to people's questions that people are out there to solve problems for their lives? And there's nothing stopping you from doing whatever you want to do out there except yourself, really. And the focus of your self restrictions instead of just going for what you really want to do.
Oh, John, you're giving some very powerful and actionable advice for everybody who's on the call now. And I would like to take a moment to actually give a call out for everybody here. Since you are all on a summit, you're going to be hearing a lot of different ideas from a lot of different authors. But what Dr. John DeMartini has created and made available for you, this value determination sheet, is something that I would encourage you all to schedule in a week from now. The summit will be over. You'll have been exposed to so many ideas, and you'll be able to come back to Dr. John's sheet where you will have fresh mindset, and you can schedule it in your calendar in a week from now. We will put the link in your basket for everyone who's registered, so you can go and do that. Might be that one most powerful action you can do right now to get you on the path towards mastering abundance in a very accelerated way. I would love to ask, as we're speaking about abundance, I'd be very curious to know from your perspective, do you find we should be clarifying what abundance means? And is there some misconceptions around what abundance is that could lead people in the wrong path?
Okay, can I mean, abundance is many things. Abundance is the fulfillment of the void you have in your life in any area of life. But many people think in terms of financial abundance most consistently. So I have to share a story. I was 27 years old. I was already teaching. I was already now a doctor. And I opened up with my shingle in my little office. And one day, before I got really busy in the office, it's like 2 weeks after I opened up my practice. And I think I had maybe 13 or 14 patients coming in, and that was it. And I had a little gap. And this gentleman who was a financial planner came up to my door. I guess he was trying to pick up clients, and he came in and he asked if he could see me. And I said, absolutely. My motto was, if they come to make the sale, make the sale. I'll turn him as a patient if he turns me into a client. So he came in and he asked me a question. He said, do you intend to be financially independent? And my ego was, yeah, of course. Yes, that's my game plan. But up until then, I had concentrated on the other areas more so than the financial areas. I knew how to make money because I was teaching and making about $100,000 a year doing that when I was in school. But I wasn't saving and investing it. I was just working, and at the end of the month, I did it again, and I did it again. And I spent it on books. I was buying 40 to 70 books a week on average, and going to classes and going to seminars, and I was spending it on education. I had a higher value in education than actual financial abundance. I had knowledge abundance in that form. The hierarchy of your values dictates where your abundance is. So he asked me that, and I said, yes. He said, well, I have 9 questions I'm going to ask you to determine whether that's true or not. Would you like to go through them? And he challenged me. And I said, of course, with a little anxiety. He said, the first question is what is your current level of assets? What are your total assets you currently have? And so I was ignorant about the financial language at the time. And I said, what do you mean by assets? Which is another way of saying, I don't know what you're asking. And I said, what do you mean by assets? He said, well, like stocks and real estate holdings and equity and homes. And he started asking. And I calculated that I didn't have anything. All I had was debt. I just finished school. I just had a car. I just opened up an office. I borrowed money for that, a radiographic machine and this and that. And I was $100,000 in debt when he asked that. And I said, well, I don't have really any assets. They're offset by liabilities. And he said, well, what are your total liabilities? That was the second question. And I wrote them out. I knew those very clearly because they were preoccupying my money. I was paying those things. And I realized I was in the hole, really, at the time. And it's not that I didn't know how to make money. It's just that I didn't know how to manage money yet. And I was basically spending it. And at the end of the month, I'm right back to where I started. I was buying consumables that depreciated in value and not buying assets that were going up in value. So it worked for me so I could be its master instead I was living as its slave. The third question is, what is your total net worth, current total net worth with all your assets and liabilities? And I was a negative 100,000. And then he asked me, how much money per year, annually, passively, off investments, do you desire that you will then consider yourself financially independent? It wasn't a nebulous little number. It was a factual number, a goal that was very clear. You know, people sometimes who don't really want to get clear and grounded, they say, well, I just want to have an abundance and have enough to be able to never have to worry about it. No, he made me accountable. How much do you want passively coming in off your investments to live on and to live the life that you dream about? And boy, was I hesitant on that. I didn't know. You know, I was thinking, well, I was not married. I didn't have any kids. I didn't have a home. I was living in an apartment. I had a car, and I was living on $100,000 a year. I figured if I had $100,000 passively, I could function. This is back in 1982. So that would be worth probably $600,000 now. So I wrote that down. He said, now, with all your knowledge of investing, which was zero, how much money can you earn on your investment interest yields? And I said, I don't know. Give me a range. He said, well, you could probably earn about 8% if you put it into the stock market and left it there and bought and held it there. And I said, well, let's start with 8% then. He said, great. We put 8% down. And then he said, how much inflation are you going to be up against? Now we looked at the average inflation for 100 years was 3.1% for America, whatever. But it was higher in the 80s and lower in different times. You know, in the 90s and, 2000, it was down to 2 and 1, but it was above even higher in the teens. So I put 3.1, I think. And he said, how much money do you need in total assets that's invested, that's earning you 8% minus 3% in order to give you your $100,000 a year? And 8% minus 3% is 5%. 5% into 100% is 20. So I multiplied 20 times the 100,000. I said, I need $2 million today in order to live that lifestyle that I say I want. He said, now we got figures, because if you get in an Uber and you don't know where you are and you don't know where you're going and you don't have a strategy to get there, you're not going to get anywhere. So then he asked me, what's the difference between the net worth that you need and what your current net worth is? Because I had 100 negative. So I then realized it was $2,100,000 I needed today. Today, not someday, today, to have me financially independent based on the numbers that I quoted. And then I sat there and then he asked me question number 9. How do you intend to do that? Are you going to live in la la land and live in fantasy land like you were doing, or are you going to get grounded today? And man, my head was throbbing. My stomach was in a knot. I need to go to the restroom. I went down there and sat on the can and had a throbbing headache thinking, I can't imagine myself not financially independent, but whatever I'm doing is not getting me there. I'm going to have to be accountable, and I can't live in la la land here, fantasies. And I said, I don't know how I'm going to do this, because I thought if I did $2,100,000 in one day, I need it tomorrow. I didn't see how I could do it. I divided it into 2 days. I need $1,050,000 in 2 days. Can I do that? No. In 4 days, I need $525,000 in 4 days. In 8 days, I need 250 plus 12 and a half, 262 or whatever, 67,000 in 8 days. And I started breaking it down into longer periods of time and how much. And then I had to factor inflation in there. And I thought, I don't see how this is going to be done. And I really was defeated. And then as I was sitting there for probably 15 minutes, an idea came. I think I can afford to save about $10 a day, $50 a week, $200 a month. But if I grow my business and I learn how to do it and I learn about finances, I could make that 300 and 500 and 750 and 1,000 and just keep increasing it. So I created what is called a force accelerated savings and a force accelerated investment technique that came to me, which I coined out and it's in the market now. And I just incrementally committed to increasing the amount that I was saving and investing quarterly. And I did that. And in 9 years, I was financially independent. It didn't happen overnight. I had to grow my business, grow my brand, open up new ways of generating income, produce books and royalties. And I just kept expanding that because I really did not imagine myself not being financially independent because I wanted to master my life. So I was willing to sacrifice immediate gratification for long-term mission and to defer the gratification. So my money was working for me. It lowered my taxes. It increased my confidence and my grounded security of my business. And the more money I was accumulating, the more money was coming to me. When you manage money wisely, you receive more money to manage. When you value yourself, you value serving people, and you value wealth building, you end up in that direction. And my financial destiny changed because of that man walking in my office. It might have happened, down the line, weeks or months, years later, but that man, Jim McKinley, impacted my life the day he asked me those 9 questions. And I passed those 9 questions on to millions of people since, to ground people. Because some people are just kind of thinking, they're going to watch The Secret and they're going to go out there and say, well, there's $1 million check in my mailbox. And you might get that if you got an uncle that's sending it to you. But my experience is the probability is enhanced by going out and serving people and then managing your money efficiently and making sure there's a profit, and then saving and then investing that profit into something that contributes to humanity through asset accumulation, which means you're helping people in the world through buying shares in business and equities, or buying land that helps people have places to live or do business. You're contributing. So my financial destiny and abundance financially changed. I had abundance in knowledge on human behavior, but it wasn't converting into financial abundance until I actually got grounded. And then I realized whatever's highest on your value is where your wealth is. And if you have a high value on socializing, your wealth is in all the people you know. If your highest value is in intellectual property, it goes there. If it's in spiritual connections, it goes into meditation retreats. But if you have a value on wealth building and those areas, you can convert it into empowering all of them. And that's what I'm interested in. How does an individual empower all 7 areas of their life so they can live a really abundant, full life in all areas and have money working for them? So they're its master, not its slave.
Well, if someone's looking for a recipe for mastering abundance, I'm pretty sure you've just laid out the ingredients, and I'm so grateful. Just like you had that man walk into your life at a young age, regardless of the age of everyone attending here, Dr. John DeMartini, you have been a man that has walked into everyone's life. If this is your first time hearing from Dr. John DeMartini, you have just been treated to. Every single time I've had a chat with you, I've always learned something so powerful, so fresh. And I know for everyone who's been to your events or have studied your books or your programs, get their mind blown because you put so much love and care in everything you create, and we are all receiving its benefits. So I want to say a major thank you for your time, your wisdom, the prescriptions you've shared on this summit. This is the type of actions and clarity that people are looking to have as they register for this summit, and you have provided above and beyond. And I am so, so grateful for everyone tuning in. Caring is the base ingredients. Going out and figuring out our values. You have an exercise sheet that you'll be able to do. And if you've scheduled it in a week from now, you know it's in the calendar and it's going to happen. And from there, managing wealth happens to be one of the pillars that you can do. So every other type of abundance can be mastered in the process as well. And you will be able to live an incredible life. Dr. John DeMartini, again, it's such a pleasure to have you here. And I want to give you a space for some closing words to our attendees on the summit as we bring this session to a close.
Well, whoever's listening out there, just know that the magnificence of who you actually are is far greater than any fantasies that you'll impose into your life by comparing yourself to other people. Ralph Waldo Emerson said, envy is ignorance and imitation is suicide. Don't be second at being somebody else, be first at being you. Don't live in the shadows of anyone, stand on the shoulders of giants. People that you see that do extraordinary things, and then awaken, where do you do the same things? In Romans 2:1 from the New Testament, it said, whatever you judge in others, look again within, for you do the same thing. There's nothing you admire in other people you don't already have. Nothing's missing in you. There is an abundance. All of you is magnificent. You don't need to get rid of any part of yourself to love yourself. You don't need to get rid of the so-called shadows or negative sides to you. They all play a role in the magnificence of who you're here for and what talents you need. So give yourself permission to be whole. Love all parts of you. No matter what you've done or not done, you're worthy of love. And give yourself permission to live a masterful, abundant living at the summit. How's that for a dyslexic word for you?
You know what? We will take it with a grin and honestly lifted energy from this session. Dr. John DeMartini, thank you so much. So blessed. And for everybody tuning in, that has been one hell of a session. And we're so grateful to have you all here, making that choice to care and go out on learning and doing your amazing stuff. Once again, thank you so much. This was a powerful session.
Thank you, Jason. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Dr. John DeMartini. I told you we'd be ending this on a banger. And with that, we are 9 hours, almost 9 hours into our summit. I want to give a round of applause to each and every one of you who are participating, who have decided to dedicate some time, energy on choosing this path of mastering abundance, learning on self-development, being the best version of yourself, taking responsibility, making powerful changes, powerful transformations. And we've had so many insights coming through the day. 11 speakers have come and shared some key messages. So my question to you, as you've went through your first day of the Mastering Abundance Summit, are you guys having a good time? Are you learning anything? Are you excited for day 2 and day 3? Because we're just getting started. This was just the first of 3 parts where we still have so many amazing speakers. And what we really wanted to focus on today was to open your mind into what abundance is. Tomorrow particularly is going to be a day filled with tools, practices in different areas of life. We're going to talk about entrepreneurship. We're going to talk about nutrition. We're going to talk about what are all these different ways that we open ourselves up to abundance. With everything you've learned today, you should be quite ready for a day like tomorrow. So make sure you take notes. Get yourself some rest. Grab some nice post-summit tea. And I do want to make the mention that for any of you who want to join to be a part of the VIP All Access Pass, if you've enjoyed the day so far, with the VIP. You'll be able to listen to these on your own time, keep these, as well as receive all the extra bonuses, including the transcripts, some 30-day abundance journal to give you a journey for the next 30 days, having a chance to have all of these talks in audio format as well. It's available for $99. If you scan that QR code, you'll get a chance to go and see exactly everything that is included. I'll take a quick moment to just share with you what does it look like when you join into this VIP offer. So let me just add it to stage right now. Let me do a little bit of magic here. So when you go and read more about it, you'll see it has over the 30 hours of Summit audio collections, 30 sessions plus all the transcript, the 30-day abundance journal, plus we have Manifestation Made Easy, which is a Kathy Heller's exclusive bonus. You'll be hearing from her very shortly. You have Derek Rydell's 3-part training on success, purpose, self-mastery, 7-day immersion on the energy of money with Sarah McCrum. So we've heard from Sarah today. She has contributed an exclusive bonus for the VIPs. And we have the Happy Millionaire Mentality with Ken Honda. You're going to be hearing from him in the next few days as well. All of that for just $99. So on the page itself where you are tuned in watching this summit, you actually will see that right under the video, under the chat, there's a blue box that allows you to upgrade now. If you want to take a powerful action towards abundance immediately, if you've enjoyed this, you want to support this and continue investing in yourself, this is the best way to do it. Click on the upgrade now and it will take you to the page for you to join the VIP. And we're so grateful for all of you who do decide to take that leap. We want to provide this to as many people around the world. And by you taking action and joining the VIP, you empower us to be able to do more of these, reach more people, and truly spread the abundance by continuing to run summits like these. If you've enjoyed what we've done so far, you can be a supporter as well. And it's a great way for you to continue to grow in your abundance as well. We are going to put the links to many of the items that were discussed today in the Facebook group. We'll be sending out emails. And for those of you who are VIP, all the sessions will be added very, very shortly. And with that, I'm going to take a few moments just to check the comments, see if you have any questions, any closing thoughts, anything else to add. I'll keep this QR code actually up here. So for those of you who want to scan it, you can go ahead and do so. And I think it's even better. Oh, I'm playing around here with the functions. I think I'll bring it right like this. No, that'll cut it out. And so we shall go like this. Let me have a look at the comments. If there's anything, any words you want to share, I want to say a big thank you to the team behind the scenes doing this. And for tomorrow, we start at the same time as we started today. So be there. We'll get right into it. I'm not going to talk too much. We got a lot to cover tomorrow. Quick preview of some of the speakers that are going to be coming on. We're going to have an embodiment practice that's going to be in. We'll have Jack Canfield. We're going to have Teal Swan. We're going to have Eric Edmeades, and we're going to have Fleet Mull. These are just some of the speakers we got to have, but a lot more to come through. So Helena, good to see you. Glad you've enjoyed this. We'll see you tomorrow. Lori Hay, glad you loved this. We will see you tomorrow. Denny, thank you for the compliments. Very, very grateful, and it's been my pleasure. Carol Byrne, yes, 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 and yes, thank you. Well, glad to see you here. What do we got here? We have Rosemary. Thank you for the compliments. Yes, I will get some rest. It's about 6 in the morning for me, but not as late as Smiley, who I know has a ton of notes and has been coming in from New Zealand. So Smiley, thank you for tuning in. Thank you for the active chat. Jay Miller, great to see you. Thank you for popping in. Heather, great to see you. A lot of actionable amazingness. Tina, Susan, Alan, Rivka, and I believe those are some of them. And Masuo. So good to see you all. Diana, Kirsty, thank you, thank you, thank you. This is the end of the summit for today, but tomorrow is a brand new day. Get some rest. Take everything that you've processed. If you need to take in notes, if you need to absorb, do whatever you want. It's you. It's your abundance. So you get to choose what makes you happy, what feels aligned. But regardless, from what you've dedicated energy and time of just showing up for today is already a huge step. And I can't wait to see you all tomorrow. We got a lot of energy to go through, and that is okay. because you're all so abundant, it's going to keep going. May I just share something that I think is really cute and cool? See, when I recorded the initial talks one after the other, I felt so nice and light, but you guys are all getting it one after the other. And I swear what you're going to notice in the weeks to come is going to be so cool. I've been having this happen to me in the last few weeks, and I'm so excited to hear the stories that will come from you guys. Maybe in the next 24 hours, I'm going to be paying attention tomorrow to see who has some interesting stories of abundance that come from just having listened to what we did today. But nonetheless, take care, guys, and I will see you all tomorrow.